Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone and welcome back to another live stream with me, Grizzly. This is Grizzly True Crime and we're going to be watching another trial together. This trial is actually taking place in Colleton County, South Carolina, same place where Alec Murdaugh's trial took place. In fact, one of the defense attorneys is Brian Murdaugh, but I can't really see that there's any relation. So we didn't actually watch that trial together, but if you watch that, yep, same courthouse from what I can see. So what I'm going to do now is first we're going to do some trial prep because we normally have a separate live stream or a video to trial prep, but I only really learned about this case yesterday because all of you. Thank you, Grizzlies, for sending this to me and saying that you want to watch this trial together. I really appreciate emails like that, and so I did a bit of a deep dive on the case, and so we're going to get all caught up on it, and then we'll go to the opening statements. All right, so welcome to all my moderators. Thank you so much for everything you do. If you guys want to buy them some coffees, you can go to grizzlytruecrime.com, go to the support page, and you can find the mod coffee link there. I've actually renovated the mod coffee page, so if you go there, do you want to be the first besides me to buy them coffees? Welcome to all my patrons, members, subscribers, any locals in chat. Is there anyone here from South Carolina already? And I really hope that family and friends of Terry Lewis will feel safe here with us and know that they are supported. Okay, so let's do a presentation first. By the way, if you follow me on Patreon, and you can follow me like you do on any social media platform, meaning there's free membership as well, I did just publish trial certificates for you. So if you go check there, right, you will find the Laurie Shaver trial and Leilani Simon trial certificates. Now, if you've never heard of that, you're like, what the hell is a certificate? When we watch a trial together and you watch it with me, the whole trial, then you get a certificate. I have no way of proving it, but if you did watch it with me, and you could just download it and keep that for yourself to know you participated with us in that. So you can go and get those two for free on Patreon right now if you want to. All right, now, let me bring up my presentation. It's very short because then I want to read you a brilliant article on Fitz News because they really told the whole story. So we're going to check that out. To all the members celebrating Grizzly anniversaries, that's what we call it. It's like anniversary. Happy like Carla, 15 months. Thank you so much. That is so kind of you for your support and everything. The mods will be helping me to thank you guys so that I could stay focused over here. And during the trial, I will obviously be chatting with you in the chat. All right. Thank you, IKB. All right, please like and share so that others know that we are live with this trial right now. So, Terry Lewis, man, this poor lady. She was born on December 28th of 1955 in Colleton County, South Carolina. She was a member of Hendersonville Baptist Church. She dearly loved her dogs, Jessie, Cal, and Scrappy, which were her life. She has one daughter, Leanne, and she's been advocating for her for years. Man, so I hope that Leanne will see that she has our full support. She centered her life around her grandchildren, who affectionately knew her as Ninny. That's such a cute name, Ninny. Terry was brutally attacked by her husband, Craig Lewis. That's the guy on trial. And this happened on January 16th and 17th of 2019. She suffered third-degree burns to over 38% of her body. She spent many months recovering in the hospital, but she died on November 1st of 2019. They said she died from pneumonia and complications from her injuries. She'd really been struggling to recover from her injuries and from those burns. So please know that this case does come with a trigger warning. It is a case that obviously, talks about domestic abuse, domestic violence, and is really horrendous. So just know that if you ever need to just step away, if you feel like it's too much for you, just know we will always save your seat. Also, I want to say for replay watchers, if you're going to ask me, where's the closed captions, Gisla? It's always on during the live streams. YouTube takes a few hours to process a stream. The longer the stream, the longer they take to process it to get the closed captions back on. But if you're watching here with us now, you could just turn the closed captioning on. All right, so she was attacked, as you could see there, in January of 2019, and she struggled. She fought for 10 months, and then she died on November 1st of 2019. Shame. Okay, so now we have this friggin' guy. My word, he looks so scary. I took this screenshot today from him in the courtroom. Okay, Craig Anthony Lewis. He is, I think he's 47 years old now. I think it's in the description box there, his age. He's been charged with arson and first-degree murder. He was arrested in February 2019, and then he was released on a $100,000 surety bond on February 26th of 2019. Do you know how scary that must have been for Terry Lewis? Her alleged attacker and abuser was released while she was still recovering from those horrific injuries in the hospital, and she eventually died from that as well. Now, he was just released with an ankle monitor, so I know that her daughter was actually very upset with that as well, right? Oh my goodness. So he was indicted on murder charges in March of 2020, but he's still been out on bond with an ankle monitor since February 2019. Hasn't spent any time in jail. So if anyone's going to ask throughout this trial, please help me answer them as well. Is he in jail? Is he out on bond? He's out on bond. He's been out on bond since February of 2019. And you know, Terry apparently told her daughter, we'll read some of that in the article that we're going to read now, to trial prep as well, so that we've got a really good overview of this case before we get to it, that she was so scared that he's going to come to the hospital and finish what he started, right? Okay, so he has retained a prominent local attorney and state senator, Margie Bright Matthews. That's his defense attorney. The judge's name is the Honorable Marvin H. Dukes III. And the solicitor, which is also a chief prosecuting attorney, is Hunter Swanson. So this trial is started with jury selection on November 4th of 2024. That was yesterday if you're watching live with me now. And so today, they're all ready to go. And the opening statements, obviously we start late if you're watching live with me so that we can defluff. So it's going to be opening statements today and the state's first witnesses. Now, they did say they're expecting bombshell testimonies. You guys know how much I love the word bombshell. But anyway, I get what they're trying to say. Bombshell testimonies from either side. I think they're going to have, quite a determined defense. Obviously, all trials, they try, right, to defend their clients. Some just don't have a defense, really, you know what I mean? But they try. I don't know what's going to come out of this trial. I just really hope they don't resort to a lot of victim blaming, because that is just horrible, right? Tammy59 said, I remember this. I don't live far, but I live in South Carolina. Oh my goodness. Okay, so that is the presentation now. And now we're going to look at this very informative article by Fitz News. They've actually always been really great, with all the information, right? Especially in the Alec Murdoch case as well. Okay, so Jen Wood wrote this, and this is how it goes. Again, trigger warning, eh? Just telling you, this case is rough because it's horrible. Okay, the phone rang shortly before midnight on January 16th of 2019, startling Leanne Kellum out of her sleep. I think her surname has changed now because she got married. But that's Terry Lewis's daughter. When she answered the phone, she heard the voice of her mother, Terry Lewis, screaming hysterically. Terry implored her daughter to come pick her up immediately from the home where she was staying with her husband, a home he recently inherited located off Can City Road in Walterboro, South Carolina. Terry told Leanne, if she didn't hurry, he's gonna kill me. He, being Terry's husband, Craig Lewis. During the call, Terry told her daughter that Craig had beaten her with the butt of a gun and taken her purse, keys, and car. Before the end of the call, Terry told Leanne her husband was holding a gun at her and telling her to get out. Now, spoiler alert. Why did he do this? Well, there's no why, but what triggered this? The usual that we see in DV cases. It's so scary once you know all those patterns, right? The most dangerous time is when someone wants to leave. And that day, Terry had told her husband she wants to leave. Oh my goodness. Grey Cat says, are the birth dates accurate? Seems a big age difference. It does. I think there is a big age difference. Her Terry's official obituary says she was 63 years old when she died, and he is apparently 47 now. So yes, there is an age gap there. Now, Leanne immediately got into her car and rushed to help her mother. When she arrived at the home, she watched helplessly as Craig slammed her mom's hand repeatedly in the door as she tried to re-enter the home to retrieve her keys. Craig finally opened the door and pushed Terry down the steps. Leanne said after the door was opened, she could see inside the residence, noting there was debris spread all over the home. It was obvious to her that there had been a violent fight prior to her arrival. Now, I do want to warn you, there is an upsetting picture in this article. It's not too graphic, but it is upsetting because it's the victim, sleeping in the hospital with her burn injuries, okay? So just be warned about that. All right, so Leanne took her mom to another home that Terry and Craig shared together and pleaded with her to report the abuse to police. Terry Lewis refused to file a report, however. Now, a lot of people will say, why? She was obviously terrified. I mean, it is what one should do, but she was obviously terrified. I mean, this guy was extremely violent by what she said, right? And her injuries. Esme says snot corp. Yes. Like a snot head. It's a South African word, right? Okay, so after a long discussion with her mom, Leanne finally convinced Terry it was time to leave her abusive husband and reclaim her life. Since Lewis had refused to allow his wife to take her purse prior to leaving the house, Leanne loaned her mom some cash and gave her a cell phone to use before heading to her own home, hopeful that her mother was finally leaving Terry for good. The next day, on January 17th of 2019, Leanne received several mysterious calls from the phone that she left with her mom. Leanne remembers chuckling about it, thinking her mom couldn't figure out how to use the iPhone she gave her. Around 1 p.m. Eastern, Craig Lewis called Leanne on the device, saying her mom had been hurt and she needed to come home. When Leanne pressed Craig for details, she was told that Terry had been burnt and was in the emergency room in Colleton County. She left work immediately, but assumed that Terry's injuries were minor, as Craig gave no indication otherwise. I also just want to say, for any replay watchers, if you just get to the trial, please use the timestamps, because I always do timestamps for you. They're in the pinned comments, in the description box, and you can hover over the video. That's for replay watchers. If you're watching live with me now, obviously, we're going to get to the opening statements. Okay, so here's his mugshot. My goodness. During her drive to the hospital, Craig Lewis called her numerous times. During one call, Craig admitted to Leanne that her mother was injured very severely. He stated that Terry was trying to build a fire in their wood stove, and the lighter fluid blew back and burned her badly. Typical victim blaming we see. I'm sure the defense is going to use that though, right? He called one last time to instruct Leanne to hurry, as they were considering flying her to a hospital in Atlanta due to the severity of her injuries. After a drive that Leanne said felt like an eternity, she finally arrived at the Colleton County emergency room to find that her mom had already been sedated and intubated due to breathing issues. Her beautiful mother was barely recognizable, and her mother's husband, Craig, was sitting in the corner of her room. She immediately noticed how clean he was, with not a speck of ash, soot, or dirt anywhere on him. Leanne recalled how he remained largely silent, saying only, "What am I going to do?" Oh, what am I going to do? Leanne also noticed the injuries on her mother seemed inconsistent with the story that Craig had given her. She quietly stepped out of the room and walked over to the nurse's station, asking the nurse on duty if she thought the story of what happened to her mother matched her injuries. When the nurse replied that they had no reason to think otherwise, Leanne thanked her and told her that she was only curious because the burns on her mother seemed to be limited to the front of her body, and that she knew Terry and Craig had a violent fight the night before this incident. Shocked, the nurse told Leanne that she was obligated to notify law enforcement based on the information that Leanne had just provided to her. My goodness. The investigation. When police officers arrived a few minutes later, they spoke with Leanne and the nurses caring for her mother. When they attempted to interview Craig Lewis, he was nowhere to be found. Officers eventually located him at the home where the incident occurred. Upon their arrival, Lewis was hosing down the driveway or carport. A couch had been removed from the residence, and was nowhere to be found. Officers began questioning Lewis about the circumstances which led to his wife's injuries. At this point, Lewis attempted to leave the premises and attacked 3 deputies before being taken into custody. According to reporters at WCSC TV5, the deputies suffered a shoulder injury, another sprained a wrist, and a third, a cut hand. Wow, this guy is quite hectic, hey? Yurts and Things says, best channel on YouTube. My son and I are always happy to be here. That is so sweet. Thank you so much. Welcome to both of you. Investigators soon learned the missing couch had been taken to an undisclosed location. Lewis also changed the clothes that his wife was wearing when she was burnt prior to taking her to the hospital. The garments, which were also missing. The inside of the house showed indications of another violent encounter. Leanne said there was broken glass everywhere, from a china cabinet, an overturned and broken coffee table, and burn spots in the hardwood floor. After a considerable amount of time, the missing couch was located. The cushions to the couch and Terry's clothes were also located in different locations. At some point, after he took his wife to the hospital for treatment, but before the police arrived to question him, Lewis appears to have taken the time to hide these critical pieces of evidence. Well, that's not exactly a sign of innocence now, is it? It sounds a little bit suspicious to me, right? Obviously, he's innocent or proven guilty. Let's see what this trial brings. Okay, so Lewis was charged on January 31st of 2019 with first-degree arson and domestic violence of a high and aggravated nature. He retained prominent local attorney and state senator Margie Bright Matthews as his defense attorney. On February 1st of 2019, a Colleton County magistrate denied bond and ordered Lewis be held in the Colleton County Jail. I hope I'm saying Colleton correctly. Colleton. Okay, on February 6th of 2019, 1 count of attempted murder and several counts of resisting arrest resulting in injury of officers were added to the charges that Craig Lewis was facing. Lewis's bond hearing was scheduled on February 19th of 2019 at the Colleton County Courthouse in front of the South Carolina Circuit Court Judge Carmen Mullen. Leanne attended the hearing on behalf of her mother and recalled watching Mullen and Matthews joking and laughing hysterically prior to the hearing. She remembered thinking it seemed as though the two were best friends, but her focus wasn't on them. It was on ensuring the man who had almost killed her mother stayed behind bars. Before being arrested for assaulting her mother, Craig Lewis had many prior run-ins with the legal system. Numerous charges and convictions led up to this heinous crime. With his criminal history, no real ties to the community, and plenty of available cash, Leanne felt confident that the court would keep him where she felt he belonged, in jail. When Mullen decided instead to grant him a $100,000 surety bond, along with ankle monitoring, her jaw dropped. That is so sad. One would really think, right? Like even based on all the cases that we've discussed together, you can't imagine that he got bond. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Andrea. So, Kendi, welcome. Craig Lewis was about to be a free man, while her mother, who he allegedly tried to burn alive, was fighting for her life. Leanne and her children were confused, frightened, and horrified. Shortly after his release on bond, the nurses at the burn unit in Atlanta, where Terry Lewis was sent for specialized treatment, hung a picture of Craig Lewis in the unit to ensure that everyone knew who he was and that he was not allowed to be anywhere near her. That is so scary. A week later, on February 26th of 2019, Craig Lewis posted bond using Benji's bail bonding in Walterboro. Okay, now I don't want to show pictures of the kids, so just hold on one second. I always like to protect children, of course. That's her grandkids there. Now, Terry Lewis suffered third-degree burns on about 38% of her body. Doctors told her family they were unsure if she would make it through the first 48 hours and that her burns were so severe that even if she survived, she would require at least a year of rehab and would likely never be 100% independent again. Leanne knew that even if Terry survived the first 48 hours, she had a long and arduous recovery ahead of her. In addition to focusing on her mother's recovery, Leanne had another legal battle to face. Despite being charged with the assault that caused her mother's life-threatening injuries, Craig Lewis remained her legal guardian and conservator, which meant that he was the person in charge of making all medical and financial decisions on Terry's behalf. Through his attorney, he fought to retain those rights in court. Leanne waged a fierce court battle, costing her almost $10,000 to ensure that the man who nearly killed her mother was not in charge of her finances and medical decisions. This would not be the last battle that Leanne faced in court related to her mother's finances. Ooh, Leanne is so strong. Oh my goodness. She might testify at this trial as well. Terry Lewis's grandchildren were the light of her life. She called them her babies, and they called her Ninny. When Leanne's now 15-year-old daughter Addison was a toddler, Terry would pick her up and take her to the store to buy diapers for her dolls. The two were inseparable, and Leanne says they were so similar in looks and personality, she referred to them as clones. As her burns began to heal on her face, the nurses said they could see how much Addison and her looked alike. Addison, below, okay, this one you can already see, I'm sorry about that, was insistent on visiting Terry as she recovered in Atlanta, Augusta, and Charleston. Though only 11 years old at the time, she had a strong personality and insisted on being there to comfort her grandmother. Leanne remembers that even on her worst days, when she didn't seem aware of her surroundings, the sound of the kids' voices, her babies, always got Terry to open her eyes and smile. During the latter half of 2019, Terry's recovery continued, albeit with numerous setbacks and scares. She dealt with respiratory issues, temperature spikes, infections, and fluctuating oxygen levels. When they were finally able to begin the process of slowly lifting her sedation, Leanne said her mom began experiencing terrifying visions, screaming, "Die, bitch, die." Because apparently that's what, over and over and over again. Apparently that's what Craig Lewis was saying while attacking her on those 2 days in January of 2019. And I'm sure there was a lot of DV before, although we don't know that. I'm just based on the patterns, based on the history, based on this escalation. It sounds extremely scary, right? Oh my goodness. So I mean, as soon as the process of slowly lifting her sedation, Leanne said her mom began experiencing these terrifying visions, screaming, "Die, bitch, die," over and over again. After what felt like an eternity to Leanne, Terry's sedation was fully lifted, and she was finally able to detail what happened to her the night that she was burnt. At that point, a detective was brought in to take a recorded statement. Leanne was asked to leave the room to avoid any conflicts, and Terry was taken off any medication that might impair her judgment. That sounds painful. Leanne sat outside the room while a close friend sat with Terry as she told the investigator the graphic details of the night that she was burnt. Leanne shared the story that Terry told the officers that day with Fitz News. Let me put a picture up here for you, show him. Okay, again, trigger warning, just hold on 1 second. I think I have the picture here. No, sorry, that's Maddie. I do have a picture of her. I just want to find it for you. Yes, there we go. Oh, my word. Let's go like this. Oh, sorry. 1 second. There we go. That's Terry Lewis with her daughter, recovering in the hospital. And then she died in November of 2019. Okay, so Leanne shared the story Terry told the officers that day with Fitz News. According to her mother, she and Craig Lewis fought that day. Terry told Craig that she was leaving him, and he beat her. She persisted, despite the abuse that she had just sustained, and told him she just wanted a divorce. Craig told Terry if he couldn't have her, he would see to it that no one else did either. It's like, this is this is textbook. It's terrible. Domestic violence, right? The most dangerous time is when the victim wants to leave. And she's like, "I just want a divorce." And he's like, "Nope. If I can't have you, no one else can." He then pushed so trigger warning, okay? Trigger warning. This is very upsetting. She's going to detail what happened to her in this as I read this now, right? He then pushed Terry down and slammed her to the floor and violently SA'd her. After this alleged assault, Terry managed to get up and was trying to escape from the house when Lewis threw a red rag or shirt that was lit on fire at her. Terry said that she quickly slung it to the floor, but Lewis kept placing it back on her until she caught fire. Terry said that she fell down and stepped on her hand, crushing it while she burnt. So he was obviously stepping on her hand, and told her, "Die, bitch, die." Wow. It's really shocking. Oh my goodness. Now, after Terry detailed the incident to investigators, third-degree SA charges were added. The charges went before the grand jury, and Craig Lewis was indicted on all counts. As with anyone accused of committing any crime, Lewis is considered innocent until proven guilty by our criminal justice system, or until such time as he may wish to enter some form of allocution in connection with a plea agreement with prosecutors related to any of the charges filed against him. Of course, here we are at trial. Here we are at the trial, right? As her recovery continued, Terry was sent to a skilled nursing facility in Charleston. According to Leanne, with help, she could take a few steps and very messily feed herself. But Terry hated looking at herself in the mirror, and she was living every day in fear. She told Leanne that she knew that Lewis would never go to jail and that he would come back to finish the job. Though she could no longer remember all of the details of that horrible night, she could still remember the burning red fabric being thrown at her repeatedly and him telling her if he couldn't have her, then no one would. Evie says the scariest time is when they simply want out. Yes. So Terry began to rapidly decline. Here's an upsetting picture, okay? I'm just going to read this paragraph and then I'm going to show you the picture. So just be warned. Terry began to rapidly decline in August and September of 2019, and her condition worsened in October. Leanne recalls that she had several days of lucidity where we could talk, like nothing ever happened. Terry still couldn't walk, stand, or even turn over in bed by herself. Sometimes she couldn't even feed herself. She began refusing medications, food, and liquid. She was declining quickly, and Leanne said she made the heartbreaking decision to accept her mother's decision. No feeding tubes, no more intervention. The goal was just to keep her happy during her final days. Terry passed away just days later on November 1st of 2019 from pneumonia and complications from her burns. Her death was listed as a homicide. Right? Okay. Misty Peterson says, do we know if Craig is Leanne's father? I really don't actually know that. I don't know. If anyone knows, if you knew Terry Lewis or you have any information to share with me that could help us provide some insight, if there's any corrections to make, anything like that, please email me, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. And I always keep all my sources anonymous. So, unless, of course, I ask permission, can I tell them? Like when Danny Youngkin had given a statement after Leilani Simon's verdict, then I asked, can I read your statement and say this is your statement? And he gave me permission to do that. So in that case, then if you say, but normally all sources are protected. If you just want to share information, it is always helpful, right? Okay, so here we go with the picture. Shame. This poor lady. Here they said Terry Lewis in the hospital, photo provided. On December, we're almost done with the article. On December 23rd, let me just see the time. Yeah, we're good. On December 23rd of 2019, a motion was filed in the Colleton County Probate Court on behalf of Terry Lewis, requesting a special administrator be appointed due to the fact that there were pending criminal charges against one of the heirs of the estate. This is often done when a spouse is facing criminal charges against another spouse. In this case, it was filed to ensure that Lewis was not financially benefiting from the estate of the woman that he stood accused of brutally murdering. This motion was approved via a court order from former Colleton County Probate Judge Ashley L. Munson. On March 12th of 2020, a Colleton County grand jury indicted Craig Lewis with first-degree murder in addition to the other charges that he was facing. He once again stood before Mullen, with Senator Matthews once again standing at his side. That's his defense attorney. Despite the severity of the new charges that he was facing, Lewis walked into the courtroom of his own volition. Yeah, I just want to see that I didn't skip a sentence there. Despite the severity of the new charges he was facing, Lewis walked into the courtroom of his own volition. More shockingly to Leanne, he walked out of the courtroom, a free man, again, with Mullen refusing to modify the terms of his bond. Like, what does this guy do in the community? I can't really find much about him. Like, what, maybe we'll learn in this trial, obviously. What did he do? What work did he do? You know what I mean? Like, why is this guy so important? Why is he getting this treatment? I don't understand. It's just like the more charges they add, there's aggravated SA charges, there's arson, there's attempted homicide, then it's first-degree murder, and it's all the time like, nope, we're not changing the conditions of his bond. It's fine. He can just stay at home on an ankle monitor. What? That is horrendous. So they said Leanne was shocked. That's Terry's daughter. After Craig Lewis allegedly beat, SA'd, and set her mother on fire, actions that ultimately caused Terry's death, according to prosecutors, Leanne watched him go free a second time. I can't imagine what Leanne has been through. If you are a regular member of our audience at this point in the story, you're probably thinking this is just another long line of tragic tales tied to South Carolina's failed injustice system. And why not? All the ingredients are here. A powerful lawyer legislator, a judge with a history of cozy corruption, and a controversial decision regarding a violent defendant that clearly ran counter to the interests of justice. Okay, they say this is now Fitz News. If you're a regular member of our audience, you also know decisions like this are why public safety in South Carolina is eroding, why victims are being re-victimized, and why faith in our judicial branch is evaporating. But the story has an even more insidious plot twist to it. Oh no, can it really get worse? Oh no. Welcome, Emily. Okay, so here we go. The same day that Craig Lewis was charged with murder, Senator Matthews, the lawyer legislator representing him, extended a mortgage to him on 273 Wade Hampton Avenue, the location of the attack against his late wife and a residence he co-owned with her. So he got rewarded. He got rewarded. Oh, you want the house? Okay, cool. Let's get you the house, right? Okay. Donna Turner said she is not his daughter. He married her when he was 27 and she was 49. Thank you, Donna Turner. 8 months later, on November 19th of 2020, all parties to this case found themselves back in court to discuss the sale of the home and to agree upon some additional final details. All parties to the case agreed the home should be sold, and a September 25th, 2020 appraisal by Travis Avant of Compass South valued the property at $95,000. According to this appraisal, the property's value had declined due to damage caused by the home being unoccupied following Craig's incarceration and Terry's death. He wasn't incarcerated for long. Incarceration? Where? During the November hearing, Leanne was given 2 weeks. Yes, Terry's daughter, 2 weeks to remove sentimental items from the property with a deadline of December 4th of 2020. On December 5th of 2020, Craig Lewis would have access to the property for 30 days. During this time, Lewis was expected to remove any personal property that he wished to keep and would assume responsibility for cleaning out the residence and getting it ready to be sold. A surprise motion amending this agreement was filed by Sharice Brockington, special administrator assigned to this case, on November 24th of 2020. In this order, Brockington stated Craig Lewis had executed a mortgage in favor of his attorney, Margie Bright Matthews, in the amount of $135,000 on March 12th of 2020, again the same day that he was indicted for murder. This loan was ostensibly tied to his need for financial resources to pay his legal defense in relation to the death of his wife. Brockington filed the motion to ensure that in the event that the property sold, the 50% belonging to the estate of Terry was not used to satisfy any mortgage extended by Senator Matthews. I will make sure that I link this article in case you want to read it yourself as well. Thank you so much that we could do some trial prep over there. I think it helps us all know what this case is about. Also, there are other articles that, sorry, don't want to show the kids, sorry about that we want to go through at some point as well. They say the long road to finally get here to this trial. I really hope that there will be justice for Terry Lewis. Right? Oh my goodness. So we'll look at this one at another stage. I don't want to keep you too long now. We just want to trial prep and know what this case is about and what happened to Terry Lewis, what the allegations are. Then there's a Facebook group. Just hold on. Sorry. They've got all these pictures of the kids. I'll just show it like this if I can. Justice for Terry Lewis, if you do want to follow over there. Okay. Mary says, who is this dude? That's what I want to know. Who's this dude? What does he do? Who's this guy in the community? Wow. Okay. And then this is the home where it happened, which you may have seen some of in the intro. Okay. South Carolina. Nice wooden floors. Nice fireplace as well, actually. Right? So we're going to move on to opening statements next. Just hang in there with us. We always just first do trial prep, and I wanted to offer you that today. Of course, I started a bit earlier than I would normally start with it, because we defluff, right? So we normally start an hour and a half to 2 hours after the cameras start rolling. Yes. So we've given ourselves some time to do this. And so we're going to hop over in a moment and watch the opening statement. So this is the home as well. I'll link that for you as well in case you want to check it out. My goodness, where all this horrendous alleged abuse occurred. Okay. And then what's this one? Oh, that's fine. Okay. So what I'm going to do now is bring over, let me just refresh this. And let me boost it. It looks to me like only Court TV is covering this. I don't see any other cameras, any other pool. You know, when it's normally like they've got like a pool feed, right? Lots of news agencies will cover it. It looks like they're the only one for now. So what I'm going to do is just take us back here. Okay. Stand by. And of course, I've got a resize for you. Okay. So I'm going to put it like this. If you don't want to watch this trial with any commentary, meaning me, the YouTuber in the corner over here, then please go and follow Court TV. That's where the feed is with no commentary. Okay. I've linked it in the description box for you to make it super easy. If you're only joining now and you missed the whole trial prep, just expand the description box or at any time you want to refresh it, and I've done a whole write-up there for you as well. I've also made a playlist for this trial, so it will be easy to find as the days roll on. I have no idea how long this trial is expected to last. I can guess 2 to 3 weeks, but how do we know? I'm trying to find out. I've asked a few people. I've asked Jennifer Wood as well from Fitz News, who wrote that article, and she also said she doesn't actually know. And so she will try to find out. I've tried to find out. I've contacted the court, and so we shall check it. Katsy says Trial TV Live is covering it. I mean court cameras, right? We like Trial TV Live, but I mean court in court. Normally it's Law and Crime, Court TV, and then local news. I don't see local news covering it. But I'm so grateful that Court TV has cameras in there and that we can watch this trial together. And I really hope that there will be justice for Terry Lewis, because my goodness, it sounds like she went through a lot. Her daughter went through a lot. This has been a long road to get here. You know, the abuse allegedly happened, and the attack, the burning and all that, January of 2019. And here we are in November of 2024, right? Janet says, love the defluff and commentary. Oh, thank you so much. So here's the judge. One more time if you want to see the names quickly. Just click over here. There we go. The judge is the Honorable Marvin H. Dukes III. The chief prosecuting attorney is Hunter Swanson. And Craig Anthony Lewis has a defense attorney, which is also a state senator, Margie Bright Matthews, and someone called Brian Murdaugh. Yes, Murdaugh. Yeah, in South Carolina. Don't know if he's related to Alec Murdaugh at all. I really don't know. Leslie, thank you so much. Okay, so if you missed the presentation, go check it out at the beginning of the stream. Are we ready, everyone? Are we ready? Here we go. Now, what I actually want to do is, yeah. So here they were sorting out lots of admin, right? But I'm going to play it while we get ourselves all set up. There's the judge, Marvin Dukes. I'm gonna go forward a bit because initially it was just a lot of fluff. Okay, a lot of fluff. If you want to see the fluff, just go to the original feed. I just want to show you. Oh, here's the defendant, Craig Lewis.
Let's take that up right around here.
Okay, so you see the defendant. The jury's not here. They talk about some motions they had yesterday. So just hold on 1 second. And they're going to bring in the jury.
And that when she was walking around.
Again, these are just some motions. They were just ironing out the details. So if you want to go check that out, please do. I want to go forward to where the opening statements were going to occur. So just wait. Oh, damn. A lot of fluff, you see? Lots of fluff. Okay. Oh, my word. Okay. Let's go from around here.
There's nothing else, Your Honor, from the defendant.
And we have 59, states 59 without objection, and I guess it'll be defendants 1. Were there exhibits yesterday associated with, I guess this is just defendants 1 because, or what were the exhibits numbers yesterday with regard to the motion to suppress, or were there?
I think I marked,
So this is that Margie Bright Matthews, the state senator, the defense attorney. There's the defendant, Craig Lewis. And then I think this blonde lady over on the other side there is Hunter Swanson, the chief prosecutor.
yes. I marked but did not put it into evidence, the report of Shauna Tosha and the medical records of the defendant.
So they were not put in? Yes. I'm just trying to figure out what we call the video that you're going to send. Is that defendants 1, or have we already used 1 possibly?
I need to check with the court report.
The court said to start over with the trial. Period of regionals.
Thank you.
But then start over with the trial. Okay. Oh, no, this is in reference to the pre-trial.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is a reconsideration pre-trial.
It was Kelly Padgett, so that would be, mine would be third. This video that we're bringing to you, we had Padgett report and the Colleton medical records. So it would be 3.
Thank you so much. So I've had an opportunity to review States Exhibit 59, which was offered without objection. I've also had an opportunity to review Defendants 3 offered in reconsideration of the ruling on the suppression motion yesterday, and that motion was against suppression. And having reviewed 59, States 59 and 3, I'm going to respectfully deny the motion to reconsider at this time. So I'm going to give you 59 and 3.
Lillian says,
will
is
be
this the
coming
same judge that let him out of bond?
some
No.
method of turning it into an exhibit. All right, anything else before we bring the jury?
Nothing from the defense.
Bring the jury.
Okay, they're bringing the jury, and then we're going to go for opening statements. Can't wait to watch this trial with you and see what the state presents, how they're presented, and of course, what the defense will be. He's facing charges of arson and first-degree murder and aggravated SA.
Got them all, looks like. Good morning. Good morning. I'm going to now ask you the question I told you yesterday I was going to ask you now. which is that all of you follow the instruction with regard to not viewing any media, not speaking about the case, all of that. Is that fantastic? Were any of you contacted by anyone attempting to influence your decision or tell you anything about this case? Okay. Any other questions for these jurors before we begin?
None from the state.
Thank you so much. All right then, I'm going to read you some more things. I read you some things yesterday, and we're going to go on today a little bit more. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the case we're about to try is the case of the state versus Craig Anthony Lewis. Before we begin this trial, I want to tell you this trial is probably different from what you might expect. Many people do not have the chance to attend actual court sessions, as you are doing now, and may think from watching television or movies or reading books that trials are always full of high drama, intense action, and riveting circumstances. While all of these things may be true at times, this trial is not for entertainment. It is a fundamental part of our democracy, an effort to make sure that justice is done between the parties before the court. Making sure that justice is done is often slow, deliberate, and repetitive, the opposite of what you might have seen on television or in movies or read in books. The courtroom is a place of honor, dedicated to the protection and preservation of citizens' rights through what many have called as the greatest justice system ever created. The attorneys appearing before you are advocates for the parties they represent. First and foremost, they are officers of the court, sworn to uphold the integrity and fairness of our judicial system and to help you in the search for the truth. Should you expect them to be professional, you should expect them to be professional, competent, and ethical in the representation of their clients' interests. You're also expected to be professional, reasonable, and ethical. Thank you for accepting the important responsibility of jury service and for your contribution today to our justice system. What I will now say is intended to serve as an introduction to the trial. These remarks are not a charge on the law. I will instruct you on the applicable law at the end of the trial before you retire to consider your verdict. This is merely an explanation of the procedure that we will follow during the trial so that you may better understand what may happen during the trial. There will be no note-taking during this trial, so pay attention as we go.
I think that's her granddaughter. You know, Terry Lewis's, the victim's granddaughter that they just showed us in that Fitz News article. I think that's Addison, right?
Forward. The defendant is charged by an indictment filed in this court with the crimes of murder and arson, the elements of which will be explained to you later. The indictment is simply the charge by which the case is brought into court. It is not, in any sense, evidence of any of the allegations it contains. The defendant has pled not guilty to the indictment. The state, therefore, has the burden of proving each of the elements of the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. And it will be your duty, ladies and gentlemen, to decide whether the state has met that burden. Your purpose as jurors is to find and determine the facts. You are the sole judge of the facts. If at any time I make a comment regarding the facts, you must disregard it. You are to determine the facts from the testimony you hear and the other evidence introduced in court. It is up to you to determine the inferences which you may feel may properly be drawn from the evidence. It is especially important that you perform your duty of determining the facts diligently and conscientiously, because ordinarily there is no way to correct an erroneous determination of facts by a jury. On the other hand, and with equal emphasis, the same law that makes you judges of the facts makes me judge of the law. The law is given by the court is the only law you may consider. You may accept and follow it even though you may disagree with it. You must accept and follow it even though you may disagree with it. I cannot tell you what the facts are, and you cannot disagree with me about what the law is or should be. Your job is to take the law as I give it to you and apply it to the facts as you find them from the testimony of the witnesses and any evidence that is presented. After doing that, you will render a verdict under the solemn oath that you took as jurors. Until I tell you that you may begin to deliberate, you must not discuss this case with anyone, including your fellow jurors, friends, family members, and anyone involved in the case. The attorneys and parties in this case have been advised they are not to talk to you at all. So if you see anyone involved in the case and they do not even say hello, they're not being unfriendly, they're just following my instructions. You must make your decision based solely on the evidence presented in this courtroom. That means during the trial, you must not conduct any independent research about the facts of the case, the evidence presented, or the people or organizations involved in any way with the trial. Please do not try to find out information from any source outside the courtroom. In other words, you must not look at dictionaries or other reference materials, search the internet, websites, or blogs, or use any electronic tools to get any information about this case to help you decide the case. You may not use computers, telephones, cell phones, smartphones, tablets, the internet, or other tools of technology with communication capabilities at any time while you're in the courtroom or during your deliberations. During your breaks for meals or overnight if necessary, I hope that's unnecessary, you may use these devices. However, you must not use these devices to communicate with anyone about the case until the case is over. This means you must not use phone calls, emails, text messages, instant messages, Twitter, any blog, chat room, or website, including Facebook, Google+, MySpace, LinkedIn, YouTube, or any social media website to send or receive information about the case. This includes information about the party, a witness, an attorney, a court officer, news accounts about the case, research on any topics raised, any topics that you feel would be beneficial in deciding the case, or any testimony presented by any witness. During the trial, do not read, listen to, or watch any news reports about this case. This includes anything that may be in the newspapers, on the internet, radio, or television. You must not consider anything you have read or heard about the case outside the courtroom, whether before or during the trial. Information on television, radio, the internet, or from other sources might be wrong or incomplete. In our judicial system, it is important that you are not influenced by anything or anyone outside of this courtroom. If you become aware of another juror's violation of these instructions, please inform me immediately. It is important that you keep an open mind and not decide any issue in the case until all of the evidence has been presented. The parties have made their closing argument, and I have instructed you on the law. It is your solemn responsibility to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant, and your verdict must be based solely on the evidence that is presented to you in this trial and the law as I instruct you during and at the close of the trial. In just a moment, the solicitor will make what is called an opening statement, in which the solicitor will explain to you the issues, or at least what the solicitor thinks the issues are. The attorney for the defendant will also make an opening statement, although she is not required to do so. What the attorneys tell you during their opening statements is not evidence. It is only their contention as to what the issues are. The evidence will be presented to you by the testimony of sworn witnesses from this witness stand or by exhibits that may be introduced into evidence. From time to time during the trial, you may hear one of the lawyers say something like, "Your Honor, I believe we have a question of law or a matter of law to discuss with you," or "Your Honor, may we approach the bench?" Or sometimes I myself might find it necessary to excuse you from the courtroom for a short while so the attorneys and I can discuss a matter of law. The reason for this is because you are the judges of the facts, and sometimes when I'm discussing matters of law with the attorneys, it may be necessary for me to make some comment as to the facts in connection with ruling whether or not a particular law applies. I'm not supposed to tell you what I think the facts are, so I will excuse you from the courtroom while these discussions take place, so that in no way will you be influenced by anything that I might say or do in connection with the facts. In determining what the true facts are, you must decide whether or not the testimony of the witness is believable. It will be my responsibility to rule as a matter of law on whether certain testimony is admissible at all or not. But once the testimony is admitted, whether or not you believe it is solely for you to determine. In deciding whether to believe a witness, you have the right to consider the interest of any witness, the bias of any witness, the prejudice of any witness, the opportunity for the witness to have seen matters and things about which the witness may testify, and the way the witness acts on the witness stand. You have a right to consider anything in the record that will help you evaluate the testimony of the witnesses. That means that it is your duty to pay close attention to these witnesses, to observe the witnesses, to listen to the witnesses, and to pay close attention to the attorneys and the court. Don't let your thoughts wander, but give strict attention to the testimony, so that at the end of all of the testimony, after the argument of counsel and the charge on the law by the court, you will then be in a position to determine what the true facts are and to apply the law to those facts and thus render a verdict. It is your added duty, Madam Foreperson, to preside in the jury room and be the jury's spokesperson here in court. It will also be your duty to write the verdict, but I will give you further instructions about that at the conclusion of this trial. In order to preserve everyone's rights, I will give the parties an opportunity to object to anything I've said, any exceptions to anything in the opening.
None from the state.
None from the defense.
All right, thank you. We will now begin the trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court.
Okay, so the jury cannot take notes. You see, we can't take it for granted when the jury can take notes. Normally we're like, wow, okay, they can take notes. And then some people are like, obviously, they always can. Not always. They weren't allowed to in the Adam Montgomery trial. And they're not allowed to in this trial. So they really got to concentrate, okay? No taking notes. And somebody asked, Nini Fox, I think, is this a death penalty state? Yes, but I haven't seen any documents or anything where they are pursuing the death penalty in this case. I don't know why that is. Maybe it's just based on the charges. I'm not too sure, but it is a death penalty state from what I've researched. If you're local, please correct me if I'm wrong, okay? Now we're going to see the opening statements.
What happened to Terry Lewis on January 17th of 2019 was no accident. She was burned on 38% of her body, primarily the front of her body, concentrated to the right side. Her face, her neck, her hair was charred. These were third-degree burns. Third-degree burns all over her body, down to her legs, all over the front of her legs, that left her bedridden for almost 10 months before she finally succumbed to the complications from these burns. She had breathed in fire. Now, the actions before and after this event of her husband of 20 years, Craig Lewis, were not those of a loving and caring husband. They were those of a murderer. You're going to hear that rather than call 911, Craig paraded Terry around the house, who was dying from burns, fighting for her life, their bloody footprints all through the house, put clean clothes on her, cleaned himself up before going to the ER. The nurse at the ER cuts the clothes off of Terry because the burns are so bad. Clothes are clean, they're not burned at all. In fact, nobody ever finds burned up clothes. Nobody finds the clothes that Terry was apparently in when she, according to Craig, caught herself on fire. You're also going to hear that once the decision was made to airlift Terry to the Augusta Burn Center due to the extent of her burn injuries, Craig left the ER. He left. And when police made contact with him at 273 Wade Hampton Drive, their shared residence, he was spraying off the carport. He was spraying off what appeared to be fire debris on the carport. A couch had been removed from the living room. A couch that was later found burned up on the side of the road of Risher Mountain Road. Craig had another residence too. That was located off of Kansas City Road. And what law enforcement found there the next day was a trailer that appeared to have cotton, that appeared to be the same sort of stuffing that came from the couch, and burn pits, smoking burn pits. Now, you're going to hear from a number of witnesses in this case, and the evidence is going to come from the witness stand. What I say and what Ms. Bright Matthews say, it's not evidence. And what you must do is base your decision on what you hear in the courtroom, the evidence that is presented to you through exhibits, testimony, pictures. The state bears the burden of proof in this case, and I must prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that Mr. Lewis committed these crimes, murder and arson first. I prove that to you through the introduction of evidence. Evidence beyond a reasonable doubt is evidence that leaves you firmly convinced of the defendant's guilt. You must be firmly convinced. Now, your job as jurors is to determine the facts of the case. You get to decide who's credible, what really happened, and then, of course, Judge Dukes is the judge on the law. And at the end of all of the evidence, he's going to instruct you on that law. Now, I do want to point out that this is a circumstantial case. There is nobody that witnessed this event, which is fairly typical in domestic homicide, because domestic violence occurs behind closed doors. But Leanne Kellum Cronky, Terry Lewis's daughter, who's in the gallery today, is going to tell you what she observed the night before. The night before, Craig says his wife set herself on fire. Set herself on fire with the fireplace that she's been working for 25 years. Terry Lewis has lived in the same house with the same wood-burning fireplace for 25 years, has probably lit hundreds of fires without incident. Until the day after, Leanne witnesses a big fight between the two of them. The law makes no distinction between circumstantial and direct evidence, and that's something that the judge is going to tell you more about later on in the case. But to the extent that we rely on circumstantial evidence, it must all point conclusively to Craig Lewis. And I think at the end of this case, you're going to find that it does. At the end of this case, I'm going to ask you to find Mr. Lewis guilty of murder and arson first, because this was no accident. He's going to tell you it was an accident that she lit herself on fire, but the evidence in the scene says otherwise. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my goodness, he's got his snarky pants on, that's for sure, right? He's like rolling his eyes when Hunter Swanson, the solicitor, chief prosecutor, just mentioned Terry's daughter's name. Then he's like rolling his eyes. What? Oh my goodness. But they said this is a case with circumstantial evidence. It sounds like it's going to be a tough one. How do you prove that he did that? Hopefully there'll be some experts that can help with that based on her injuries, also predominantly being on the front of her body and just how everything was, and the clothes being missing and the couch being moved and him like hosing down, you know, the carport and the driveway and all the actions that he took after she was injured and burnt, right? And also the other injuries that she had experienced. It wasn't just the burning. He'd stood on her hand, allegedly. Let me say allegedly. Stood on her hand. He'd beaten her. He'd hit her with the butt of a gun. He had SA'd her, allegedly as well. So I'm sure there would be, you know, I would hope they did tests for that and that they have evidence for that. Okay, so I must actually go back and listen there. I didn't hear if the prosecutor said 10 days, but Terry Lewis was allegedly attacked on January 17th of 2019. And then she was airlifted to a hospital. She had actually stayed at various hospitals to help treat her injuries, which were third-degree burns on 38% of her body, predominantly the front. And she had suffered and survived for 10 months. But then in November, it was November 1st of 2019 when she died. And that was from complications from pneumonia and also from her injuries, because she experienced respiratory issues. She had infections and, you know, temperature spikes and all sorts of things. And so she passed away on November 1st of 2019. Thankfully, her death was ruled a homicide, because based on how this guy has been on like surety bonds and all sorts of things, how he was treated at that point, I would have also just been like worried. What if he wasn't charged with homicide, right? So her death was ruled a homicide and he was charged with first-degree murder. Remember that he's been out on bond since February 26th of 2019, just wearing an ankle monitor. So he's coming from home every day. Okay, now let's listen to what the defense attorney's opening statements are and who will do it. It is either State Senator Margie Bright Matthews, that's his defense attorney, or it's going to be Brian, I think T is his middle name, Brian T. Murdaugh.
May it please the court.
Yes, ma'am. Please proceed.
In this court, probably, maybe, we think it happened this way, doesn't cut it. Each of you took a solemn oath each of you understand that the Constitution affords my client, Craig Lewis, a right to be judged by his peers. Peers like you. Peers who've been to the hospital. Peers who know about Walterboro. Peers who understand human nature. Peers who've had dealings with law enforcement. Peers who understand being accused just because. And peers who understand their motives that people have all the time. You took a solemn oath to uphold our Constitution. Now, the state is right. They have a burden. And the judge is going to explain that burden. He's going to give you the law, and only he is the arbiter of the law. You have to judge the facts, or the lack of facts in this case. Now, what will you hear? When you look at all the charges, we're here because Craig Lewis is charged with arson, means he set the fire. Craig Lewis is charged with murder, and the judge will explain to you the elements that they have to show for murder. I'm going to tell you what you will hear. You will hear that a fire occurred on Wade Hampton Avenue on January 17th, 2019, and that it occurred as a result of Terry Lewis trying to start a fire in her wood-burning stove. As jurors, you come in here, you know where Wade Hampton Avenue is, over there near I still call it John C. Calhoun, but the private school over there off of Academy Road, which is behind the hospital. It's not very far from the hospital. You have to use your common sense throughout this trial. Wade Hampton Avenue is not far from Colleton Prep. And Colleton Prep certainly is not far from our hospital. So there's a big deal about not calling 911. If your loved one is hurt, you take them straight there if you're closer to the hospital. You will hear that at 12:14 on January 17th, Craig rushed his wife into the ER in a wheelchair. They were sent to room 19. Craig went to park the truck and returned to room 19 to wait with his wife. You will hear from the hospital representatives and what the report says. It's written that he signed his wife in at 12:21. The admit time on the records you will hear is at 12:12. You will also hear that eventually a nurse came and got an explanation from Terry Lewis as to what happened. You will hear that she was able to talk. You will hear that she was alert. You will hear that she was cooperative. You will hear that she was in severe pain. You will also hear that the nurse received a triage information from Terry Lewis. I was trying to light the stove with lighter fluid, and the fire blew back on me. That wasn't Craig's words, that was the patient's word. You will hear that she was also checked. You will hear from the nurse that it also explained that she questioned about her social environment. Are you okay? Are you worried? Those are typical. You have to use your common sense here. When they put that notation in your chart, it's for a reason. To make sure that you're comfortable. You will hear that Craig Lewis was in the room. Then you will hear the second part. Tests were run on Terry. The lab tests were done. They were returned at 12:57. Mind you, 12:12 is when she was admitted. You will hear that the doctor came in. The doctor goes through a physical examination of Miss Lewis, and the doctor says the same thing except for one thing. He checked her mouth. He checked her extremities. He checked her vitals. That's what you'll see the report on. We've subpoenaed the doctor to be here. He's going to tell you that Terry Lewis explained to him that she was trying to light the fire with lighter fluid, and the fire came back on her. You will hear that Craig Lewis stayed when the doctor said, I noticed some shortness of breath on the report. He will tell you, and it's written in his report, that he counseled with Terry and with Craig about relieving of pain because she was in excruciating pain, and with his concern of her airway because he noticed that there was a little soot in her mouth and that she was getting shortness of breath. The report says SOB, shortness of breath. And as a result of that, the doctor then, at 12:27, the report clearly shows that the doctor counseled and he performed an intubation. He also says, I counseled the patient, she consents, and her husband consents also. So why are we here? The doctor then explains, and you will hear his testimony, that because of the severity of injuries, the burns, and the intubation, he was going to find a room for Terry, not at the Augusta. He tried at the Augusta Burn Center. She was going to be sent to the burn unit at the Augusta Hospital, but after they waited in the hospital for over an hour to get the transfer, they had no beds. They received a call back. Miss Bishop, the nurse, is going to come. They received a call back. There was no bed in Augusta, so Craig stayed there with his wife. Then they found a bed, but it was only in Atlanta at their burn unit. When they first made the call to Augusta Burn Unit, Craig called Leanne. He called Leanne and said, hey, you need to get here. She works, because they're about to send you. He told her what happened and said, your mom burnt herself. She works in North Charleston, so she had to come here. Craig waited and waited. He, for a little while, called Leanne again. Said, where are you? She finally got there, Craig's still at the hospital. Here's where the problem comes in. Leanne's in the room. Craig then leaves to go to the house because he's worried about getting his things together so that he can go to Atlanta with his wife. Leanne then tells the nurse something happened. I don't agree with the way her burns are, and I don't agree with what she said and how it happens. I believe he burnt her. Now you're going to hear something. My client was 27 years old back in 2006 when he married Leanne's mama. Leanne's mama was 49. When this occurred, she was 63 years old. We're only here to speak the truth, and we hope the state does too, because you need the full picture. You will hear from Dr. Rinker about how Leanne's mom had all of her adult life was a severe bipolar. You will also hear that her burns were not 3rd degree all over her body. Her burns were only 3rd degree down on her leg. They were 2nd degree above. I'll get the doctor to explain the difference in the two. You will also hear that not only did she have that, she had severe tremors and shakes of her arms. You will also hear from Dr. Rinken that she was a breast cancer survivor. And she had gone through, she had a double mastectomy, had gone through radiation and chemotherapy. You will also hear that she had TIAs, mini strokes. You will also hear that there was some concern of dementia. You need to have the whole picture. After 3 hours at the hospital and after Leanne got to the hospital, Craig then left, and that's when everything ensued. I'm not sure what the big deal of making sure that his wife is properly clothed before she goes to the hospital. But I can't imagine anybody taking someone to the hospital with no clothes. Craig left the hospital to go get ready to follow and get to the hospital in Atlanta. While he was there, 2 deputies walked in. He let them in the house. After they questioned him, they told him he could go. The officers walked with him out. He locked his door. He got in his truck. And as he got in his truck, 8 to 10, I'm not sure, you're going to have to count yourself, 8 to 10 deputies arrived behind his truck, and one who had not questioned him said, "He's not going anywhere. Get him out of the truck." A scuffle ensued. Keys were yanked. Craig ended up with a big bruise on his face and ended up in jail. And we're here 5 years later. You will hear what the officers did to investigate. Since this is so serious, you will also hear the statements they took, the evidence they took, and what they did with the evidence that they took. The CDV they've talked about, that charge too, but dropped. The burden of proof is on the state. Here's what you will not hear and see in this trial. You will not see a video of Craig bringing Terry in the hospital, even though the state has the burden, and you know 2019 there was video. You will not hear the dispatch tape recording or log or transcript of who called in the 911 tape, and you will not hear what was said by our audio recording. No evidence was preserved. The written report of the video of the first deputies on the scene, you won't see that either. The first deputies did not write a report. You won't even see a dash cam or a body cam. 2019 Colleton County Sheriff's Department did not, out of 10 officers at the scene, none of them have produced a body cam or dash cam. The 9 to 11 officers at the scene, not one recording, even with their cell phone. You will not hear a consistent story from any of the officers of how Craig went from talking to them inside the house, explaining what happened, to him getting into the car and preparing to go to the burn unit. You will hear how Captain Stallings responded and gave the command to take him down. Craig hadn't gotten up since that command. You will hear how Terry died 10 months later, and Craig couldn't even be around his wife on these allegations that they cannot prove. You will not see all of the evidence collected. You will not see a SLED report testing the blanket that he used to try to smother the fire. You will not see SLED report or testing on the couch to see if there was accelerant on the couch. You will not see evidence that the state's going to present as it relates to the lighter fluid can. You will see the lighter fluid can, but they never tested it. They have no evidence that Craig's fingerprints are on it. You will not see a test for accelerant on Terry Lewis's body. You will hear of Officer Tozier going to the hospital and looking at Terry's feet. And she's wrapped, and she does not do anything to swab to make sure there's any accelerant on her body. You will not hear from the fire department in this case. So I asked the question earlier, if you like drama shows where they go through all the meticulous evidence, you won't get that. This is a probably maybe. I think this is how it happened. Case. You will not hear even about the testing of the wood that was in the fireplace. 5 hours later, when they went to the house, only thing they could do was touch the inside of the fireplace. Yet, every officer up there was experienced and they knew that the burden one day would rest with them. Let's talk about Terry's care. She went to the burn unit. She stayed there for 2 months unconscious, intubated. She stayed at the Augusta Rehab Center after she left Atlanta for 4 weeks. She was unable to walk when she left. You will hear that she then was transferred to Charleston for occupational therapy and rehab. She was doing well for 2 months, starting to feed herself, trying to walk around with a walker. Then she had to go back to Augusta, the Augusta Center, in July to have a surgery on her neck. It's called a neck drop surgery. The doctor will explain that. Then she went to Trident and to the Augusta Center. You will hear in the evidence that she fell 2 times out of bed, hurting her elbow. You will hear also that she received a contusion on her lung. Then you will hear that she was recovering from burns but developed a gaping bed sore. You will hear that after that, she lost her will to live. I believe the notes from the doctor says, lost her will to live. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very serious case. This is both Terry Lewis's and Craig Lewis's day for you as the jury to weigh the state's case and bring back a verdict which speaks the truth. Oftentimes I wonder, without this probably, maybe I think this is how it happened, whether or not Terry's will would have changed there at the end. She died. The state also has to prove that the cause of her death was in reference to this fire. They cannot meet that burden, but yet here we are anyway. All I ask is on behalf of Craig and Terry, I ask that you remember your solemn oath and give both of them justice. Thank you. May she rest in peace.
Okay, at least she said that, but damn. It does sound like Kelly says, oh my goodness, I'm nervous, G. Doesn't sound like they have much evidence. Let's see what the state has. But yeah, that does sound quite concerning. It really sounds like a circumstantial evidence case. It almost reminds me of that one. Remember we watched Megan Emirowitz? Something like that. If you haven't seen it, the playlist is there. Either way, oh my goodness. I want to be here for Terry's family and friends. That courtroom is looking very empty. It's looking pretty empty. Why are you guys saying no sound and buffering? I'm still here. I'm freezing. Listen here, YouTube. Listen, YouTube. I'm still here, okay? I'm going to keep playing this until it sorts itself out.
Thank you. Call your first witness, please.
Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Your firm testimony give the court and jury in this case should be the truth.
So yeah, refresh the screen. That probably means YouTube is updating something, you guys. I'm going to refresh as well. Okay. Everybody wait. Refresh. Are we back? Are we good? I wasn't frozen here. I just see you all going, frozen. Okay. Just checking. Stand by. Okay.
Whole truth, nothing but truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
Please have a seat on the witness stand. State your names and the record. Spell your last name.
Okay, so opening statements are complete from the state and from the defense. Now they've got the state's first witness is taking the stand, okay?
Name is Whitney Bishop. Bishop is Bishop.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Bishop. Where do you work?
I currently work for HCA in the education department for nursing
All right, where did you work in 2019?
at Colleton Medical Center in the emergency department.
Okay, were you a nurse there?
Yes,
Were you on duty on January 17th of 2019?
I was.
All right, and do you recall treating a patient named Terry Lewis?
I do.
How did she come into the ER?
She came through our front doors as a burn victim.
All right, do you recall if she was transported by ambulance or private vehicle?
She came by private vehicle.
Do you recall who was with her?
Her husband, Craiglis.
All right, and can you describe her condition?
She had multiple stages of burning across her body. Was very hysterical due to the pain, the suffering of the burns that she had.
Okay. Do you recall if she was verbal at that time?
I do not recall if she was making any verbal comments. It was very minimum. It was nothing that was going to be clear sentences to talk to us.
All right. And let me know if you need to see medical records to refresh.
Okay, so the first witness is a nurse who treated the victim, Terry Lewis. Welcome back to everyone who refreshed. I'm glad everything's okay. YouTube is often updating things, adding new features, doing all sorts of things. So just bear with it. When it freezes or something, just refresh, right? Usually will work out. If it doesn't, don't worry. We'll work something out. Thank you for being here. If you're watching the replay, ignore.
Your memory. I'm going to show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 6, 7, and 8.
Well, I'm not the one that you have your video ready. Thank you. I know that much.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 6, 7, and 8 and ask if you recognize what's contained in these pictures.
And yes, these were the clothing that we cut off of her once she got into a room in the ER.
Okay, so this is the clothing that the victim was wearing when she presented and you cut it off of her.
That is correct.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how they appeared when you saw them?
Yes.
Okay. State would move 6, 7, and 8 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
No objection. That would be State 6, 7, 8.
Thank you. And I would move to publish.
Please proceed.
I don't think this is.
I don't think this one.
Sorry, it takes a minute to run up.
Which are the lights? The lights. Oh, you got it. Thank you.
Okay, let's just be on high alert. I don't know what kind of pictures they're going to be showing now.
This is States Exhibit 6. that I'm publishing. And Ms. Bishop, when you cut these clothes off of Terry Lewis, did they appear burned in any way?
No, ma'am, they were not.
Publishing states 7.
Shame. They're showing the clothing that was cut off Terry Lewis when she was taken to the Colleton County Medical Center. This is Whitney Bishop, who was a nurse there treating her. So they're showing the clothing now. We did have a moment where our feed froze a little bit. Okay, so I just want to go over to something I was busy saying in case you missed it. So, you know, some people were saying in the chat during the opening statements, why would Terry say that she lit the fire, that then, you know, there was this accident and she got burnt? Well, we could speculate that her alleged abuser was standing in the room with her. She would say that out of fear, right? We know how these cases go with DV, alleged DV in this case. Wow. So that sounds pretty scary. So, by the way, Craig was 27 and Terry was 49 when they got married. And so they were married for about 14 years. Terry was 63 years old when she died. Okay, let's keep going.
Is this a shirt
That was her shirt that she was wearing.
and shorts?
That is correct.
And then what is this?
That was either a form of Depends or feminine medical underwear of some sort.
Thank you. And then states 8, this is just the shirt again? Is that
Yes.
correct?
Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Misty says this happened over 5 years ago and a lot of us are now just learning about it. Her daughter was asking why no coverage. I did see that on the Justice for Terry Lewis Facebook page. And now Misty says, why no coverage? And so am I. So am I. I only heard about this case yesterday. Right? So I'm glad I did. I'm glad we can be here and show support to Terry's family, to her daughter, Leanne, to any family and friends of Terry Lewis. This is terrible. So thank you so much all for being here.
I'm going to show you a bag that's been marked as States Exhibit 58. And I know this is not your bag, but once you cut those clothes off of Terry Lewis, did you hand them over to law enforcement?
Yes, once law enforcement arrived, they were given over to law enforcement.
All right. And do these appear to be the same clothes in the photographs that I just showed you?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. State would move 58 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Do you recall what time she came in? Can I hand you the report?
Sure.
Okay. Witness.
I'm very glad that Court TV has cameras in there because otherwise we would have never heard of this case. This trial, we wouldn't have seen it. Oh, thank goodness, right? Kelly Barger said his face is making me so mad. He's just got that permanent, like, he's just permanently, it's almost an arrogant look a little bit. Hey, oh my goodness, but okay, let's just listen.
If you can review the report and tell us what time she came in.
It looks like that her time into the ER was at 12:12.
And was she intubated?
Not on arrival, she was intubated once we got her to the room.
Okay, do you know what time she was intubated?
I mean, even that, after that, I mean, how convenient. Terry couldn't speak. She was intubated. So they put a pipe down her throat, right? No speaking. It took her, she was actually unconscious, as they said in opening statements, because she was sedated and intubated. And for 2 months, she was like that. And eventually, when she started recovering and the sedation was lifted, then she gave police a statement of what happened that day, which we went over before, like right at the beginning of the stream. So go check it out later if you missed that.
We started medication prior to intubation at 12:30, and then she was intubated right after us administering the medications for intubation.
Okay. Was she verbal? Is a patient verbal after intubation?
No, ma'am.
All right. And you say Craig Lewis was with her?
That is correct.
Do you recall if he told you anything about how the injuries occurred?
If I remember correctly, it was that I don't know whether she was lighting a wood stove fire, or she was adding wood to the stove fireplace type situation, and that it came back on her and burned her that way.
Okay. And do you recall about how long he was there?
He wasn't there very long after intubation. I would say probably less than 20 or 30 minutes, as we were going to be transferring her to a different hospital for not being a burn center. He had left the facility to what we assumed was to go gather things for them to go to the burn hospital.
Okay. And then at some point, did you speak to Leigh Kellum?
Yes.
Okay. And is she the daughter of Terry Lewis?
Yes.
All right. And what did you do as a result of talking to Leanne?
After speaking with her, I requested that our unit clerk call dispatch and have law enforcement respond to the hospital, as that we needed to have their involvement due to the scares of maybe that this was a form of a victim abuse type situation.
Okay, thank you. Please answer any questions Ms. Bright Matthews has for you. I'm going to let you hang on to that report for now in case you need to reference it.
Okay.
I'll just ask that you give it back to me on the way out.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Ms. Bishop, thank you for coming.
Yes, ma'am.
I understand that you no longer work for the hospital.
Not directly, no, ma'am.
Okay. And how long have you been a nurse?
I've been a nurse for 10 years.
And back in 2019, how long had you been a nurse?
5 years.
Had you worked at the hospital before that?
Yes, ma'am.
In what capacity?
I had been a patient care tech for a year and then transitioned into the nursing role in 2014.
Okay, so you'd been there for quite some time.
Yes,
right? I've gone in to visit people at the hospital and found sometimes that it's locked down. Can you explain to this jury what the hospital protocol is as it relates to lockdown and patient safety?
If the hospital goes on lockdown, it is put that nobody can enter or exit the facility. It's depending on whether or not it's a full hospital lockdown or if it's just a department lockdown as to who is allowed in or out. Security and law enforcement typically stand at the front doors of the facility to help navigate anybody that's trying to come or not enter the facility.
What is the hospital's protocol as it relates to when a lockdown is necessitated?
If there's concern for additional patient or staff safety, and that there has been an event that they would be concerned if somebody would come into the hospital to continue to follow through in an event.
Was there a lockdown in this case?
I do not recall.
You do not recall?
I do not recall.
The fact that you told your unit nurse to call the police, did that result in a lockdown?
It would not have always resulted. Lockdowns are called by either administration or the nursing supervisor in the circumstances that's going on with the situation.
I got it. Now, is your line or the line there at the hospital where the calls to police are made, is that a recorded line?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay.
It was called off the desk phone. I'm not sure if the hospital records it or if dispatch would record it, who would record it.
Now, as it relates to the emergency room, you primarily worked in the emergency room?
Yes, ma'am.
And as it relates to that particular day, January 17th, you were working with Dr. Fisher?
That is correct.
And I believe you testified, and I want to make sure I have it right. If I'm wrong, please correct me. Isn't it correct that when Craig wheeled in Terry, that she was sent straight to room 19?
That is correct.
Okay. Were you present when she arrived in
I
room
was.
19? After he wheeled her in, did he go back to move his car?
I'm not sure if he did or not. We moved her from the wheelchair and put her on the bed to then prepare for what we thought was going to have to be an emergent intubation for airway securing. I'm not sure if he moved his car or not.
Is there a video in the lobby of the emergency room? When you walk in, there's a security guard usually there, sometimes, and there are a couple of doors. Is there a video in that lobby?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you know how long that video is generally kept by the hospital?
I do not know.
Let's go to your report.
The report that's here is the doctor's report.
Does this appear to be records that are generated in the course of your, and reviewed by you as a nurse while at the hospital?
Yes, this is the print off of the medical record that is put in as information is entered into the computer.
Okay. If you would look at your
Sorry to pause it there. I really hope that Terry's daughter will take the stand. I think that'll be very powerful for the state because she had gone over to the house, and according to the article that we had just read from Fitz News reporting on the case, she had witnessed some of the fighting, right? Especially the day before this alleged massive attack and the burns and everything. So that will be a very important witness to this case, right? Also, someone's asking, was there a lot of age, like a lot of difference in age? Yes. So Craig was 42 at the time and Terry was 63. Yeah, okay.
report there, making sure that it is in reference to Terry Lee Lewis.
That is correct.
What is the Greek time? And tell the jury what the Greek time means.
Weird questions for a nurse, right? Just say you don't know.
Greet time is 12:14, and the greet time is from the time that the patient arrives at, or the arrival time, and then the greet is how long it takes the physician to meet the patient.
So that's 12:14.
That is correct.
Who took the triage notes?
The nurse's notes are not included in this packet.
Okay, let me give you the complete packet.
Right? Stefan, I'm waiting for an objection. Like, I mean, these are not the right questions for a nurse. They're starting to get into the IT department now, you know? How long are the cameras there or the camera recordings? I mean, no. Where's an objection?
Is that the form as it relates to nurses' notes, or is there another form?
This is still the doctor's information. These are not
Okay.
the nursing notes.
Your Honor, may I ask the... I'm going to show you something that is a blown-up portion of the hospital record. Is that the doctor's notes or is that nurse's notes?
That is the doctor's notes.
Okay. And did you make any notes?
I did.
And where would those notes be?
If it's related to what the patient presented with, it would be in the patient's rapid assessment or initial assessment, and then any additional notes would go under the patient notes that were entered in.
Who's Dana Clayton?
She is a physician's assistant that worked at Colleton.
And did she participate in this in any way, in getting the information from this patient?
Her name is on the chart as getting information into the medical record.
I'm going to show you the physical exam and the dictation notes. Did you review any of those notes?
Yeah, they're in this, included in this packet.
And that note also?
Yes, it's included in here.
So did the hospital provide your notes to the state and to the defense in this case?
These are all the doctor's notes, not the nursing notes.
Did you make any notes?
I did.
And where would those be, but for in the hospital records?
It would be in the nursing and patient note side of the medical record chart.
Are those not generally provided when the hospital receives a subpoena, or you don't know?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Well, I'm going to show you something that appears to have your signature on it. And it's actually in the packet there. Your Honor, may I approach the witness again?
Ms. T. Peterson said, please don't drop the ball, state. I imagine it could be intimidating up against Senator Matthews. If you guys didn't know, this is a South Carolina state senator, Margie Bright Matthews. Who is this guy, a defense attorney? That's very, like, how expensive is that, huh? Right? How did he get her as his defense attorney? That's quite interesting in this case. The state better bring the A game
Is your signature on that document?
to even have a chance.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
And if you would, please explain for the jury what that document is.
This is a document covering the EMTALA laws stating that we as a facility could transfer a patient from our facility to a higher level of care that was needed. And it states that we would send the patient information with us, all the information that we had gathered, and then it is signed by either a family member, the patient, if able, not in this situation, and then it is witnessed by a staff member from the facility.
Were you present when the doctor counseled with Terry Lewis and when he said that she was cooperative, alert, and agreeable with the intubation? Were you present?
I'm not sure if I was in the room or not.
Okay. Were you present when Craig Lewis signed? I believe you witnessed it,
Yes,
didn't you?
yes, I was present whenever the form was signed because I witnessed it to
Do
put
you
it in the
mind
packet.
telling the jury what time you were in the room with Craig and witnessed that document?
The document was witnessed at 14:31.
Fourteen 31. 2 hours, 16 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall the problems, and I'm sorry about not facing you, do you recall the problems that the medical center had with placing Ms. Lewis at the closest place, the burn unit?
Yes, we had issues. First and foremost, anytime we transfer a burn, we try to get them to Doctors Hospital in Augusta. But we're having issues with that. And then also with the helicopter going, so we had to wind up bringing in a fixed wing plane to meet at the airport with the patient to transfer the patient to another facility.
Do you recognize, is that document that is signed by you, is that a clear and accurate depiction of the hospital record regarding the transfer and the intubation of Terry Lewis?
This doesn't have anything with the intubation on there, but yes, this would be the transfer for the patient to go to another facility.
I would move this into evidence and ask the published to the jury, which is a blow up of that document.
No objection, I see.
No objection.
What number are we?
Defense one.
Defendants one.
Ditch Pickle Hunter says most South Carolina senators are practicing lawyers. It's common. Good to know. Good to know. I have no idea how long this trial is scheduled for. I'm trying to find out from the court clerk. Of course, my email initially bounced back and said, Rebecca Hill is no longer serving as the clerk of court for Colleton County. If you have an immediate need or question, please contact the Colleton County Courthouse. That's what I was trying to do. How long is this trial going to last? I don't know. I would just guess based on the charges and information at hand about 2 weeks, but I'm guessing. I'm totally guessing. So what would you guess? And if you know, please let me know. And if you know anything about the defendant, like who is he? Who is he in South Carolina? What work did he do or does he do? Like I'd love to know a little bit more about him as well. We don't know too much.
As this document shows that Craig was present at the hospital and you signed, you would not have witnessed that if he was not present, would you have?
No.
Can you tell this jury, in looking at the doctor's notes there, what it says, and if you would, I'm referring to page 8 of 15. That's the one with the greet time. If you need me to give it to you.
That's right here. I
You got it? What does it say as it relates to the chief complaint?
Smoke inhalation and thermal burn.
And then What is that next line? The HX, what does that mean? History?
History.
What does it say?
Patient, family, prior medical records.
So history was obtained from the patient. Craig's not the patient. So you, or the doctor, it appears, was able to obtain a history, meaning her prior medical problems, directly from the patient and from other medical records.
That is what his documentation states.
Yes, and the onset occurred, meaning when did the problem the patient is coming in, when did it happen? What does that say?
Just prior to arrival.
And symptom duration,
Since onset.
what does that mean? It continues, right?
Right.
Okay. Now let's go down to context of onset. What does that mean? Context of onset. If you would explain what that phrase means to the jury.
I wouldn't know how to explain what that would mean. These are the doctor's notes, not the nurse's notes.
What does it say?
Accidental closed-spaced home.
Okay. And then it says, the next line is in big bold. It says caused by. What does it say?
Matches lighter.
Okay. And then it says location.
Diffuse.
What does that mean to you as a nurse?
Like all over the body surface, not just in one spot.
Okay. Quality. What does that mean?
Painful? Or the word, what, are you asking me what the word quality stands for?
What does it say for quality? Sorry.
It says painful.
Okay. What about radiation?
Does not radiate.
These are the responses. What I'm having you read are responses just for the jury's information that you read from the doctor's report, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. I believe it would be more appropriate to question the doctor about his report than have the nurse reading off of his report. He will be testifying next.
I think I have leave if she used these as a part of her job and she refers to them. It's only a few more questions, but I think it's important.
I'll let her go on, so. Overruled.
Let's go down to the note. Did you have an opportunity in your job, did you read and understand the notes that the doctor wrote in?
I wouldn't have looked at his notes.
Would the doctor look at your notes to make sure that both of you are saying the same thing?
He would have access to it. Whether or not that he would read through all the nursing notes, I can't answer for him.
Do you remember talking to Dr. Fisher about this patient?
I remember being in the room and talking to him in context of the orders that he was putting in for us to carry out as the nursing staff and how to get this patient transferred to an appropriate facility.
Okay. Now, it says there 3rd-degree burns, all ages. I don't know what that means, but it says burns of the hand, face, feet, and burns over major joints. Did you see that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, tell the jury, as a nurse, some concerns or things that you're trained in the capacity of your job to look out for when it comes to potentially abusive situations or when a person has had a crime committed against them. What are you to look for? What's your training?
I mean, it would be to notice if there was any injury to a person and then to notify law enforcement.
Okay. And what if you ask, don't you generally in your triage of the patient ask them, are they okay at home? Were you hurt, or is this a result of an abuse? Or
Not necessarily, no ma'am.
you don't ask it, are you afraid of hurt? Have you had concerns of hurting yourself? Isn't that a social question that you generally ask?
It is, but it's not in the triage note. It's located in a different part of the charting that may
Okay.
or may not have been completed
Okay.
prior to the patient being intubated.
For the degree of these burns, did you in your talks with Ms. Lewis, did you have any concerns prior to 1431 when you signed with Craig that she had been abused?
It was not until after having the conversation with the daughter that came in. We were told the story and that something had happened, that the fire had blown back on her.
But prior to that, you were in the room for quite some time with Terry Lewis, weren't you?
Yes, ma'am.
And never once did you hear anything about someone setting her on fire?
I did not know, ma'am, not from
Okay.
her.
Court's indulgence. Did you ever tell anyone connected to this case, including Miss Lewis's daughter, that Craig brought his wife in and just left? You've never said that, have you?
I didn't say that he just left. It was that he had brought her to the hospital and then left while we were still treating her with care.
You
But
had already intubated her. He signed at 14:31 is what you told us, and that the daughter was already there when he left to go
No,
get.
ma'am.
Okay. It's your testimony, and you have notes where he left early.
I know that he left early. I know that after we finished intubating, he left
With
the
his-
facility. And then we spoke to the daughter.
He left, he made sure the daughter was there first.
No, ma'am. He had already left prior to
So
the
when
daughter coming.
Leanne says that she was in the room with Craig, you're telling us that that's
It may have
incorrect?
been when he came back and we signed this form.
Okay. And you didn't bring any of your records with you?
I was not given the nursing records, no, ma'am.
Okay. Didn't you tell, when Leanne asked you about where she was burned, didn't you tell Leanne that you felt that these burns were consistent with what Terry told you and the doctor? Didn't you initially tell her that? But then out of an abundance of caution, at the end there, went and told the charge nurse? Didn't you initially say that? That they were consistent?
I would not have told her that they were consistent. That's not a nursing diagnosis.
I wasn't asking, I was talking about a conversation, not a diagnosis.
Right, but I still wouldn't have told, in a nursing capacity, I wouldn't have said that they were consistent. I can tell what the story was that we were given when the patient arrived, and that the patient had arrived, that there was fire that had burned her, that had came back, and it had burned her skin in the areas that if a fire would come back on somebody, that they would be burned.
Okay. Court's indulgence, please.
Oh my goodness. No objections. Not much from the state. Come on, state. Show your face. This is at the Colleton County Courthouse. So obviously I'm not local. So I don't know if there's another one called that, but I believe it's exactly where Alec Murdaugh had his trial, right? Colleton County Courthouse. So looks similar. So yes, South Carolina.
Thank you.
Thank you. Just briefly. Just to clarify, Whitney, do you recall necessarily Terry telling you anything?
I do not.
But you do recall that Craig gave you a story.
Craig was able to give the story of what had transpired, or what we were told was transpired about the incident that had happened.
Okay. And I think you noted, or someone noted somewhere in those records, what level of pain was Terry in? Or what was her pain described as?
The doctor has in his notes, when it talks about quality, it to be painful. The official documentation of a pain scale or pain score would be in the nursing documentation, not necessarily the doctor's documentation that is here. But he has in his note that the pain or the quality was painful is what he selected.
Okay. And of course, I believe you already testified to what her demeanor was like when she came in.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Oh my word, yeah. KG Constrictor says, it's possible that the defendant knew that his wife was going to light the stove because she had been doing it for 12 years, is what they said, and had loaded it up with accelerant ahead of time. I mean, it is possible. At the moment, I'm not hearing a very strong case from the state, right? But we gotta keep going.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you so much. Is it the intent to excuse this witness?
Yes, please.
Any objection? Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, state calls Dr. Daniel Fisher.
Dr. Fisher, please come forward and be sworn.
Is the defense going to ask the same question to the doctor? Because this is the person they should have asked. Right? Ask the doctor the questions, okay? So let's see what happens now. Also, because this is a alleged domestic violence case, I will show you the DV distress signal. If you don't know it, if you've never seen this, please teach it to everyone you know. If you see someone doing this, they might obviously do it very discreetly, things like that, you know. That would mean they're asking for help, that they're feeling extremely uncomfortable, that maybe there is an aggressor, that they are in trouble. They want you to help. They want you to call the police, maybe to intervene for a second. Be very careful with that. You got to read the room, but maybe just to buy some time, walk up to them. Hey, I haven't seen you for so long, something like that. But that's what that is. It's a DV distress signal. I always teach it every time when we talk about DV cases. So for all of you who are here every single time, thank you so much. I just think it's really important for everyone to know. And there's so many people who still don't know it, right? Okay, so here we go. Dr. Fisher.
You may put your papers here.
New papers here?
Yes. Left hand on the Bible, raise your right. You affirm testimony you give the court and jury in this case shall be the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat on the witness stand up here.
Damn, she'll like look right through your soul. Right? Will you tell the truth? Mm-hmm. Yes, I hope so.
Okay.
State your name. You can take those with you.
Take them with me.
Yes.
Sounds good.
State your name, spell your last name.
Sounds like he has a nice voice.
Hi, my name is Daniel Fisher. My last name is Fisher.
Thank you, Dr. Fisher. Thank you for being here today. Do you have your medical reports from January 17th of 2019?
Yep, I was given those.
Great. All right. And so on January 17th of 2019, were you working at the Colleton County Medical Center ER?
I was.
And was that something that you typically did?
Not frequently. I'm full-time Trident and Somerville medical system. I have the Trident system, emergency medicine, and we are kind of sister, with the Colleton Medical Center as well. They'd had a hard time with their staffing, and so I kind of filled in some shifts for them here and there. So I worked infrequently, maybe for a while, for about a year, once every month or two, and then they didn't need the help anymore.
Okay, so you were providing assistance as needed.
Right.
And you're an ER doctor by trade.
Yes.
Can you describe your educational background and professional background in the field of medicine?
Yeah, sure. So I went to medical school at Des Moines University in Iowa, and then I completed my emergency medicine residency in Cleveland at the Cleveland Clinic and Metro Health, part of Case Western University. And then I've been down here since 2014, working, like I said, primarily in the Trident system, also for about 5 years at MUSC as a full-time ER staff doc, and then also doing some faculty work as well.
Okay, great. And have you ever testified as an expert in court before?
I have not.
Okay, first time for everyone. Your Honor, because of his educational background and his professional background, I would submit Dr. Fisher as an expert in emergency medicine.
No objection.
All right, witness will be treated as an expert in the field of emergency medicine.
Thank you. Okay.
Quick pause. Zoe said the Colleton County Clerk of Court website doesn't list the current clerk's name, just a general email address. Now, probably because of the fallout from Becky Hill. Yes, and when you email that email address, because that's what I was doing, because I asked questions always before a trial, like, hi. So how long do you think this trial's going to last? And what's happening? I always just want to know a little bit of information before we get started. But then, as I said, the email bounced back and said, hey, Rebecca Hill doesn't work here anymore. And I'm like, okay, then who does? And who can answer the email? At least they did forward me to someone else that I could email. So hopefully I'll get some answers at some point. Can't promise it. You never know. But I have no idea how long this trial will last. But I'm very happy to be here with you watching it and to show Terry Lewis's family a lot of support, because I really think they could use a lot of support, right?
So on January 17th of 2019, were you working in the ER?
I was.
And did you treat a patient named Terry Lewis?
Based on the record I'm reviewing, yes, I did.
Okay. When did she come into the ER?
Per this chart, the greet time, meaning essentially the moment that we, met her face to face was 12:14 p.m.
All right. And what was her condition when she came in?
At the time, she'd arrived as a burn victim with significant burns to the front of her body, also some respiratory symptoms, facial burns, some airway burns, and things were, at least based on my chart review, pretty extreme at the time, like a pretty dire presentation.
Okay. And what kind of burns were they? What degree?
Just a range of first to third. I think if I remember reading the chart, her legs, the front of her legs were primarily third degree. Torso, face, and arms, including like circumferentially around the fingers, was second degree, and probably some scattered first degree here and there too. And there was also some soot and visible burn in her mouth. Okay.
So were you worried about smoke inhalation?
Definitely, and she'd had shortness of breath on arrival, and that, reviewing the chart, that was immediately a concern. That's one of our primary concerns when we're assessing a patient that shows up in critical condition, is making sure their airway is stable, and if it looks like it is compromised or may be compromised shortly, we immediately initiate steps to stabilize that person and control and protect their airway. The fact that she'd had such significant burns and there was visible burn and soot in the mouth, in our training as emergency physicians, we're taught that usually that things are a little precipitous, and if you're able to have a conversation with the patient, you immediately discuss putting a breathing tube in their throat and putting them on a ventilator and protecting their airway before the burn to their airway swells up, and then you lose that ability to protect that airway as easily. Based on this, I was able to have some interaction with her. It seems like she was agreeable to that as well. If a patient is not able to make these decisions for themselves, then we often just go ahead and emergently intubate them ourselves, and we make the decision for them.
Okay. And you stated that her condition was critical. Does that mean that these injuries were life-threatening?
Well, certainly, and the burn itself was severe enough that burns to the body and the skin can result in multi-system organ failure, and aside from respiratory failure itself, you can develop a lot of complications that can cause somebody to pass away from a severe burn just to the skin and the torso and the extremities. But in this case, the most immediate threat was to the airway. And even when I reviewed the chart, she was already kind of having some decline and some worsening respiratory status when we intubated her. That wasn't even 15 minutes after she got there. So we made things happen very quickly, and even as we were finally securing the airway, she was already in a worse condition.
Okay.
So the loss of the airway and then inability to breathe would have led to her death without us protecting her airway at the time.
Okay. So she was intubated within about 15 minutes is what you...
It looks like she showed up at 12:14, and I see that we gave a paralytic medication. So it's a usual medication we give when we're emergently intubating a patient at about like 12:30. So just about 17, 18 minutes later.
Okay. And you mentioned interaction with the patient. Do you recall if that interaction was verbal, nonverbal?
It's really hard to tell based on chart review. Usually with these really extreme cases, somebody shows up and they're in distress. It's a terrible, scary situation. You're talking with EMS. You're trying to interact with the patient. Usually, like I'm running around the room, yelling and communicating with people, and nurses are talking, and I'm talking. And if there's family, we try and get history. We're trying to get information from the EMS, and if the patient is able to talk, we're trying to get information from them too, even as we're initiating the measures we need to keep them safe and protect them. So based on my chart that was completed by a scribe I was working with, it says a lot of patient said this, patient said that, which she might have said. I don't recall that particular encounter. I'm recalling based on my review of the chart. So when I look in the medical record and I see these, I know I got that information about how the burn had occurred as it had been stated, and kind of details in the history of present illness. Those were put in, but it's kind of based on the hodgepodge of input. And later on, as I'm dictating things to my scribe, I say, okay, well, I don't remember exactly who said these things, but this is how that went down. This is what I remember being told, and we create our chart from that point.
Okay, so is it possible when it says patient said this, that information came from elsewhere?
Leading. Objection, leading.
Yeah, sustained.
Asking for possibilities also.
Leading.
Okay. I'm not sure how to rephrase that question. So when you say patient stated, does that necessarily mean the patient, i.e. Terry Lewis, stated that?
Objection again, leading.
Same ruling. That was a yes or no answer. So, rephrase.
Okay, the information that says patient stated, where could that have come from?
So the information in regards to details of the patient's presentation could have come from the patient herself, from the EMS, or from any family that was in the room. And I think that Mr. Lewis was in the room as well. I do see that I detailed discussion about the severity and the presentation and the need for airway protection, and both were agreeable. I don't recall the limitations on communication. I do see that the patient seemed to be appropriately oriented based on my chart. So there was probably some communication coming from the patient, but a lot of that story, like I said, when things are really extreme, come from several sources.
Okay. Did you notate any sort of pain level for Miss Lewis?
Shoot, I'd have to really dig in. I mean, the patient had severe burns all over the place, so I'd imagine she was in some pretty significant discomfort, and medication was given for pain. So I see, quality painful, severity was severe, is what was documented.
Thank you. And did you document anything about her hair and eyebrows?
Eyebrows were singed. She had second-degree burns to her face, so her eyebrows were definitely burned, and her face was burned as well. In regards to the level of, hair involvement, it's really not clear from my chart.
Okay. All right.
Somebody's got the sniffles in the courtroom. Oh no. Okay.
Changing gears,
Never mind. Sorry, it says hair and eyebrows charred.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
But-
Changing gears, you were still in the ER later that day, right, when Craig Lewis presented?
Yes.
Okay. And you treated him?
Yeah, it sounds like he came in as we often have folks that are under arrest. If they have a symptom or an injury or something, they'll be brought in for medical clearance before they go to jail. And so he came in as a medical clearance prior to incarceration with police. Based on my review of the medical record, there had been some scuffle or maybe some altercation between him and police that led to tackling, and I saw that he had sustained injury to his, at least by review, right ribs, right shoulder, low back, and had a scrape to his face.
Okay, and was he treated for anything?
I think we gave him ibuprofen, and we got a couple of X-rays of the worst of his injuries that looked okay, and so he was ultimately diagnosed with bruises and discharged.
Okay, and ibuprofen is like Advil, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So he was given
Oh man, you guys are cracking me up. Pointing out the glasses on the prosecutor's head. Like, well, maybe put that on the table. I know we're being nitpicky a little bit. You know, you want to come across really professional, put together all of that, right? Because it looks like sunglasses now. Like, where are we going? Oh dear, okay. But this doctor, he sounds very knowledgeable, right? Okay, so he's a great witness so far.
Advil and released to the custody of the jail.
Right.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have. Please answer any questions Ms. Bright Matthews has.
Okay, no problem.
Why does the prosecutor have to say that? Please answer any questions that Ms. Bright Matthews has. State Senator Bright Matthews, the defense attorney. Oh my goodness. So I think she's going to have a lot of questions, right? I think we're going to hear a lot of the same questions. Let's see, based on what we just heard her ask the nurse.
Dr. Fisher, again, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
You brought your report.
I've got the record for both patients from that day.
Okay. Did you rely upon the nurses when you arrived in the room, in room 19?
I don't recall what room it was. Are we talking about with Mrs. Lewis?
Yes.
Okay. So if the patient came in with EMS, we would have had an encode and known the patient was coming, so we'd kind of be ready to go when the patient shows up. The first thing I would be doing would be rapidly assessing the patient as soon as she's visible.
Okay, and
So
not necessarily the nurse or
so the first person I would essentially be right to the gurney, assessing if the patient can communicate what the level of stability is, and then I'm also at the same time asking EMS to give me a quick report. Usually we get a clearer report once we're all in the room together, but the nurses are usually not the source of my report. As soon as I upfront evaluate the patient, I want to get that from the patient if I can, and from EMS that came with the patient. The only time that I tend to lean more on the nursing history is if a nurse took an encode for a patient and I was not available for that encode and I didn't know what was coming in and I got pulled into a room and somebody showed up with EMS and I hadn't heard anything about it. Then sometimes it's nice to know like what the nurses heard was coming in or the circumstances before I have a chance to assess the patient, but I can't remember exactly how this case ensued. I'd imagine we were waiting for the patient with a report of this significance.
did you
Quick pause. Shauna says, not convinced of guilt at the moment. The victim had 10 months to spill the beans to a family member, hospital staff member, somebody, and she didn't. She did. She literally told her daughter. She told the police. The police took a statement without her daughter in the room. She did. She was able to tell the entire story, why the fight started, that she told her husband, I want to leave you, I want a divorce, and then everything that he did to her. She relayed that. The police have that statement. So I don't know if we're going to hear that statement. Is somebody going to read it? Maybe a police officer will take the stand. We shall see. But she was initially intubated, sedated, unconscious for 2 months. And then after that, I mean, that was a huge... a lot of months. It's not just 10 months of being fine. She was in hospital for a long time. She couldn't even feed herself. She couldn't walk. She had a long recovery. But as soon as she was relatively okay, she told her story. Oh yeah, she spilled the tea, Not even tea, as you say, spilled the beans. She told her story. She gave an official statement to the police of exactly what happened. So, and by then, her husband had already been charged with arson, aggravated SA, and attempted murder. And when she died, they deemed her death a homicide. And so he was charged with first-degree murder and arson. I didn't hear about the aggravated SA charges in this trial, so I actually don't know why, if that's just been settled somehow or dropped or just part of it. I'm not too sure. But they mentioned in this trial first-degree murder charges and arson. Okay.
remember that Whitney Bishop, who just left, was present?
I don't, and once again, and when I saw Whitney's face today, I remember Whitney. But once again, I only worked infrequently at Colleton, and I didn't know all the staff very well. I work at a number of different EDs, and there's a lot of different staff to know.
Before we go down what you found on that day in your report, can you educate myself as well as the jury on the differences in the stages of burn?
Sure. So first degree burn is more like a mild sunburn. You don't blister. You can sting. You get some skin color change. It can hurt. And a second degree burn is when you start getting into the dermis, and you can be, of varying layers of thickness involved into the dermis. That usually results in some blistering. If the blister is lost, and you have some open wounds, and they can look pretty rough. Third degree burns are when you go into the soft tissue underneath the dermis, where you go down into subcutaneous tissue or even down towards the muscle. And those burns are usually pretty significant. Usually the burns that are that deep, they have rims of burn that isn't as bad, but the depth of it is usually through sensory layer. And a lot of times those burns are so terrible that they in the middle of it don't even necessarily hurt, like some of the milder burns around them. But you've had significant tissue destruction at that point.
So third degree burn is the worst type of burn?
Yeah, that's the kind of burn that can lead to amputations and severe grafting needs and long-term consequence.
And third degree burn, I think when you were talking about sensory, oftentimes it's kind of dangerous because people are burned so bad down to their nerves, they don't realize they need to seek medical attention. Isn't that right?
Well, it would be hard for a patient just to have a third degree alone, and usually the third degree is the point of the worst burn, and the surrounding area wouldn't be burned so badly. So there'd be plenty of extremely painful burn, usually with a third degree burn, but you would have some areas, in this particular case that were on the legs, that looked third degree on my evaluation. Obviously, there was a lot of other, burn that was second degree that would be very painful.
Did you make an opinion? Did you give an opinion to anybody or on your records that her entire body was burned third degree?
Gosh, I don't recall that from my note. When I took a look at this, I saw that I documented the legs had third degree burns, and the torso and arms and circumferential fingers looked second degree, in the face as well.
Okay,
But
so
I
up
don't-
top was second,
Yeah, it
and
seemed
down
like
bottom was
more.
third.
Third is more legs, and then still significant, but to a lesser degree from the waist above, based on the chart review.
Now, I tried doing this with Ms. Bishop because I thought we have a general note that appears to be nurse's notes, but I understand from her that those are really your notes. And then we have that after the initial greet, then we have in your report the procedure and the general physical exam of the patient. Can you please explain for the jury, starting at the top on presentation, what the chief complaint was?
Chief complaint was smoke inhalation and thermal burn. So a heat-related burn, and then the smoke inhalation was the chief complaint.
And I see you going down bottom to the paragraph. Tell me how every doctor does it different. How do you note the chart, you individually? As soon as something is happening, are you dictating?
No, yeah, it's after the fact. Yeah, especially with a really critical case, I don't even know what anything looks like or all the details until I've been in there with the patient. So I go in, I care for the patient, and sometimes, depending on how busy the ER is, it could be, it could be like an hour later before I even start getting to that chart. The difference is, in this case, I had a scribe with me, and so that scribe would have stood at the entry to the room while the resuscitation was going on, and just been taking notes. And
Right.
and in some cases, I'll even call out some of the things I'm finding with my evaluation, and that scribe, and that's the team sometimes needs to know that information, and then sometimes the scribe puts that in their chart as well. Later on, when things have calmed down, then I finish dictating the chart to the scribe.
If you would, please explain what a scribe is.
A scribe is a person it's a professional who's hired, and they're very good at quickly putting into documentation to the medical record the history and the exam and other details like call times for consultants or medical decision-making points that we might need to have in a full, complete chart. They help the physicians by knocking a lot of that out while the physician is busy, maybe seeing the next patient, or maybe, doing a quick, procedure or checking in on somebody, and they'll knock out a couple charts and saves us some time.
Is it
Just quickly pausing there. Thank you so much, that Mickey. If you are a member, you guys, if you refresh your chat, I made 2 emojis for this case. One is an orangey flower. I just noticed that Terry's wearing orange, and we've only got a few pictures of her. So I made an orange flower, and the other one is a purple heart, also to, go along with the theme of DV awareness. That Mickey, thank you so much. You said thank you for bringing these cases to us that we would not have known of if not for you. Jy is die heel beste. Thank you so much. That means I'm the best, you guys, in Afrikaans. Thank you so much.
fair to say a scribe is to the hospital or to you doctors as our court reporter is to the judge and to this court? Is that fair?
I'd imagine very similar.
Okay. And a scribe doesn't make up things and put in there if you hadn't told them, do they?
Exactly. When I'm signing these charts, because the scribe puts together a chart, and charts are big, there's a lot of information in there. Mm-hmm. Just like all physicians that have scribes, you do the best you can, skimming through and making sure that everything is how you recollect it. If things are really crazy and you're just kind of and you're doing the best you can to keep up with your charting and
Right.
And you're going through your chart, could they have put in for example, if they put in something under their review of systems that if the patient, because I see the patient, they talk about if the patient had syncope under neurologic. And I'm not sure if I asked the patient that question. I definitely discussed I would have discussed change in mental status and level of consciousness. But specifically, if the patient was unconscious, I can't remember. I must have had that conversation. And a lot of it happens fast. So when I review these scribe charts, I make sure that they're as accurate as I can recollect.
Would you have put history obtained from patient if you didn't obtain the history from the patient? On this, it says you obtained it from the patient, the family, and prior medical records.
So I got the history from the patient, the family, and prior medical records.
Exactly. If you didn't get it from...
And I would have had it from EMS too, we just didn't write that.
Just let me tell you, she did not come in by EMS,
Okay.
but I understand that.
No problem. Yeah, it's been a long time.
That's okay. Now, can you tell the jury what history you received from a review of from the patient or her husband, or either from the charts at the hospital?
Okay, I would just read from my history of
And
present
tell
illness.
us, there are a lot of initials that a
You're
lot of
fine.
people don't. Tell me what those are.
You're fine. So if it's okay, I can just read through this paragraph that was written, and I can extrapolate on the acronyms.
Certainly.
Okay. So a 63-year-old female with a history of diabetes and high cholesterol and high blood pressure and thyroid disease presents to the emergency department complaining of burns onset just prior to arrival. The patient states the patient was trying to start a fire in the fireplace with lighter fluid. The patient states the flame shot backwards and caught the patient and her clothes on fire. The patient admits to diffuse pain. The patient denies eye pain or vision changes. There are no other complaints at this time.
And in that report there, the third from the last statement that you read said the patient states the flame shot backwards and caught the patient and her clothes on fire, doesn't it?
Yes.
If someone else had said that, would you have written patient states?
If everybody was yelling information or if I was talking with the patient and there were more details that were given by the husband at the same time or something, I would have brought that all together, and it could have ended up in the chart as patient states.
But that's not here. All
Right.
it says is patient states, correct?
Sure. You're correct.
And in the report, it also says at the beginning, patient is alert and cooperative, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And yes or no?
Yes.
Hard to take down, our scribe to take that down.
You're fine.
It also says context of onset. Doesn't that say accidental? enclosed space, home.
Yes.
And then it says caused by matches and lighter, doesn't it?
Yes.
And it goes on down to say that it's severe. We all agree it was a severe burn. Now, let's go down further. It says third-degree burns, and I think this is where the scribe messed up. All ages, that meant stages?
This is a listing of, it's not talking stages, that's a listing of risk factors.
Okay.
So essentially it's saying a third degree burn for any age patient.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
So where is that? Where are the burns?
It doesn't say on this, but if you go to, so this is just part of the risk stratification. It's not my exam.
Okay.
So if you go to my exam, under skin, it's got 30% body burn, extensive first, second degree burns to the ventral body. That means the kind of the front part of the body, with scattered third degree burns to the bilateral, so both sides, front, lower leg, or the front legs. Extensive circumferential, so all the way around. Second degree burns to the hands and the fingers. Second degree burns to the face. Visible soot and burn in the mouth.
Just back up a little bit. As to the hands, that's the only place where it's posterior and anterior, where it's on the front and back?
It went, so circumferential, it would mean that the burn got to the back side and the front side of the fingers, or whatever part of the hand was involved.
That accent, yes, Tracy's like, doesn't it? Can the scribe translate that?
And is it fair to say that the degree of burns to her hands and her face was less than it was to her leg?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's go on in your report. What else did you find on your physical exam of Miss Lewis?
Tearful and anxious, soot and visible burns inside the mouth. The hair and eyebrows had charring. The patient appeared to be in extreme pain, was tearful, multiple burns to her body. On her lungs, she had diminished sounds in her lungs on both sides, and she appeared a little short of breath.
And once you noticed that she appeared shortness of breath, what does your report say?
Well, standard practice would be if a patient came in with evidence of airway, so in the mouth burns, some respiratory symptoms with it, that patient is an impending airway failure. So I would have documented. If it's okay, I can read through my decision making.
Certainly.
Okay. The patient is here with acute severe extensive burns to the front side of her body, including third degree to her legs and second degree circumferential, including to her hands and fingers. Also of immediate concern was visible burn injury in her airway, necessitating rapid early intubation for airway protection. I wrote that it was agreed to by the patient and her husband, as the patient was also starting to become...
You're real fast there.
You're fine.
We're South Carolina.
Oh, you're good. No problem.
So it's so funny how this witness, Dr. Fisher, is always like, you're fine. When it's like, yeah, but you're not. Slow down, sir. You're fine. Oh dear, he does speak very fast. This is normal speed, okay? Previously we had it at 1.05. We're on normal speed now. Okay, so, whoa, imagine the the court clerk just typing all of that. Okay, here we go.
Slow down and explain what you meant there. Agreed, you explained what the intubation was going to be?
Yeah, so anytime I'm going to do a procedure with anybody, if they, based on their level of mentation, if they can have that connection and we can communicate and they know what's coming, because I don't want to scare anybody. Some folks come in and they're pseudo-unconscious or they are very confused, and you just have to do what you have to do.
So in this particular case, you explained it?
Yeah, so I was able to say to her, based on my review of this is what I'm concerned about, this is what we need to do. If we don't do it, this bad thing could happen. Is it okay if we do this? And she was agreeable.
And so was her husband?
So in my decision making, it said that he was.
Yes.
I don't think I had any like at the time. Obviously, once again, I have a critical patient. Things are chaotic, but at the time, I had a patient with severe burns. There was a story of how the burn happened, and I had a husband that was in the room that seemed to be providing history and seemed to be part of the decision making. And we're just at the time, I'm just doing the best I can to take care of the patient.
Right. Can you continue on with what happened? You don't have to just generally, just tell us what happened. You intubated her and it was a success?
It was successful, no complications. We confirmed that the tube was in the right position. We subsequently would have kept the patient sedated and pain controlled as well. We gave her, due to she had an elevated carboxyhemoglobin level, so kind of the bad things from the smoke that you can inhale that can harm you in other ways. One way to address that is to just give 100% oxygen. So we were giving a bunch of oxygen through the ventilator to help protect her from any inhalation of like poisonous gases. And then we gave her a bunch of fluid because usually severe burns require a lot of fluid. Your body loses fluid quickly, and you can develop some like hemodynamic compromise and have blood pressure issues. And also because of the severity of her burns and some that were circumferential, you can have muscle tissue breakdown, and those can cause kidney failure and other things. So we're trying to flush the kidneys. So usually giving a lot of fluid in a burn is a matter of significant importance. So and then we gave her a tetanus booster because tetanus is a huge risk with burns. And I think I had a phone call out to the burn center 10 minutes after she arrived, even before we intubated her.
Before you intubated her, you had already called?
Yeah, there was no way. It was obvious how it was going to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I believe you said you intubated her, I think the report says around 12:27.
Yeah, somewhere around there.
Pretty quick.
Yeah.
And there was a delay?
I don't think there'd be any delay other than...
I think your records reflect that the delay really was because they said they would accept her at the Augusta Burn Center, and then they found out they didn't have any beds.
No delay in the airway protection.
Oh,
only
no.
delay in finding a place for her to go.
That's what I meant. I'm sorry.
Yeah. No, you're fine. You're fine. No
So
problem.
you thought she would be able to be airlifted quickly to the Augusta Burn Center, but after some time, I believe it shows in the report that you got a call back saying there's no beds in Augusta.
Yeah, they found another bed in, I guess, Cobb County in Atlanta.
Right.
And we got her sent there. So the faster we can get these bad burns to a burn specialist unit, the faster they can start intervening on her ventilator management and debriding the wounds, which means kind of like taking away the damaged tissue, potentially initiate early graft therapy, all those kind of treatments.
I believe your report shows that you came back in the room again to explain the delay to Mr. Lewis, and that he was agreeable to transfer to Atlanta because there was no bed in Augusta.
Right.
Okay. And I believe the records also show Whitney's told us that she witnessed the consent for transfer at 14:31.
Would have been signed by him.
Whitney's told us. If you're wondering who Whitney is, the previous witness who was a nurse at the same hospital treating Terry Lewis. Summertime, thank you so much. You said, thank you, G, for bringing attention to this case, sending love to all who love Terry. Yes. And you said, what are your thoughts on judge and counsel so far? See, the problem is, in the last trial we watched together, we had Superman as a prosecutor. Do you remember that? Whoa. So this is just not quite like that, but it's early days. We're only on day 1 here. So let's see it warm up a little bit. One would hope for a few more objections, a little bit, I don't know, we'll just have to wait and see. Maybe they're going to keep building their case and maybe it'll get stronger and stronger. Who knows? Either way, thank you so much for being here. Cynthia, thank you so much for all the information that you are sharing as well. I actually did look at those records earlier. You said the criminal SA was dismissed. I was wondering because it looks like everything was like dismissed, and as you say, it's the notice of dismissal was filed today and the case has been disposed. I saw the only ones that are like active charges are first-degree murder and arson, which is what this Craig Lewis is on trial for. So that's interesting. You said, I'm looking at public records as we speak here, Colleton County 14th Judicial Circuit. Thank you so much. Okay, so let's keep going.
Signed by him?
Almost certainly, yeah.
Yes. And your report says that both of them agreed to the procedure.
Yeah, both of them agreed to protect her airway, and she knew that she'd be getting admitted to a burn center, and he agreed to the transfer to the burn center.
But for the transfer to the burn center, she would have died, wouldn't she? We don't have a burn center in Walterboro, and we don't have one in Charleston.
Yeah, we have to get her to a burn center. That's the only place for severe burns like this.
And he signed. Doctor, you've testified to this, and I didn't because of the flow. Is this, I'm going to show you what has not been marked. A blow-up of your records. Is that an accurate depiction of the records you maintained at the hospital and a depiction of what you testified to?
It looks like an exact copy of what I've been reading off of here.
Your Honor, I would move that into evidence. I'm sorry I didn't show it to you.
Your Honor, we don't typically admit reports if testimony has already been taken. So I'm not sure what the purpose of this admission is. He's already testified to everything.
Your Honor, I'm on cross-examination and thank you. Doctor, have you had an opportunity to review the rest of Terry Lewis's medical records at Colleton Medical?
Outside of this chart?
Yes.
I have not.
Okay. So her prior history regarding any lithium poisoning or breast cancer or anything like that is not, you don't have any information on that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I have some past medical history that was put in this chart, but I don't think I was aware of any prior ED visits, at least based on what I'm seeing here.
Doctor,
And once again, my recollection is just really what I have in the chart.
as it relates to what's in the chart, you say that she was alert when she first came in, but painful and a severe pain. Then you say that you asked about social support. She had social support, didn't you? In there it talks about what, if maybe back up on that. What are you trained to, whenever there's an accident, such as what we have here, what are you trained as it relates to inquiring of the patient and looking at the surroundings of what's going on? What is your training?
So we do pay attention to the surroundings and the situation as well as we can. Once again, if a patient comes in with burns like this, it's hard to get your eyes off those burns
Right.
and off the immediate next steps. So I wasn't, and it's really obvious from my chart, there was no feeling out, it was something weird about this in that encounter with Mrs. Lewis at all. That encounter was strictly very emergent. The care was emergent, and everybody was scrambling, and we did the best we can, and we brought in everybody, including even the husband, to be part of the decision making, and we were all kind of there as the resuscitation was occurring.
Ms. Lewis was discharged on the documentation that's been provided to us, the records you're talking about. The last documented time is 15/11. Does that sound right from your records?
15, discharged, transferred?
Yes, for transfer.
Yeah, if it says that that's when she was transferred, then that's all I've got to go off of.
Do you remember her daughter?
Her?
Miss Lewis's daughter. Do you remember a female in the room?
I don't.
Okay.
If there had been discussion with the daughter, I probably would have documented it.
What did you tell Craig when you saw him back in the hospital later that evening?
So I can't actually recall anything that I would have said that's outside of the medical record. But if I communicated with Mr. Lewis, based on my review, it seems like it was very much all about are we talking when he came back in later?
Very, very feisty defense attorney, state senator, right? Margie. What is her full name again? I'll get it in a moment. Margie Bright Matthews. Also, KG Constrictors. I'm not sure if you were here at the beginning when I went over that entire article and the background and everything, but what they said was that what Fitz News had reported at the time was that the police, once Terry had actually, they'd lifted the sedation and she was actually doing a little bit better and she could actually speak, then she gave an official statement to the police. So I don't know if they recorded it, as in voice recorded, or if they wrote down what she said and she signed it or something like that. I'm not too sure. I'm hoping we'll see that at the trial, because you say this is a slam dunk, but do they have that? I wonder.
Yes.
I think he was, based on my review, it sounds like things were pretty fired up. And I can tell his blood pressure was high, probably from the discomfort and the, him being under arrest and back in the ER as part of a clearance. He'd been injured. We talked about his injuries. And if I pull that chart up, he says, he describes how the officers threw him on the ground, and he had a couple of different injuries he was reporting pain from.
You're ahead of me. He said what?
He says, the officers threw me to the ground.
And as a result of that, you had to do chest x-rays and ribs for bruising?
Right, so the injuries he reported through the course of the altercation with police that had been reported showed that he sustained some injury to his right ribs, his right shoulder, his low back. He'd had a scrape to his cheek, and we got x-rays of the areas that we were most concerned about that didn't show any broken bones or other complications.
So much so that you had to get x-rays. You were concerned. They weren't minor, were they?
It's hard to recall even a bruise can hurt, pretty significantly, and it's hard for me to know if somebody's got like a subtle rib fracture or if it's just a rib bruise. So it's easier to answer that question and make sure someone is clear for incarceration with getting some imaging.
Do you remember telling Craig that you were surprised to see him back there? What are you doing here? Because you thought he was going to Atlanta to his wife.
So to be honest,
It's okay.
So the recollections I have are from the chart. Working in the ER for a number of years, I've seen some crazy things and had some very strange interactions of folks coming back in, right after, this would be one of the many, very crazy days I would have had in the ER.
Can you tell?
So maybe we had a conversation like that, where I'd be like, "Wow, you look familiar," or something. But I didn't document it, and I can't really recall it.
What is the service time? When did Craig come back?
About 4 hours, I think, after Mrs. Lewis had first arrived.
What does it say on the records?
So the greet time here was 4:29 p.m.
4:29.
That's the defendant.
As we sit here today and you look at Mr. Lewis, do you remember him?
Craig Lewis.
I do not.
Do you remember whether he was in handcuffs when you examined him?
I assume he was, because when somebody comes in under arrest, they always are.
You remember seeing the then sheriff, Andy Strickland, come into the room where Mr. Lewis was?
I do not.
Do you remember any officers?
I do not. I'm assuming officers were there.
Court's indulgence, please. Let's go back to the severity of the burns. You stated earlier that open wounds can result from burns. They could be so bad that it will open.
Yeah, it can. A burn can be deep into the tissue.
Okay, and that would it result in oozing of blood?
Probably not at the acute phase of the burn. The burn itself would have cauterized off a lot of blood vessels. Mm-hmm. You don't usually see very bloody burns.
Okay, and in this particular case, you did not note anything as it relates to the feet on your chart, did you, for being burned?
I don't. If that's what you're telling me, then I agree. I could look at the chart again, but I think sometimes when I'm documenting the lower extremities, I'm just talking about all of the lower extremity.
If the foot had been burned or feet had been burned, would you expect to have had to wrap them before transferring the patient?
I imagine if the toes were, if there was like significant involvement of the toes, then I would have probably mentioned that, just like I mentioned the fingers.
And can you check your records to see whether or not there's any reference in the report to bloody feet or blood on the foot?
No.
No reference at all?
No reference to blood on the feet.
Any reference to burn on the feet?
No reference to burn on the feet.
So B's like, ma'am, it was 2019. He's seen a few hundred patients and lived through a pandemic since then. Yes. Also, we hear the defense attorney, state senator, say the court's indulgence quite a lot. So when I look at what does court's indulgence mean, if you're new here, I'm not a lawyer, just like watching trials with you. And so in court, the court's indulgence, this is what Uncle Google tells us, okay, is a request for a short extension of time to review notes or return to the table. For an example, an attorney might say, Your Honor, I would beg the court's indulgence for a moment, please. Oh, the court's indulgence? Okay. Yeah, Jennifer and Cass are like, where's the prosecutor?
Thank you, doctor. I don't have any further questions.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Dr. Fisher, going back to Craig Lewis's treatment later that day, Ms. Bright Matthews asked you again about the imaging that was done. What was the result of those images?
There were no bony injuries. I just got x-rays, so I was mainly looking for fractures.
So he was cleared from any injuries?
Yeah, the trauma, we completed like a pretty basic trauma clearance, and that was part of our medical clearance, so we didn't find dangerous traumatic injuries beyond bruises.
Right. And what time did he arrive at the ER, and what time was he released to police custody?
So he arrived by the chart at 4:29 p.m., and it looks like he was discharged
Bring up very good points. KG constrictors. Like what you said earlier, maybe put like an accelerant, before knowing that she would be lighting the wood in the wood stove. And now you say the defendant could have put something flammable on her clothes. Hence the need to remove them. Yes, because they never found those clothes, right? Yeah, Kathleen says very formal language. South African courts are like that, very proper language. Yes, that's true as well. We just don't often, we do see some high profile ones that are live streamed. We do. From South Africa. That's where I'm from. If you didn't know, if you're new here. It's so nice to be able to watch so many trials with you guys. I love America for that. Obviously, we wish we could see the Delphi one as well. Oh my word. Anyway, let's keep going. This is now a redirect, right? Now the state is asking questions.
at 5:16 p.m., so there for about 45 minutes.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
No questions?
If you're wondering why are they asking about his like injuries, bruises, things like that, I'll just show you a picture from what they had then. Okay, so we went over this in the beginning of the stream. If you missed the beginning of the stream, you might want to check it out later because I did an entire trial prep, like about just less than an hour trial prep, kind of like an episode with you as part of this one. Okay, I'm going to timestamp everything afterwards. So there you could see his mugshot from that day. Look at him. He's definitely got injuries on his face there, and he attacked 3 officers. One had a hurt shoulder. Another one had a hurt wrist. And the other one, what was the third one? It was terrible. He attacked 3 officers when they went to go and question him. So yes, this is the guy on trial, by the way, Craig Anthony Lewis. So he's been charged with arson and first-degree murder. He was arrested in February of 2019, and he was released on a $100,000 surety bond on February 26th of 2019. And he was indicted on murder charges in March of 2020, but he was still out on bond. They didn't change the bond conditions, so he's been out since February 26th of 2019, out on this surety bond with an ankle monitor. So the defense attorney you see is actually State Senator Margie Bright Matthews. That's his defense attorney. And the male defense attorney is Brian Murdaugh. And then the judge is the Honorable Marvin H. Dukes III. And the solicitor or chief prosecuting attorney is Hunter Swanson.
So much.
I would ask that Dr. Fisher be allowed to be released at this time.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, appreciate it, thank you.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
We got a little sidebar. This is the defendant sitting here. He is 47 years old. Craig Anthony Lewis. Looking quite chirpy now.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is time for our lunch recess. Of course, we're not sequestering you. You're free to wander about and do whatever you like, but the same admonitions: don't discuss the case with anyone, even fellow jurors. Don't look at any media reports. Don't check anything on your phones having to do with this. Don't do any research. And it is just about 12:30, so we'll try to, or let's be back in time to start again at 1:30. Any questions about that? All right. Thank you so much. We'll see you in an hour. Enjoy your lunch.
Did you see if the attorneys talk? They might. Just wait a little bit and then we're going to teleport. A big one. We're going to skip right over lunch. He's looking quite happy. Look at him. Right. Robin McBroom.
Anything for the record for the lunch recess?
Your Honor, we talked about the jump drive in reference to defendants, to motion to suppress. Pass that up.
Go ahead and mark that as
3.
defendants 3. And that's defendants 3 from the motion here.
That's right.
Okay, so that's not today's defendants 3, yesterday's. All right. Anything else for the record?
Nothing.
All right, see you in an hour.
Thank you. If it's okay, I'd like to move this tag down.
Okay,
On the floor.
yeah, sure.
Because it's sure.
Okay. We will virtually fill that courtroom, right? You know what I mean? We all virtually here together. An international mock jury. But we'll fill that courtroom. Let's pretend we're there to support the family of Terry Lewis. Robin McBroom said dropping the essay charge takes the death penalty off the table in South Carolina. Interesting. Okay, thank you. Now let's teleport. Are we ready? Everybody buckle up. Here we go. Ooh, are we still going for it? Oh, my word. You see, they were tardy. I could see it. They took long to come back. All right, there we go. And right now
Be seated, thank you.
we're about 50 minutes behind the live feed. If you're watching live with me, if you're a replay watcher, don't worry about that. But yes, they just were on lunch. And so we're back.
Thank you so much. Let's see, so that's what they put.
The bench conferences, they need to be right here.
Wait, say that again, I'm sorry.
This again?
What does that say?
Bench conferences. But then you
Oh.
put your laptop there.
Okay, we're just waiting for them to get started here. Judge Dukes. Yes, CRISPR, you said I should have known G would teleport us. Of course. Got to teleport through those lunch breaks.
know when this one's on or off.
Oh, we can hear you, sir.
Is there a light?
Ah,
Well, I
they're
can
worried about the hot
understand.
mics.
I talked over lunch.
Let's go forward a little bit. Miss Della said, love you and your channel. I'm from South Carolina, also Myrtle Beach area. Okay, welcome. Welcome to all the locals in chat. I also put a pink ribbon emoji, members, if you see that, if you do refresh your feed, because we found out in opening statements that Terry had actually survived breast cancer. She was a breast cancer survivor. She had a double mastectomy. She overcame so much. And then she was allegedly brutally attacked by her husband, this guy, and burnt. So you can already hear what the state's case is and what the defense's is. The defense is saying basically she did it to herself. It was an accident, and they're very sneaky with how they bring those words in. Like, well, this was an accident, yes. While she's talking to the defense attorney, speaking to the doctor, right? And if it were an accident, which this was, it definitely keeps planting the seed for the jury that this was an accident. So hopefully there'll be more, I don't know, like burn specialists, firefighters, something that could dispute that if it is to be disputed. And I'm looking forward to hopefully hearing from her daughter on the stand, and also hearing about Terry's own statements to the police that could definitely strengthen the state's case a little bit, at least, I would hope. Kayla, welcome. There we go. You found the pink ribbon. So we've got a pink ribbon in honor of all cancer survivors, and also Terry Lewis survived breast cancer. Then we've got an orange flower in honor of Terry Lewis, just because I see her wearing an orangey type shirt in some of the pictures, and we have very few pictures of her. Of course, if I get an update from the family saying, you know, her favorite color was actually this and this, then I'll update that. And we also have a purple heart for DV awareness, as well as the purple ribbon. Okay, let's keep going. My goodness, a lot of fluff. So much fluff. We're going forward now.
All right. Did everyone get a chance to get some lunch? And I see some blankets there. I understand there's temperature and a coat. So,
Blankets.
all right. Did everyone follow the rule on not speaking with anyone, not doing any research during the lunch hours? And you didn't discuss it with each other or other persons, is that correct? Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much for that. All right. The state would call their next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Captain Angela Stallings.
Captain Stallings, please come forward to be sworn. You can put your paperwork here if you like. Left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Your firm testimony gives the court and jury in this case should be the truth, whole truth, nothing but true self to God.
Yes, ma'am.
Please have a seat on the stand. State your name, swear your life.
Angela Stallings, Stallings.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Captain Stallings, tell us who you work for and how long you've been there.
I work for the Colleton County Sheriff's Office, and approximately at the Sheriff's Office 17 years.
All right, and what is your current position?
Currently, I'm captain over the administrative division.
And back in 2019, specifically January, what was your position at that time?
I was in investigations and also over dispatch in January of 2019.
All right. And were you on duty on January 17th of 2019?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
Do you recall responding out to a call regarding Craig Lewis?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what sort of call were you dispatched to?
It was in reference to a burned victim that was at the hospital being flown out.
Where did you respond?
I responded to the residence, which is located in Colleton County at 273 Wade Hampton Avenue.
All right. And you stated that's within Colleton County's jurisdiction?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right. I'm going to show you a picture that's been marked as State's Exhibit 2 and ask if you can identify what is contained in this picture.
Yes, ma'am, I can.
What is it?
It's the front of 273 Wade Hampton Avenue.
And is that how it appeared on January 17th of 2019 when you responded?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
All right, thank you. State would move 2 into evidence at this time.
Any objection?
No objections from the defense.
Thank you. That'll be states too.
A series of exhibits, I've already approved them. I have no objection, Your Honor. She showed them.
To the package of photographs that's there, those are 2 through what number?
2, 3, 4, and 5, the state would move into evidence at this time without objection.
All right, then.
Objection.
Thank you.
2 through 5 inclusive. Thanks.
All right, Captain Stallings. When you arrived at 273 Wade Hampton, what did you observe?
When I arrived, I was with 2 other investigators as we approached the rear of the residence. I had other investigators that were coming from the back door with Mr. Lewis walking towards his vehicle.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been entered. Actually, I'm going to publish because these have been entered. Permission to publish.
Also, Evan Leah said, on a positive note, we can actually hear the witnesses. Sound is good. That is actually a very positive note. Yes, the sound is good.
Alright, publishing states 2, and Captain, you stated this is the front of the residence.
Yes, ma'am, that's the front.
Publishing states 3. And if you can describe what we're looking at here.
Yes, ma'am, that's the rear of the residence. If you're on the back side of the house, it's going to be towards the left of the back side of the house.
Okay, so we have a carport here.
Correct.
And what is this vehicle?
It's a Toyota.
Alright. And where was Craig Lewis when you got here?
He was under the carport from that back door walking towards his vehicle when I arrived.
Okay. I'm going to publish states 4. What is this a picture of?
That's another angle of the carport area at the back of the house, just on the other side of the Toyota facing the one back door under the carport.
Okay. States 5 again.
The same angle, just the closer to me.
All right, and is this the back door that you're referring to?
Yes, ma'am.
And the defendant was somewhere in between here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we jinxed it. The computer's very noisy there, right? So I think the reason they're showing this now as well is because when they went to the house to ask questions, because Craig Lewis had left the hospital and had gone home, he was busy like hosing down the driveway and the carport. So that's what they're noting, I think, right?
All right, who responded with you?
When I responded, Detective Padgett and Detective Marcarella, the 3 of us were together.
Who was already out there?
Detective Long and Detective Varnadoe.
After you arrived and when the defendant was heading to his car, what happened next?
He had gotten into his vehicle. Detective Long was asking him about a consent to search. He had the form and was asking him about it. The defendant had gotten into his vehicle and started becoming evasive with answering questions and was wanting to leave, and I told the defendant that at that time he was not going to be leaving the residence, and we were detaining him for evidentiary detention.
Okay. Was he ordered out of the car?
He was asked to get out of the vehicle. He did not want to exit, so at that point I reached into the vehicle and I removed the keys from the vehicle.
All right, and then what happened?
He did not exit the vehicle. As I was grabbing the keys, there was sort of a tussle, and at that point he was removed from the vehicle.
By you or other officers?
Myself and other officers.
Okay. Do you recall what other officers participated in removing him from the vehicle?
Yes, ma'am. It was myself. It was Detective Long, Detective Varnadoe, Detective Eubanks, and I believe Detective Washington was there as well.
Okay. Was he eventually detained?
He was, yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you recall if medics came out to check him out?
They did.
After all that, what did you do next?
Myself and Detective Padgett left the residence. We returned to the sheriff's office to obtain a search warrant for the residence. After completing the search warrant, we then responded to the jail and met with the on-call magistrate and got the search warrant signed for the residence. We then left the jail and went back to the residence with the search warrant.
All right, and you assisted in executing that search warrant?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Did you note where the placards were, or was that another officer?
That was another officer.
Okay, and who was that?
Detective Padgett.
Thank you. And at this time, in January of 2019, did Colleton County Sheriff's Office have body cams or dash cams in investigators' cars?
No, ma'am, we did not.
All right. So is there any video that exists for this incident or anything to do with this search or the apprehension of Mr. Lewis?
Not at the residence, no, ma'am.
Okay. Were dash cams and body cams added later?
The only dash cam video that I'm aware of is one when the defendant was transported from the hospital.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that was, okay. So did Road Patrol have dash cams at this time?
Yes.
Okay. What I meant was, did CCSO approve dash cams and body cams for Criminal Investigations Unit later?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am. Later on, I believe towards the end of March, body cams were issued to the Investigations Division.
Okay.
I apologize.
No, that's okay. Beg the court's indulgence.
So if anyone's wondering like who's on the stand and what's their role, I always put a banner up. I'll just move it so you can see it quickly. You see here? Here's the banner. I'll always put it up here. So hopefully you can see that, you know, who's on the stand, and right now it's direct examination. The state is busy asking questions. can see some of those pictures. Looks like pictures from in the house, right? We were lurking.
19 through 25.
Inclusive, 19 through 25, all right, it'll be 19 through 25 inclusive, without objection.
Thank you. All right. Permission to publish? Thank you. Captain Stallings, I'm going to show you a series of pictures that have been entered. These are exhibits 19 through 25. If you can just describe what we're looking at in each. States 19.
That's the back door of the residence from the carport.
I can't see it. We will see it. Renee's like, love the hot mic. Yes. Someone was asking now, sorry. There we go. Christy, I'm a little confused. My apologies. Is this a murder trial? This is a murder trial. He's been charged with first-degree murder and arson. He allegedly attacked his wife on January 17th of 2019 and over 2 days. And this is according to her statement once she'd recovered a bit in the hospital, saying that she told him she wanted a divorce. And he said, if I can't have you, no one else will. And then attacked her, hit her with the butt of a gun. Essayed her is what she said. Violently essayed her. Pushed her on the ground. Pushed her down the stairs. And then had this fabric. She said it was like a red fabric that was on fire that he kept throwing on her. And she kept trying to get it off her. And he kept putting it on her. So that's how she allegedly sustained those burns. And she spent 10 months in the hospital recovering. And eventually she died on November 1st of 2019. And that was of pneumonia and complications from all these injuries because she had respiratory problems. She was really struggling to fully recover. She had infections at times. Her temperature was spiking and all of that. So yes, it did take 10 months, you know what I mean? And it should never have taken. I wish she would have recovered fully. But the 10 months might confuse people of like, wait, is this a murder trial? It is, because once she had actually died from those horrible injuries, well, they said her death was ruled a homicide. And so he was then charged with first-degree murder. So that is where we're at. Thank you so much all for being here.
All right, so this is the back door that we saw through the carport. Is that right, Captain?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And that's showing into the residence.
Yes, ma'am.
This is states 20. What are we looking at here?
That's at the doorway looking into the living room area.
And I realize these are dark, but the jury will have them back in the jury room. States 21.
Another overview photo of the living room area.
I hope it helps when I add some context. That's why I pause. What we had read in the trial prep before we actually watched opening statements today and started this court date together was that he had apparently moved the couch. They found it like down the road. So that's weird. What happened on the couch there? So I don't know. That's why they're looking at the living area, you know? There's a lot of clues of what could have happened. And he was like hosing down the carport and the driveway. So those are also interesting bits to suggest that this wasn't just an accident, although it could have been. Of course, he's innocent until proven guilty. We've got to see what else the state presents. But I think that's why, of course, they're showing the living room now. I think a lot happened there, right?
Is this looking left or right from the front door?
That should be left.
And that states 22. And then from the front door,
Well, from the back, the carport door.
or I'm sorry, the carport door,
To the right.
what is this right here?
The fireplace.
States 24.
Same area, just a little different angle that shows you more of the left side of the living room, and then the doorway straight ahead, led into the kitchen.
This doorway.
Yes, ma'am.
Does that go back to the bedrooms or?
It should have gone to the bedrooms and the kitchen area.
States 25.
A close-up of the wood stove, fireplace, whichever you want to call it.
Thank you. Beg the court's indulgence. Please answer any questions Ms. Bright Matthews may have for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, he's looking uncomfortable.
May it please the court. Ms. Stallings,
Yes, ma'am.
let's talk a little bit, if you would, about your law enforcement training. Where did you start out?
I started at the Walterboro Police Department.
And I believe when you were at the Walterboro Police Department, you worked as a road unit first?
No, ma'am. I started off as a dispatcher.
Okay, so you have a lot of experience as a dispatcher.
Yes, ma'am.
And then after you left, when did you leave Walterboro Police Department?
I started Walterboro Police Department in '98 as a dispatcher. I became Class 1 certified in '99. In 2001, I left the police department and went to the sheriff's office.
That's when Andy Strickland was
no,
elected,
ma'am.
or was it
That-
under George Malone?
That was under Allen Beach.
Allen Beach, okay.
Yes, ma'am. And then I was there under George Malone. The second term of his election, I was terminated at the pleasure of the sheriff. I then worked part-time in Cottageville to try to maintain my certification, because if you're out for a certain amount of time, you lose your certification. And then Walterboro Police offered me a position in community policing, so I went back to the police department. I was there a year and a half, I believe, and the solicitor's office approached me to be part of their investigations unit. So I went to work for the solicitor's office as an investigator for 5 years. And then went back to the sheriff's office. I was approached and asked to come back to the sheriff's office and oversee the dispatch center. And that was...
Under what sheriff?
Under Andy Strickland.
Okay.
I believe that was 2016, and I've been back at the sheriff's office since 2016. And the first time I was at the sheriff's office was from '01 to '08, the end of '08.
How much investigative experience, I always have problems with that word, investigative experience have you had?
I first went into investigations in 2003 under Jack Watson. He was lieutenant over investigations. So I was in investigations from '03 to '08. When I was community policing at Walterboro for the year and a half, I assisted with some cases. And then the 5 years with the solicitor's office, so 5, 10, 12. When I went back to the sheriff's office, initially I was solely in dispatch. I occasionally would help if they had something major or specific crime that I had experience in. And then, let's see, I believe it's when Major Hayes retired, they made some movements and adjustments in positions, and I was back in investigations and dispatch.
Using your experience that you had while working as an investigator, and particularly with the solicitor's office, and since you told me you worked under Jack Watson, I know how he was. Would you agree with me if I said documenting your file thoroughly is important, as an important part of investigating?
It is.
Why is it important? They always tell us on cross, never say why, but I know you.
Because you forget stuff.
And it's important for presentation
It
too,
is.
if you need to go to trial in a case.
Yes, ma'am.
And so that's one of the things that they drill into your head at the academy, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you get recertified, they teach you new ways to document your files.
Yes, ma'am.
And tell me about, is it major? Were you the major over dispatch or captain over dispatch?
No, I initially was lieutenant, and then when Major Hayes retired, I then was promoted to captain between investigations and dispatch.
In that capacity with dispatch, what is the procedure, policy and procedure of the Sheriff's Department in maintaining dispatch recordings and logs?
So our CAD logs, we have indefinite from when our CAD system began.
Right.
We initially were on the AS400 system, and in 2019 we changed over to Central Square, which
Maybe
was,
I didn't say that question properly.
Okay.
What is the policy as it relates to how long you keep the CADs?
The CAD reports we have indefinite.
And what is
And
the CAD?
The CAD report is the call for service. Well, CAD is computer-aided dispatch. Within our system, we have different sections of it, but the computer-aided dispatch pertaining to CAD are the call for service logs, and we maintain those indefinite back to when we initiated the CAD system.
What is the sheriff's policy, was the sheriff's policy in 2019 as it relates to maintaining the recordings?
The recordings, we maintain those for...
By that, so I can explain it, the recording of when someone calls.
When someone calls, we maintain those for 3 years.
Okay, and is there, do you maintain them and send them to the particular case if it's an arrest involved?
We do.
And was that done in this case?
It was not.
Was a transcription of what was reported maintained for this case?
Not a transcript, but the call for service has the notes that were taken from the caller.
And it's very cryptic, very short, isn't it?
It is.
Okay. There was a question that you were asked just a minute ago about, You were asked
Zoe B says CAD is computer-aided dispatch software system used to automate call taking, dispatching, and reporting. Thank you so much.
about body cams.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you would explain for the jury, body cam is generally that camera that's in the middle of the chest of an officer, isn't that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Whereas
But-
a dash cam, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Road Patrol typically wears them.
No, I just wanted the
Yes, the
explanation of
body
what it
cam
is.
is what's worn on the officer.
You're getting ahead of me.
Yeah.
Okay, body cam is what they usually wear right here.
Correct.
The dash cam is a camera that's mounted in the front, usually on the dash, like it says.
Yes, ma'am.
On road patrol cars, right?
Correct.
Okay. Were there any road patrol units out of the 10 cars, 10 units that were there that day, on January 17th in 2019, were there any road patrol folks there?
I know initially there was not. I don't know if any, may I look at my notes?
Certainly.
It shows that Roy Blake was dispatched and initially went to the hospital.
Who is he?
He was a deputy. He was a road deputy.
Okay.
En route to the hospital, out at the hospital, and then en route to the scene at the scene.
Okay. What about Billy Tyndall?
I think at that time, I'm pretty sure Tyndall was in the warrants division. I can't
So he
remember exactly at which point he transferred over to investigations. He was either warrants or investigations. I can't remember which at that time.
It looks like he was on the scene at 3:32. Dispatched to the scene at 3:32. Is that right? At scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do we have a dash cam from him?
No, ma'am. He wasn't part of the road division.
Okay.
Oh dear. No dash cam, no body cam, no 911 call. Just a couple of cryptic notes, says the defense. SC Girl says, whoever said at the opening this wasn't going to be to be action-packed like a TV show sure wasn't lying. I was thinking that as well. I'm like, wow, they weren't lying. This is definitely not action-packed, right? My goodness. But here we are, SC Girl. That was actually the judge that said that to the jury. Interrogation Files, so nice to see you. Thank you so much for popping in. If you guys haven't checked out Interrogation Files, go and check it out. If you like, obviously, police interrogations, body cam, things like that. Particularly police interrogations. Love those. All right, so let's keep going.
And let's go on. How many, if you would, since we're on that, how many people, give the jury the list of names that were there. Starting with yours, I think first is on your sheet.
Myself, Captain Chapman, Billy Tyndall.
What was his rank?
I'm sorry, Tyndall or
Tyndall.
Chapman? Tyndall.
You said Captain Chapman.
Yes, Captain Chapman. This has B713, so that's a Bravo unit. Bravo's is the warrants division. So without looking at personnel, I would say he would have still been in the warrants division at that time. I don't know what his rank was.
Okay. What about Kelly Padgett?
Kelly Padgett, she was an investigator. Jason Eubanks, investigator. Brian Varnadoe, investigator. Shauna Tozier, investigator. And David Long, lieutenant investigator. And Ed Marcarella, investigator. And then he went to the hospital.
What about George Rue?
He went to the hospital. He did not come to the residence.
Was he an investigator?
No, ma'am. He was supply lieutenant.
Would he have had a dash cam?
I don't know if he would have had dash cam in his vehicle or not.
Now, Andy Strickland, the sheriff at that time, was also on scene, but he's not listed on the CAD. That's the older CAD that you have. He's not listed there, is he?
He was at the hospital,
Okay, did he ever come to the scene?
not to my knowledge, no
Okay,
ma'am.
so of course he would not have a dash cam, nor would he have a body cam, right?
Correct.
But as sheriff, he issued the body-worn cameras policy for the department in 2015, didn't he? I'm going to, you were asked about it just a minute ago, and I just wanted to show you the document.
Like, the case is very important, but I just feel like if many of us get a little bit bored, you know, then surely at least half the jury would also. They're probably sitting there like, what? You know, what? So Golden Spudler says, this is all just a muddle of noise to the jurors. There is no direct line to anything, just roll call. That's what it sounded like, just roll call. It sounds like we're lurking on a tea party right now. Oh dear. Okay, let's hope it gets better.
He probably, let's see, says issued / revised 2015. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and Andy Strickland was the sheriff.
He
And in
was.
that first paragraph there, it says the purpose. Isn't it true that on that statement there that was provided to you, the availability of body-worn cameras enhances documentation of officers' public contacts, arrests, and critical incidents? Is that what the policy says?
Yes, ma'am.
But yet you're telling this jury that of the 10 officers you've talked about, none of them wore body cam nor had dash cam in their car because it was either they weren't available or either because of their position as investigators, they didn't need to have them.
They weren't issued to investigations until March of 2019.
Is that what your sheriff at the time decided, or was it something that came up that all of the rank decided that they didn't want?
I don't know who made that decision. I know the investigators didn't have them.
Would you doubt it if anything came out that a lot of the investigators did not want to have body cams on them?
I would object to this conjecture.
I'll withdraw that, Your Honor.
It's so unfortunate, obviously, that at that time they didn't have, there's no dash cam, there's no body cam, you know, in this circumstantial case. That would have been great to have at the time, right? Susie Foxy said, as someone who nursed a patient who died with extensive burns from a house fire, I'm so sorry. He said, I can tell you it's traumatizing for the staff too. I can only imagine.
In the same report on page 2, it says the wearing of personally owned video recorders is not authorized. You could only wear what was issued. Is it your testimony here today that in 2015 this policy was presented, but yet no one was even afforded the ability to wear a body-worn camera?
I know our division was one of the divisions that did not have body cams.
Okay. And this was under Andy Strickland?
It was.
Okay. Now, let's get to the actual investigation in this case. You get this call to come to the scene to investigate what you believe to be is an arson and a seriously injured person that was being medevaced to Atlanta, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When was it? Pop quiz, everyone. That was January 17th of 2019. Okay, so we're talking about January of 2019. That's when this case took place. So it's taken a while to get to trial. My goodness. I hope the family feels supported by this community. I know you guys are so kind and you always support the victims and their families. So I hope that they know that they are supported and that we are watching with them.
And when we talk about the rank of people on the scene, what rank were you compared to the others?
I was captain.
What does that mean? I know I should know what captain, lieutenant, what does that put you first, second, or third of the people on the scene?
First,
Okay?
until Chapman arrived, and then he has more experience than I do, so then I would have fallen under him.
Okay, so when you arrived on the scene, I am looking at your report, and if you don't mind, look at it with me. The severity of what has gone on, you wrote, white male dropped victim off at the ER. Then you put some A32, 321, that's an officer's number. Advised suspect did not have a C9F on him last night during the whatever. Isn't that what you wrote? You wrote it in police jargon and not common sense. Or
This
what?
is the dispatch notes. I did not write this. This is from the dispatcher.
Where is your report?
I don't have a supplement for the CAD report.
Did
This
you?
is the CAD report.
Okay.
So this is information that the dispatchers would gather from calls or radio traffic.
So up top where it says CAD information gives the case number and then original report by Angela Stallings. Is the jury to understand that you gave that information to the dispatch?
So where it says A321 advised
Yes.
suspect did have a
It's
code 9
my-
box.
wait a minute.
That was from me.
So everything in here is what you told the dispatch?
No, that's not correct.
Okay, so this stuff in here is not what, but so, let me show you what the state's provided to me.
Oh, you're looking at the narrative. I'm looking at the CAD report. Sorry.
Doesn't that say CAD report up top?
So yes, this is the CAD report, yes.
And that CAD report was done with information you provided, wasn't it?
Part of it was.
So where would the other information have come from?
The caller calling in to dispatch to report the incident.
Okay, why does it then say original report by Angela Stallings? I know I shouldn't ask that question either, but I have to.
So the way the old CAD system, the AS400 worked, when an incident report is generated from a CAD report, the whole top section is the CAD, the dispatch notes.
Okay,
And then some officers would keep that, would separate it, go into their narrative, and then of what the officer themselves did, and then you would have your supplements from your other officers.
instead of using their independent observations?
I'm sorry, say that, I don't
They
think I
would
understood.
keep whatever the CAD report is instead of putting what their independent investigation says. Isn't that correct? Or adding to it?
No,
There-
they,
Your Honor, objection, this witness can't testify to what other officers would do,
Your
what
Honor.
their practice was.
I did not elicit it. She provided the information. She said what some officers, I didn't ask what some officers. Once she said it, I asked her to explain what she meant. And I am on cross.
You can testify as to what you meant, but as to what other officers might have done, stay away from that. if you would,
okay.
please.
So sometimes when the officers would initiate their narrative, they would leave the CAD notes, separate it, and do their narrative themselves. This original narrative are the notes that copied over from the CAD report, and it says as the officers went into their narratives, it says see supplements for the narratives from the officers.
So where's your supplement?
I don't have one.
You were at one point the highest and then the second highest person on the scene of this report, given your background with the solicitor's office and in law enforcement and investigations. You did not write a report?
I did not write a narrative. No, I did not.
Did you make independent notes?
No, ma'am.
When you came to the scene, you saw that Craig had already shut his back door and 2 officers were already there walking behind him, and he was allowed to get in his car, didn't he?
He was walking to his vehicle, yes.
Did he get in the vehicle?
He did.
Did he crank the vehicle up?
I believe it was cranked.
Didn't you, I don't know if uncrank is a word. Didn't you turn the key in the ignition and take the keys out?
I did.
And didn't you tell the boys, you're not going anywhere, arrest him?
No, ma'am, I did not tell the boys that
Okay.
he's not going anywhere, arrest him. I asked Mr. Lewis to step out of the vehicle. He did not. I told him that he was remaining at the residence. He was not leaving at that time. He did not want to comply.
You said it in that tone, I'm sure, right?
I don't recall what tone I was using. I was asking him to step out of the vehicle, and he wouldn't. So at that time, I reached into the vehicle. I turned the vehicle off and removed keys so
Now,
he
Miss-
couldn't move.
Now, Mr.
move
Lewis
the
is a pretty
vehicle.
big man.
He is.
Why is there not an objection to interrupting the witness? Like, let the witness finish their answer. We see it in so many trials when they're like, objection, let the witness finish. And this, the whole time, this defense attorney is interrupting the witness. Or kind of speaking over her. It's like, that's kind of annoying, right? Just let them finish, oh my word. You guys are like, Phoebe's like, oopsie daisies, yeah, off we go.
And he was in a Toyota.
He was.
And you reached in, over, and around him and got him out of the car. And that's when a scuffle ensued.
It is.
Because you attempted, along with the guys that were there, to drag him down to the concrete.
Only after he didn't comply.
Okay, how was he to comply? Drop on his face on the concrete?
No, step out of the vehicle when he was asked to.
Okay, so when Mr. Lewis did, you get him out of the vehicle, the guys, along with you, tried to get him on the concrete. He sidestepped to the grass so that he would not get hurt, didn't he?
I recall him not complying with us and not listening to our request, and he was being evasive and physically resistant with us.
Oh, he was physically. Did you get hurt?
I think I had a scratch on my hand.
Did David Long get hurt?
Yes, he had a cut to his hand.
And where was your cut?
I think it was on my hands.
Which hand?
I don't recall.
Was that documented anywhere?
Probably in our interdepartmental, as we did Eubanks's paperwork.
Didn't you say in the interdepartmental, as well as Eubanks's paperwork, that the defendant received a minor scratch, minor laceration, and there were 5 people that got hurt? Didn't you say that?
Yes, ma'am.
And no pictures of those scratch was ever entered into evidence, was it?
I don't believe I took a photo of my hand, no, ma'am.
Did you take a picture of David Long's bruise on the back of his fist?
I did not take one. I don't know if anyone else took any.
Now, Mr. Lewis is shown in the mugshot when he got to the jail as having dried blood draining down his face. Do you remember that?
He did have a small scratch to his
small?
face, and I think it had a Band-Aid on it.
Oh, okay, let's look at it again. Did you and the boys, and then when Captain Stallings like, the boys, so then it changed to the guys. Oh dear. Okay, let's look at that mugshot they're talking about so that we can see what they're referring to. It's the one on top there, of course. There. Would you describe that as a small scratch, a large scratch? I don't know. It's relatively sizable, but I mean, he wasn't complying and attacking 3 officers, allegedly. Okay. How dare you treat my client that way when he's suspected of arson and murder? Okay, but he does have rights, I understand. He's innocent till proven guilty. Let's carry on.
Once he got to the jail.
Ms. Stallings, I'm going to ask this, and I would really appreciate your candor, because I know you. Did you know at the time that Andy Strickland, when he sent y'all over there, that Leanne Kellum, Terry Lewis's daughter, was one of his tenants? Did you
Was
know
one
that?
of whose
Was one
tenants?
of the sheriff, your sheriff's tenants.
No,
Did you
ma'am,
know
I
that?
did not know that.
He didn't tell you that, did he?
No, ma'am.
He's the one who issued the be on the lookout and sent y'all over there to Craig's house, didn't he?
He was one of the ones, he did give the bolo for a vehicle.
Be on the lookout.
description. Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Bolo, be on the lookout. Golden Spudlet said, that's a face mush on concrete. Yes, it reminds me of when those police officers said to Stefan Stearns, now don't do anything squirrely, man, or you will eat carpet, understand? Maybe Craig Lewis did something squirrely, and he ate a little bit of concrete, or at least his cheek did. Oh my goodness, okay.
Did you know that he was in communication with Leanne Kellum when she was on her way to Atlanta?
I was not aware of that, no, ma'am.
Does the CAD log?
Leanne is Terry Lewis's daughter. From what someone said earlier, because I didn't have confirmation of that, it's not the biological daughter of Craig Lewis. Craig was 27 and Terry was, I think, 40, in her 40s. I've got it written down here somewhere. I'll tell you now. Hold on. I just want a paper flap to it. Craig was 27, Terry was 49 when they got married. So from that we can gather that Leanne was probably not the biological daughter of Craig Lewis. So when they talk about Leanne, they're just throwing out names here. So I just pause sometimes to give us some context, otherwise we won't follow. Leanne is Terry Lewis's daughter.
Show that Andy Strickland went to the emergency room when Craig was there being tended to by the doctor?
I know that he was at the hospital when the initial call came out. Let's see. It shows him initially out at the hospital at 15:19, and then he was en route with an escort.
Did you know that Craig Lewis and Leanne Kellum were all classmates with Andy Strickland, and they were all acquaintances? Did you know
No,
that?
ma'am, I did not know that.
I noticed that some officers were at the scene that are not listed on the CAD report. Wendell Butterfield, do you remember him being there?
No, ma'am, he was an investigator of ours.
So is Bill Smoke? I noticed him at the scene
He's
too.
one of our reserve officers.
And was he at the scene? Do you remember? If
I
not,
don't
that's
remember
fine.
him being there, no, ma'am.
No report from either of those two? No?
No, ma'am.
Explain for this jury how one would get a search warrant, meaning an officer such as yourself.
You have to have probable cause for a search warrant. You get the location of the area or location that needs to be searched. You document a description of the location that's to be searched. You submit what you're looking for based off of the type of crime, what probable cause you do have that at that time, and then you go and you seek it with a magistrate judge or a circuit court judge.
Do you have to swear that you're telling the truth?
Yes.
And in this particular case, you did not write a report, but you went and got a search warrant on the house that we've seen pictures of, based upon your sworn affidavit or sworn testimony to the magistrate.
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't you tell the magistrate after bringing the victim to the emergency room, the spouse left and did not stay with the patient? Didn't you say that in your affidavit? Down at the bottom, in paragraph 3, subparagraph number 3. first sentence.
Yes, I did.
And then you said, officers responded to the residence of the patient and spouse. And then, isn't that correct? That's your next
Yes,
statement?
ma'am.
The next statement says contact was made with the spouse at the residence.
Correct.
And I assume by that you mean the two officers that arrived first, or are you referring to yourself?
And the initial officers.
And while attempting to determine the cause of fire and injury, the spouse was being very evasive, and you use very evasive, and would not answering questions. Is that your affidavit that you gave to the magistrate?
Yes, ma'am.
Kathleen says, oh, what? Is she name dropping? That she knows everyone? It's so strange. What's her point? It must be difficult for the jury to follow. I mean, we have a bit of knowledge, you know, from doing a little bit of trial prep today before we watch the opening statements, but to just like name drop, it might be like, who's that again? Who's she referring to now? Right? You got to make it clear, lady.
The spouse did state he had already removed the couch from the residence that was damaged during the fire. So he told them that much, right?
Correct.
The spouse was attempting to leave the residence and officers attempted to detain him. Isn't that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But didn't Officer Long and Varnadoe tell him he could leave and you came and changed it?
I'm not sure what they told him.
You didn't read Mr. Lewis his rights before you reached in the vehicle to detain him, did you?
I did not, no, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach?
Roaring Titty says her point is that she's the senator, so don't mess with her. That's how I'm taking it. That's what it feels like, right? It does feel like that. If you guys didn't know, it's this guy's defense attorney. Craig Lewis's defense attorney is State Senator, and I keep forgetting her last name, Margie Bright Matthews. Oh my goodness. So that's what it's feeling like. Just hold on one second. I'll show you here. So Margie Bright Matthews, State Senator, his defense attorney. The judge is the Honorable Marvin H. Dukes III, and the solicitor, which is the chief prosecuting attorney, is Hunter Swanson. And she's very quiet right now. Very quiet. Very few objections.
Do you want this back? This was yours.
Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it taken as a part of the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I would move this photograph into evidence. What number? Teresa?
3?
4?
4? Okay.
4.
No objection to 4, is that correct?
No objection.
All right, I'll do 4 without objection. And it's good.
I'm going to try to use this. If the clerk could assist. I don't know how to use this. Or I could do it the old, I'm not going to ask, I could do it the old-fashioned way. Your Honor, I move to publish to the jury.
You may.
Does defendant's exhibit number 4 accurately depict how Craig Lewis looked on the evening when you said that he had a little scratch?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
Just briefly, Captain Stallings, are you aware of any stitches that Mr. Lewis may have received?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So you're not aware of any medical attention that he received before being released back to police custody?
No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Read across. But you're aware that he got kicked in his ribs and had to go to the hospital for that. not only on the 17th, but on the 18th too. The doctor testified earlier to him checking him out for ribs and back injuries he received, and you said it was minor.
I don't recall the injuries to the ribs, no ma'am.
I would ask that Captain Stallings be released at this time.
No objection. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Captain. The state calls Brian Varnadoe.
Damn, okay. It's like, didn't you? You knew about those injuries, and then she like storms off. Where'd you go, lady? Where'd you go? Oh my goodness, okay.
Let's see. Let you retrieve the other side. You might just be able to reach over there. Thank you very much.
Elbo's mom says she's a Triller OG. Oh, thank you so much. You say thanks for all your hard work over the last 3 years. Thank you. Oh my word. 35 months. Thank you for being a member for 35
Varnadoe,
months.
please come forward and be sworn.
Okay, next witness.
Please come forward and place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right.
How you doing?
I'm fine. Your firm testimony to give the court and jury in this case should be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, self you God.
I do.
Please have a seat on the witness stand. State your name for the record and swear your license.
Sergeant Brian Varnadoe with the Colleton County Sheriff's Office. Is it? Okay. Last name spelled Varnadoe.
I think it's on. That's all I said.
Doesn't sound like I'm sorry. Okay, try it again, Sergeant.
I got a big mouth. You should really hear me. It's not working, is it?
We can hear you, sir.
All right, that
It is
sounds
now.
like it's on.
Yep. Last name spelled Varnadoe.
Thank you, Sergeant Varnadoe. Who do you work for?
Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been employed with Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
Approximately 11 years.
All right, and what is your current position?
Investigations.
Was that your position in January of 2019?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you on duty on the 17th of January of 2019?
I was.
And were you dispatched to Wade Hampton Drive that day?
Yes, well, on the radio, one of my supervisors told me to go to that location, yes.
Okay. And that was Wade Hampton Drive?
Yes, Colleton County.
Okay. What did you observe when you got there?
I pulled up to that residence. I seen a vehicle in the yard, SUV, and Mr. Lewis was underneath the carport area, from what I recall.
What was he doing?
When I first pulled up, I just see him standing underneath there. I couldn't really tell exactly what he was doing. I just observed him underneath the carport area, moving around.
Okay.
Yeah? Yeah, it's on now, but it's just not loud at all.
Oh my word. You guys can hear me? I'm also going to do it to my mic now. Oh my. Okay, no, we can hear. It's on. Okay.
I know. If you could just speak up and
Okay.
enunciate a little, that would be helpful.
Okay.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to show you what has been entered as State's Exhibit 4. And ask if this is the residence, the carport, and the car that you saw at 273 Wade Hampton when you arrived.
Yes, it is.
And Mr. Lewis was standing in this carport?
Yes, he was in that area when I came up.
Okay. What did you do next?
Got out the car and spoke to him. Told him the reason I was there. And not long after that, I had a few other investigators pull up behind me, my supervisor, and they began speaking with him.
All right, and what reason did you give him that you were there?
I told him we were there in reference to his wife. An incident had occurred, and we were there to come to the scene of where the incident occurred at.
Okay. And the man you saw, you said Craig Lewis. Do you see that man in the courtroom today that you spoke to?
Yes.
All right, can you point him out for me?
Dark blue button-up shirt there,
All right, between
White
Miss
male.
Bright Matthews?
next to Miss Matthews. Yes.
Yes, okay, thank you.
And the defendant's kind of like, hey, it's me right here. You don't see that too often. Normally they just sit there like, what? And he's like, yep, he's right over there. What's up, buddy?
You. What happened after you and investigators initially spoke to Mr. Lewis?
I believe he wanted to leave the residence. He was speaking to my captain, Angela Stallings. He got in his vehicle and said he was leaving. She informed him he was detained and he was not free to leave. The incident had just freshly happened and we was trying to get a handle on what had occurred. He said he was leaving after she told him he was under detention, and he did not comply with getting out of his vehicle. She told him to step out the vehicle and that he could not leave. I believe she attempted to take his keys. I don't know if she actually ever got the keys or not.
Did she uncrank it though? Did she uncrank? And where's that? I'm confused. I thought he went to the hospital with his wife. Initially he did. He did. But then he went back home. Then he was doing all sorts of red flaggy things, if we had to look at that way. He was hosing down the carport, the driveway. He'd moved a couch and just left it on the side of the road somewhere. He got rid of the clothes that Terry was initially wearing. They never found those, so that's interesting.
At that time, and then he was placed to the ground and put in restraints.
Okay, so he had to be removed from the vehicle?
Yes.
All right, and were you involved in that removal?
Yes.
All right, were other officers involved with that?
Yes, there were.
Okay. And eventually, was he detained?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Do you recall anyone advising him of his Miranda rights?
I did not myself. I didn't ask him any questions, but one of the supervisors there probably notified him of his Miranda.
Okay, well, you don't have to guess. If you don't recall, that's okay.
No.
Sometime later in the investigation, did you receive information about a burned couch?
Objection. Leading. She can ask what he received, if he received any information. Can't lead.
Did you receive any information about anything?
I had left the residence, left the supervisors there. Some of the investigators stayed on scene. I got notified on the radio that I needed to check a particular area for a burned couch that was removed from that residence.
All right,
and where
and
that couch could possibly be located.
what area was that?
It's the area in Colleton County, Risher Mountain Road. It runs parallel with 95.
Did you respond out to Risher Mountain Road?
Yes, I responded out there.
I am moving to interstates exhibits 11 through 18, which the defense has no objection to.
No objection. All right, thank you. That would be 11 through 18 inclusive without objection.
And just for the witness's edification, I'm going to have him flip through these pictures. Do you recognize these pictures, Sergeant?
It seems like the prosecutor's intimidated by this state senator, which makes sense. But it does seem like it. It's coming across that way a little bit, huh? She's like, no. Objection. She can't ask that. Stefan's like, what if any information? Oh my goodness.
Yes, ma'am.
And what are they?
These are photographs of the couch on the side of the road, Risher Mountain Road.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how it appeared?
Yes.
And then once it's back in evidence?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm going to publish these, Your Honor, and then I'll go through and just have Sergeant Varnadoe describe what we're seeing, if that suits the court.
No objection, I presume.
Got the projector back on. We're not teleporting, guys. It's just the projector.
I'm going to first publish State's Exhibit 11. And Sergeant, can you just describe what's contained in this picture?
That's the couch as it set on Risher Mountain, on the side of the road, on Risher Mountain Road when I found it. That's how it was laying.
Because that's not suspicious at all. Let's just put a half-burned couch on the side of the road, just in a random place. Leave the wife at the hospital, okay. Quickly going home to just hose down the driveway, get rid of the clothing, and just put the couch on the side of the road. It's so weird. Oh my goodness. Kathy T said, I'm not bored at all. I can't imagine any place I'd rather be than hanging with the Grizzlies, working on my computer. Thank you, GK. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm not bored either. I'm good. I'm so happy to be here with you guys. And of course, to be here for Terry's family and friends. But this case really didn't get much coverage. It really didn't. I only found out about this case yesterday and I was shocked. I'm like, what? Why have we never heard about this? My word. So thank you to everyone who sent this to me as well. I really appreciate it.
All right, State's Exhibit 12.
That's another angle, same couch.
State's Exhibit 13.
That's some of the, lack of a better term, stuffing, I guess, out of the couch.
State's 14.
That's a photograph of a cigarette lighter that was lying beside the couch.
Was this couch and the cigarette lighter collected?
Yes.
And was that all taken back to evidence at the Criminal Investigations Division?
Yes, the couch was taken back, I believe, to our bay. We have an open bay in there. It was placed inside there.
All right, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 15. And as what's in that picture.
Yeah, you can see the concrete floor there. It looks like that's the floor of the bay.
Okay, so that's when it's back in evidence.
Yes.
All right. Again, State's Exhibit 16.
Same, just a different angle.
17.
That's the same, different view.
All right. Could you tell where most of the burns were, on the left or right side of the couch when you're facing it?
You're facing it, most of them are on the left side.
And then State 18.
Yes, that's the cigarette lighter that was on the ground beside it.
Thank you.
Yeah, we do like this hot mic situation. I cannot really hear it, but we can hear some whispering going on over here. What are they saying?
Did you have any other involvement in the investigation of this case?
No.
All right, thank you. Please answer any questions Ms. Bright Matthews may have for you.
Yes, ma'am.
Mr. Murdoch is going to be crossing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Varnadoe.
How you do?
This defense attorney's name is Brian Murdaugh. There's rumor that is related to Alec, because of course people would make that connection, but there's no evidence of it. So I couldn't find any connection. I saw Court TV earlier saying also they didn't find any connection, so I don't know if he is or isn't. Obviously, South Carolina, one would think. Probably, but who knows?
You, sir.
I'm doing well. Could you please state your rank and position from 2019?
2019, I was a sergeant in investigations.
And at the time of this incident, you were a sergeant?
Yes.
And you were also a part of the crime scene investigations unit, that's correct?
Yes, a real small agency. CID is...
Did you know Mr. Lewis prior to this incident in 2019?
Yes.
Could you tell me how you know Mr. Lewis?
How long?
How long have you known Mr. Lewis?
Pretty much all my life.
Did you grow up with Mr. Lewis?
Mm-hmm.
You and Mr. Lewis went to school together?
Yes.
So you were friends growing up?
Yeah, we was friends. I knew him in school.
What did you review today, or prior to court coming to court today, in preparation to testify?
What I had to testify to.
And this incident occurred back on January 17th, 2019, correct?
Yes.
And your testimony here today is what you recall from 4 years ago?
Yes.
Let's go to your report. Was there any type of incident report you did in regards to this incident?
No, all of my interactions or whatever are recorded on CAD, on the call for service.
Recorded in the CAD service?
In the dispatch info, yes.
And you wrote an incident report, and you never wrote an incident report or any type of...
I wasn't a case officer on this,
or
no.
notes from this incident?
Your Honor, if he can let the witness finish before he keeps asking questions.
Your Honor, the question wasn't finished before witness began to answer.
Hold on 1 second till he finishes, and then pause a second, and then you may answer. So,
Sorry, Mr. Martin.
No, you good?
So you never wrote any type of investigative report, any kind of notes, or an incident report regarding the incident that occurred at Hampton Avenue, Wade Hampton Avenue?
No, I had no investigation as far as the investigative at that location. No, I didn't. I didn't have any part of that.
So upon your arrival to the scene, you were the first officer that arrived to the scene?
Yeah, I was there probably 2 minutes before the other ones got there.
2 minutes?
Yeah, it was a matter of minutes.
Upon your arrival, did you or any of the other officers speak to anyone else other than Mr. Lewis?
I don't remember seeing nobody else there but Mr. Lewis when I got there.
After other officers arrived, do you recall any other officers speaking to a neighbor or anyone else that could have
They may
seen
have.
anything?
I didn't.
And that would have been documented in a report?
If they spoke to him, you had to ask him.
Isn't one of the first things an officer does arriving on scene, investigating a crime, would be to search for other witnesses or any type of surveillance footage or anything that could help the investigation?
That's some of the things we do, yeah.
And why do you do that?
To gather evidence.
But you personally never spoke to anyone else?
I don't recall speaking to a neighbor, no.
Do you remember when you made contact with the defendant? Were you by yourself?
It was a matter of minutes. I may have been there a minute or two, just he and I. And
do you
then,
remember Mr. Long was
yes,
also there?
I believe he was one of the first ones. My first in
So it's
chain
safe
of
to say that you and Mr. Long.
But literally, it is the defense attorney not letting the witness finish. He's like, no, it was the witness that interrupted me. No, it's you. You're interrupting him the whole time. Just like the senator in the room.
My chain of command, he's my next in line supervisor, and he pulled in right behind me, yes.
So it's safe to say that you and Mr. Long together made contact with the defendant on the scene?
Well, I remember, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Did you, upon making contact with the defendant, did you search the defendant, pat down or anything?
No, when I got there, it wasn't very long before the rest of them got there. I pretty much was just telling Mr. Lewis why we were there.
Do you recall anyone?
I didn't
Mr.
ask
Long?
him any questions or anything.
Do you recall Mr. Long or any other officer patting down Mr. Lewis?
I don't.
Searching Mr. Lewis?
No, I don't.
So you had no reason to believe Mr. Lewis was dangerous, or
At the time, no.
did you ask the defendant, Mr. Lewis, what was going on when you arrived?
I told him why we were there. I didn't get into a whole lot of asking the questions. I left that from Ms. Stallings and the rest of them.
And did Mr. Lewis say anything to you when you asked him about what was going on?
No, he wasn't nothing dire to the situation. He was just, telling me, hey, she's messed up or whatever. It was just general conversation.
So there were some statements made between you and Mr. Lewis?
Yeah, we just had a general meeting. Like I said, it was like maybe a minute before everybody else got there.
Did Mr. Lewis tell you where he was going?
No.
Did you and Detective Long, I'm assuming he was detective at the time?
Yes.
Did you and Detective Long enter Mr. Lewis's residence before any other officers arrived on scene?
And no, there was some other ones there by the time the sweep was done at the house.
So are you familiar with Detective Padgett? Was Detective Padgett also on the scene that day?
I think she came up behind us too also, yes. There was a lot. Yeah, go ahead.
I have a document here. This is Now, Mr. Varnadoe, do you recognize that document? Have you ever seen before?
I don't know if I've seen this document. I know what it is, and I can see who typed it.
Does that document appear to be a report from Ms. Padgett?
Yes,
Padgett
Detective Kelly Padgett with us, yes.
Could you flip to the second page of that? About midway through that top paragraph up there, does Detective Padgett observe you and Detective Long exiting the residence with the defendant upon her arrival at the scene?
Point out which part. You said halfway through the second paragraph?
Yes. Your Honor, if I may.
Yeah, come on up here and show them what you're talking about.
So he's like, yeah, come on up here and show me. My goodness.
I'll read it. Lieutenant Long and others exited the residence with Mr. Lewis. As Lewis was walking, he was holding a flip phone and was saying something to the effect of, "I'm going to call the person who got the couch now."
That's enough.
You want to keep reading?
That's enough. So you and Detective Long were the first two on scene. Detective Padgett and others arrived minutes later.
Yeah, right behind us.
and her report states that you and Detective Long exited the residence.
Well, we probably were, like I said, we probably did do a sweep of the house. I'm not sure.
So you were in the residence.
I said we did a sweep of the house. One was done.
On that date in 2019, were you equipped with any type of body camera or dash camera at
No.
this time? Why not?
My agency didn't have them.
You just didn't have them?
My agency didn't have them.
Agency
We
didn't
weren't
have
issued, yes.
Sorry, I didn't hear you.
You good?
So you had no access to one at all?
No.
But if you did have a body camera on scene when you responded, any statements that were made between you and Mr. Lewis upon your arrival would have been recorded on that body
That's
camera?
policy, yes.
Let's get back to the couch that you mentioned. You responded after the call, or you left the scene from the original call and responded to Richard Mountain Road in response to a couch, correct?
Yes.
And upon your arrival, the couch was located
Yes, I found on the side of the
Richard
road.
Mountain Road.
About a half a mile down Richard Mountain.
Did Mr. Lewis assist in finding the couch?
I don't know. I wasn't there.
Do
I
you
was
recall any other
calling.
officers calling, or anyone on the dispatch call that stated Mr. Lewis assisted in helping find the couch?
From what I recall on the radio, I was told to respond out there by an officer. I think his name was Phil Driggers. I'm not 100% sure. I think it was Driggers. I don't know how Mr. Driggers got that information.
But somebody did give information to you regarding the couch
On the
that was
radio,
found on
yes.
Richard Mountain Road?
Mhm.
Approximately how long were you on the scene at Wadeham before you left to Richard Mountain Road?
It was after the ambulances, both of them had left. 30 minutes maybe. Wasn't very long. It should be in the
Do you recall if the fire department was ever called in any part of this investigation?
I don't remember the fire department, no.
And when you arrived at the home and Mr. Lewis advised you of fire, that's correct?
There had been one,
Of
yes.
a fire, that's correct.
There had been one, yes.
And you didn't think to call any type of fire dispatch to make sure that the residence was safe?
I didn't see any flames, smoke, or anything. Like I said, we did a sweep of the house.
What did you see on under the carport?
I seen water on the carport, on the ground, a water hose, some black char of some type that was burnt material on the
So
carport.
it's safe to say that it was consistent with something that looked like it had just out of the fire?
Had been, yes.
We're on a boat now, everyone. Mallory's like, I'm getting seasick. Hold on tight.
So were you in part of, or did you take part in helping to detain Mr. Lewis, or did that occur after you left the scene at Wadeham?
Nope, I was there.
Do you remember approximately how Mr. Lewis was detained?
Yes.
Could you explain that to the jury?
He was pulled out the vehicle.
And when did Mr. Lewis get into his vehicle?
I believe while my captain may have been talking to him, he was walking towards his, the pictures.
Well, according
Has
to
it-
Detective Padgett, you and Mr. Long exited the home with Mr. Lewis. Was it at that point where he got into his vehicle?
Yeah, after he walked away from there, yes. He wasn't in restraints
He
or
wasn't
anything.
detained at that point?
No, well, he was detained, but we didn't have him in handcuffs. We just told him he needed to stay there.
Typically, when you detain someone, are they placed into handcuffs?
Yes, sir.
It's difficult for a court reporter. You continue to talk over one another.
Sorry, Your
I
Honor.
So
apologize.
that's
Your
okay,
Honor.
that's all right, it's fine, but just give it a second before the answer, and if you give them a second to finish, it might go a little smoother. Thank you so much. Sorry for the interruption. Please ask the question again.
Typically, when you detain someone, are they placed into handcuffs?
Not all the time.
In situations where allegations such as allegations with Mr. Lewis, are suspects typically placed into handcuffs?
No. Now, if he's not being aggressive, I don't.
Did you assist in the takedown of Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Approximately how many officers were involved in that takedown?
Maybe 4?
Were you injured as a result of Mr. Lewis?
I wasn't. No.
Were other officers injured?
Yes.
The takedown of Mr. Lewis.
Did you have any reason to believe that a fire didn't occur at the residence upon your arrival?
It appeared so. I'm not an expert in that area, but there were, like I said, there was some charred remains of fabric or something. The water hose out there, the water on the pavement. You can smell the slight smell of smoke. I mean, at some point you can tell there had been a fire.
But the fire department was never called.
Not that I'm aware of. I didn't see them.
Is it common for responding to accidents, fire department be called?
If we think they're needed, yes.
Well, even in small car accidents, the fire department is usually called, correct?
Yes, sir. Actually, there was never a 911 call to come out there to that location.
So certainly where there's a call that comes in regarding a fire, it'd be a good idea to call the fire department.
If someone called 911 and said, yes, there's a fire out here or something, then yes, the fire department would have came.
As part of your training as an officer, are you ever taught anything regarding other than basic fire safety?
No.
Would you be familiar with an expert calls an origin expert with fire?
You have to repeat that for me.
Would you be familiar with a cause and origin expert when it comes to fire?
No.
Beg for the court's indulgence, Your Honor.
Court's indulgence. What a trial, huh? My goodness. This defense attorney speaks so fast. I mean, for the court reporter, wow. Okay, here we go. It's going in.
Ms. Varnadoe, were there 3 dogs that were located in the residence upon your arrival?
I don't recall dogs. I'm not saying they weren't there, but I don't remember them.
Craig let you and Detective Long into the residence, and you eventually went into the residence with Mr. Lewis, correct?
I don't know how far I went into the residence. I only remember passing right there in the doorway. As far as like going through and looking for dogs, I don't remember seeing any dogs.
Did you tell Mr. Lewis that he could leave upon exiting the residence?
Outside of the house? Yeah,
Yes.
he was able to go into the yard. Yes, he couldn't leave the premise. No, he didn't have to stay inside the house. I actually wanted to come outside the house.
And do you recall Mr. Lewis locking the door to his residence when he exited the house?
Say again?
Do you recall Mr. Lewis locking the door to his residence when he exited?
I know he shut the door. I don't know if he locked it or not. It was shut.
Do you remember which investigator this case was assigned to as the lead investigator?
I do not.
Just to be clear, you never took any notes or wrote any kind of formal report
No.
as a result of this? No further question, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms.
Just briefly. If 911 is not called in an emergency, does the fire department just show up?
No. And if they're not called, no.
And why didn't you call the fire department?
I didn't see any fire or no smoke or anything. I didn't see a need for them.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions related to that question?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, thank you so much. This witness excused or not?
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
State calls Lieutenant David Long. Thanks.
Nomi said, does he need a fire break?
Mr. Long, please come forward and be
Defense attorney.
sworn.
Oh my. Okay, Lieutenant David Long.
Place your left hand on the Bible and raise your right. Your affirmative testimony of the court and jury in this case should be the truth, whole truth, nothing but true self you God.
Yes.
Please have a seat on the witness stand.
Yeah, this is not sounding like a great investigation, hey. Obviously, at the time, it was reported as there was a fire and somebody was badly hurt. One would think that the fire department would go out. I'm pretty sure from the article we read earlier that they said they did go out, but apparently not. Well, let's hear from other witnesses. Did they? Did the fire department not go there at all? Oh, my word.
State your name for the record. Spell your last name.
David Long, L-O-N-G.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant Long.
Good morning.
Do you have your report with you?
Say again, please.
Do you have your report with you?
I do.
Okay. I've got one if you needed a copy of it. Lieutenant, tell us how long you've been employed by Colleton County Sheriff's Office.
I started in 1986, and then from 86 to 96, I worked for the Colleton County Sheriff's Department. Then I went to the Department of Natural Resources for South Carolina, and I worked there for about 17 years there, and came back to work at the Colleton County Sheriff's Department in probably 2013 or so, and been there ever since.
All right. And your current position is lieutenant over
Investigations.
right? And so back in 2019, what role were you playing at the sheriff's office?
The same, and special operations.
Were you on duty on January 17th of 2019?
Yes.
And where did you respond out to?
Wade Hampton Drive,
Whose residence was that?
Craig Lewis's.
All right. Was that a shared residence?
Was there what?
Shared residence?
I believe he was married and had a wife at the time.
All right. Is that within Colleton County's jurisdiction?
It is.
Tell us what you observed upon getting to that residence.
Myself and Detective Varnadoe arrived at about the same time. He actually knows Mr. Lewis, and he began speaking to him. And as we drove up, as we exited our vehicles, and he started talking to him, he was under his carport with a water hose. I believe he was winding it up.
Okay.
As he had just finished with it.
Do you see Craig Lewis in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is he seated?
He's sitting beside the defendant's attorney.
Okay. Is that the same man that you saw in the carport winding up the hose?
It is. He has lost some weight since then.
Okay.
Appears to have.
Okay. I have states exhibits 9 and 10 that I've shown to the defense, and I would like to enter these. I believe there's no objection.
All right, those will be states 9 and 10, without objection.
Thank you. And may I approach the witness? Lieutenant Long, do you recognize what's contained in these pictures? This is states 9 and 10.
Yes, this is the carport that he was standing under with apparently the same garden hose and had just finished washing down. That's why the water is still there and some running down. This is the part that is not seen in that same photo of the left-hand side of the carport.
Okay, an extension of the carport?
It is.
Okay. Is that how it appeared when you responded to 273 Wade Hampton?
The door was open.
Okay. I'm going to publish these, Your Honor.
You may.
Zoe B said not all fire departments have arson investigated, especially in rural areas. The state fire marshal's office would provide arson investigation services, although in South Carolina that might also be under SLED. Thank you.
All right, Lieutenant, if I can direct your attention to the pictures that I'm putting up. This is states 9. And just describe for us what we're seeing right here again.
Yes, it was more water on the concrete at the time when I arrived.
Okay, and
I'm
this
not
is,
sure what time that picture was actually taken.
and this is the water hose you were referring to?
It is.
And you stated earlier that this door was open when you arrived?
While he was standing under the carport, that door to that entrance to that room was open.
This is states 10. And I believe you stated that this is just the other side of the carport?
It is. It appears to be what I would consider a two-car carport, and that would be the left side of the carport.
Thank you. All right, so you and Varnadoe were the first to get there, right?
Correct.
Okay. What happened after Sergeant Varnadoe had a brief conversation with Craig Lewis?
It was imperative that we were going to attempt to search the residence. I asked Mr. Lewis if he would consent to a search, and I don't know what he had said something. I don't remember or recall exactly what it was, but I had gone to my patrol vehicle and gotten a consent search form, and when I came back and asked Mr. Lewis about it again, apparently he refused to because I never got it signed. I don't remember whether he said he would or wouldn't or anything, but I did not get it signed, the consent.
Okay. At some point, did you Mirandize him?
After he was placed in handcuffs for detention, yes.
Okay. So prior to that, when you came back with the form, what happened next? What did you observe?
More officers had arrived at that time, and I believe Captain Stallings was speaking to him in the door of the truck. He had come out of the house, shut the door behind him, got in the truck, and a conversation was taking place with him sitting in the truck, and we were outside the vehicle.
Was he, what were you asking him to do?
I, at that point, wasn't asking him to do anything. He and Stallings were in a conversation. I don't know what they were saying or what had taken place, but at one point he was told he was detained for questioning and to exit the vehicle, and that's when he was trying to crank the vehicle and leave.
Okay. Did he exit the vehicle of his own volition?
No.
All right. Then what happened?
Captain Stallings attempted to get the keys. She was removed from that window of the vehicle. We got Mr. Lewis out of the vehicle. He struggled slightly, so we went to the ground with him and placed him in handcuffs.
Okay.
A struggle ensued.
Okay. And so you and what other officers?
At that time, it was myself, Officer Eubanks, and Detective Varnadoe.
Okay.
And Captain Stallings was there present.
Were medics called to check him out?
Yes.
Was there another medic that came out too?
I don't know.
Okay.
I know that Detective Eubanks required a medic
Okay.
for an issue with his shoulder of some type.
Did you respond anywhere else later that day?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Did you have any other role in the investigation of this case?
Stayed at the house and stayed outside and made sure and secured the scene while the search warrant was executed.
And who came back with the search warrant?
I don't remember which officer had it.
All right. But you stayed at the residence and waited on the search warrant?
Yes, I was in the yard.
Okay. Please answer any questions Ms. Bright Matthews may have.
Absolutely.
What's your rank? What is your rank?
Lieutenant,
And how long have you been with the Sheriff's Department?
the first time was in 1986 until I went to work for DNR in 96.
So that's 10
Retired-
years? 10 years, right?
10 years. Retired from DNR in 2012, June. Went back to work at Sheriff's Office in 12 of June.
And so from
June
12,
2012.
at this time, so that's 10 years plus you have from 12 to now.
38 now.
Okay, so you've been there a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
And you understand the importance of documenting everything.
Yes.
So that because you know when you come to court, you're going to have somebody like me or
Absolutely.
Mr. Murdoch, and you and I have been at it a lot
Yes,
over the
ma'am.
years, and we have fun with it, don't we?
ma'am, we do.
All right. Which one of you gave the
Objection leading. Objection building rapport. We have a lot of fun with it, don't we? Yes, ma'am. Oh dear, oh dear. Okay, let's see this fun. Let's see it happen.
Miranda warnings?
After we placed him in handcuffs, I gave him a Miranda warning.
Isn't it in fact true that your own report says that when you, upon locating Lewis, he was under the carport with a water hose attempting to remove evidence? So was the water hose on or off?
He was under the carport holding the hose. I remember him stopping with the hose. I don't remember whether he was actually spraying or what at the time.
It says attempting to remove evidence of the fire that severely burned his wife.
That's correct.
You don't know what it was, do
The
you?
very second I drove up, I'm not absolutely sure if he had completed what he was doing or whether he was still in the process of doing it.
Well, David, excuse me for calling you David.
That's fine.
You went into the scene. Did you know Mr. Lewis?
No, I did not.
Or Brian just told you, I know Mr. Lewis?
Yes.
Okay, so he went in there and didn't he say, hey, Bo, why didn't you call us? Isn't that what Brian said? When Brian went into the residence with Mr. Lewis, because he let y'all in the house, didn't he?
The door was open, and when he went in, I believe we followed him
And
in.
he didn't stop you?
No.
He didn't say, hey, you got a warrant, you can't come in my house, did he?
Well, I went into the doorway. I don't know
He
what
was
took place after
cooperating.
that. Ma'am?
I'm sorry, I'm doing what my protege was doing. He was cooperating, wasn't he?
He was.
And he came in, and I think
My protege, oh dear. Irene said it's very off-putting. All the this, we know each other. It hits different. It's very different, right? Oh my word. Okay, keep going.
that's when you or either Mr. Brian said, hey, you noticed that the couch was missing, didn't you?
I myself?
Yeah, because you walk in that, under the carport, you walk into that area, that's where the wood-burning stove is, and you see that there's a couch missing.
Yeah, once you go in that doorway I said that was open, that's the room that also had water in it and smelled of fire, and the couch was missing, yes.
So now, yes, you noticed that the couch was missing, or no? Or that you found that later? I'm just trying to clarify it for the, did you?
I didn't know a couch was there until later. All I know is that the water was on the floor, and you could smell some odor of fire,
Okay.
and I stopped at that room. I didn't go any further.
You
I don't
didn't-
know what took place.
I'm not asking about anything related to the search, I'm just asking whether or not he was cooperating at that point.
He was cooperating at that point.
Okay. Didn't,
Did you see her hands flying? Did you? Oh dear. Oh, throwing tantrums now. Okay.
he say, when he was asked, hey, Bo, why didn't you call us? Didn't he say, well, I'm gonna call y'all? I was trying to get my wife to the hospital. Didn't he say that to you all?
Not to me.
That's not reflected in this report, is it?
I did not hear him say that.
Okay, got it. Now, the next thing in your report, he goes out. Is it your testimony to this court that when he shut the door, you didn't know whether it was locked or not, that y'all had already been in the house and y'all let him come outside, and you, even though you don't know whether anybody told him he could go, but he got in the car and he turned on the ignition switch, didn't he?
He was sitting in the truck. I do not remember him cranking the truck.
Was his seatbelt on?
I don't remember that.
You don't have that in your report either, do you?
No, ma'am.
And then you said-
I didn't observe him with a seatbelt on. I would have written that.
Okay. Did you have your cell phone on you?
He did have a cell phone.
Did you have your cell phone on you?
Did I have mine? Yes.
Didn't you take a picture of him?
Of who?
Mr. Lewis.
I don't recall. I did have a cell phone. I had two, matter of fact.
I'll get to that in a minute.
Kelly says, this is so not professional. It feels rigged. It really does feel like a TV show. Judge is like, just remember, this is not going to be like a TV show. It's not exciting like that, okay? Dramatic. When the senator is up there, the state senator, it's pretty dramatic. Very dramatic. Oh, my word.
When you write in your report that Mr. Lewis was attempting to leave the residence, you had not detained him, had you?
When Stallings got there, she told him he was wanted for questioning. We were going to question him. At that point, he was detained.
I'm sorry, I was not talking about Stallings. I'm talking about your report. When you wrote in your report that he was attempting to leave the residence, you were there before Stallings, Marcarella, and I forgot the other name, but Kelly Padgett came. You were there. He was not attempting to flee you and Brian Varnadoe, was he?
At that time, no, ma'am.
Okay, so he wasn't attempting to evade you. Stallings came and Stallings took control because she had more what?
the
Seniority.
captain.
She was the captain.
Correct.
And she said, no, he's not going anywhere because y'all had already told him he could leave, didn't you?
I didn't tell him he could leave.
Okay. You knew
Someone
he-
else may have.
You knew he wanted to get to the hospital to his wife,
No,
didn't you?
ma'am, I did not know that.
Okay. But you knew it was about a burning involving his wife, didn't it?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's get to the takedown. When he said who was it that gave the command to arrest him? And you're not going anywhere.
To detain him, yes.
Okay, now you made it was a nice, I listened to you carefully. A struggle ensued. What does that mean, a fight? We're in Walterboro. What does a struggle ensued means? Means y'all had to take him down.
We attempted to remove him from the vehicle and he was resisting.
Okay, how many times did you tell him to get out of the vehicle? That's not in the report either.
I didn't count them.
Did you tell him 5 times?
I didn't count them.
1 time?
I told him at least once, I know.
You did. And where were you standing when you told him that?
Right outside the door of the vehicle.
Who else was there?
Detective Varnadoe and Detective Eubanks, to my memory.
Okay?
Captain
And
Stallings had just stepped to the side. She was there also.
3 people came with her, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Did you talk to any officers today about this case?
Did I what?
Talk to any officers today about this case?
I reviewed my notes.
Did you review their notes?
I don't have their notes.
You
I
don't
did
have
not
their
review
notes in the case
no.
file? Okay. I'm a little curious. You have in your report that you Mirandized Mr. Lewis, but you were not the lead officer on scene. So why did you Mirandize him?
Because I had just placed him in handcuffs.
Okay. You're the one that finally got the handcuffs on him?
It was a collective effort.
Craig never swinged at you, did he?
I don't remember him swinging at me.
Did he kick at you?
I don't recall.
He never swinged at you, did he? Oh my goodness. This is so hectic.
When you got him out of the car, was he on the concrete? Was the vehicle on the concrete?
The vehicle was parked.
In the carport?
No, it was not in the carport. It was back from the carport.
Was it on concrete?
I don't remember whether that part is concrete or not.
Well, your attorney just, hold on, where is it?
She showed me a picture of the carport. Underneath there is concrete. I don't remember, the truck was not under there. It was parked outside of that.
May I approach the witness? I'm going to show you what the state has put in as State's Exhibit Number 4. Do you recognize that picture?
Yes, ma'am.
And where's the truck located?
It is in a driveway on the concrete.
That's what I was asking. So in your attempt to bring Mr. Lewis down, didn't you try to slam him on the concrete?
No, ma'am. He ended up in the grass right over here where we pulled. We were all standing up, and we fell all into the grass right here. Nobody tried to slam him on any concrete.
Didn't you try to make him go down on the concrete, and y'all were hanging on to him as he sidestepped to the grass so that he wouldn't get hurt?
That would be accurate.
Okay. Are you right-handed? Do you write with your right hand?
I do.
And where was the scar or the laceration or the bruise that you received?
On my right hand,
And where on your right hand?
the backside.
Show it to the jury, please. Did you get that when you swung at him?
No.
On the back of your hand, he never swung at you, he never kicked you. You're taking him down with 4 other officers, and 4 supposedly got hurt. And you tried to swing at him, and then he turned his head, and your hand hit the root that was down there, didn't it?
I don't know whether my hand hit the handcuff or something on the ground. I had a slight injury on the back of my hand.
Didn't Craig tell you and Brian Varnadoe that he used the hose earlier to make sure the couch did not reignite?
I don't remember him saying that.
Okay.
He may have said it.
It's like, show the jury. He's like, I don't know how they're supposed to see that. Show them your injury from 5 years ago. Did you see that, jury? You got that? Okay. Don't know what the point of all this is, but alrighty.
Someone else.
No, I'm asking just you,
He
you
did
and
not say that
Brian.
to me that I recall.
How many kicks did you get into Craig's back and ribs?
None.
You're under oath. Did you kick Craig Lewis
I
three
don't-
times in his ribs and his back?
No, ma'am, I do not recall kicking or striking Mr. Lewis.
I don't have any other questions.
Anything else, Ms.
No, Your Honor. May Lieutenant Long be excused, please?
Any objection?
No objections.
You need this exhibit?
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. May we approach?
That was quite, I don't even know what word to use. Dramatic. Over the top. Disproportionate. Not effective, in my opinion. Where are we going with this so far? Anne says, prosecutor, your job is to fight for the victim. Yes. Let me show you. Look at this picture. Terry with her daughter. Her daughter's encouraging her, as she was recovering, when she was in the hospital. That's what we're here for. We're here for Terry Lewis. Listen, prosecutor, are you fighting for Terry Lewis or not? Oh my goodness.
About ready for a break, so we'll try to keep it to 15 minutes. I understand that restrooms are limited in the jury room, so I'm told 15 minutes is a time period that y'all should be able to work with, but don't discuss the case with anyone, standard admonitions, each other, anything like that, and we'll try to make it back if reasonable in 15 minutes. So thank you so much.
Okay then, so we're going to teleport now. Wait, I think the attorneys are going to talk. Jury's going. They're on a break for 15 minutes. I don't believe them. Will it be 15 minutes? Alibi said, wow, our defendant makes some interesting facial expressions. Yeah, he definitely does. He doesn't have a poker face, that guy. Yes, justice for Terry. Okay, so the jury's leaving. Let's just see what's happening here. Something goes on here. Okay, then there's a break. Okay, so we wait.
I think they're gone. Anything in for the record before we take a break?
Nothing, Your Honor. I would like to pass up a case that will be in reference to the any presentations made by the pathologist. It is the state Smith versus Arizona, recently ruled on this year by our U.S. Supreme Court. It's in reference to opinion testimony.
What's the summary, since it looks quite voluminous?
Experts.
Thank you.
It relates to the pathologist or an expert witness utilizing the findings of another expert without the defense having the ability to cross-examine that other. I have the little expert, my cheat sheet.
Oh, good. Thank you.
The cheat sheet. The judge is the
Watson, you
Honorable.
familiar with the case?
No,
Marvin
Your
Dukes.
Honor, but Dr. Beaver's autopsy report was based on just the autopsy that he performed, not on other experts' opinions or records.
I want to make sure that Dr. Beaver is not being called to testify on cause of death. He has the cause of death listed as homicide, and he relies upon the coroner's report. And the coroner, and when I subpoenaed the coroner's file, the coroner never even looked at Colleton medical records. And all the coroner has in his notes is, it looks like an asterisk related to the decedent's daughter and nothing else.
Well, I suppose both of these questions can be answered in maybe the first couple of questions to him.
Exactly.
Number one, are you relying on anyone else's medical opinion to reach your opinion? My understanding is the answer, at least the belief of the state is, the answer will be, nope, it's just my own autopsy.
Right. Now, pathologists routinely rely on historical facts from law enforcement that play into the cause of death, but that is routine, and homicide just means at the hands of another person, and that information, Ms. Bright-Matthews can certainly get into that with the pathologist, that he doesn't have any first-hand knowledge of what occurred that day.
Right.
But
Well, that was the
based
second
on-
question. But okay. But the first question, though, is probably resolved by perhaps even your first question to him about whether or not he relied on other doctors.
Sure.
Okay. So the second question, of course, is where'd you come up with this?
Right.
Well, I put together a whole lot of different things. And then,
I'd like to show you the first page. It's just 2 sentences
okay, I'm looking at it.
of case history. As long as he does not get into the case history, I'm good.
What? This is a trial where the defendant is facing first-degree murder charges and arson charges. So if they're not allowed to say that the cause of death is homicide, what? Oh my goodness.
Now, the case history, let's be clear on if we can agree on what the case history is that you're talking about.
The case history contains the fruit of the poisonous tree. You've already ruled on that as it relates to statements that were provided out on, I think 5 months before Ms. Lewis died.
It actually does not contain any statements by her. I know, Your Honor, I'm just reading it currently.
According to the coroner, let's see. Burns. This could be resolved, I would think.
I'm not asking him about that.
Okay.
As long as she is not going to be asking him what the case history is?
No.
Okay.
All right.
And because it is, I think that's reversible.
What about manner of death?
I will be asking manner of death. I'm not going to say, where'd you get that from? If Ms. Bright Matthews wants to go into it, she certainly can.
Your Honor, this is a tissue doctor. A pathologist is simply a tissue doctor. He's not an expert witness in how a person dies. He can only say what they died with.
Yeah, it would be difficult, I would think, for him to come up with manner of death without the case history.
Therein lies the problem with that hearsay on hearsay.
Well, cause of death, I think, is
He can
fair game.
testify to cause of death.
Yeah, delay complications of thermal injury, but manner of death, doesn't that rely on the case history to come up with that one
Well,
word?
it always does in every case, Your Honor. I mean, whether something's a suicide or a homicide, it relies on some case history referred to by law enforcement. I've never had a pathologist who is not allowed to testify as to cause of death and manner of death.
Your Honor, never is a long time.
Well,
I've never had a pathologist be qualified to testify to manner, nor have they been able to testify. They can, if you say you committed suicide by shooting yourself in the head, the cause of death is going to be something with your brain. He can't say whether or not you did it to yourself.
The problem I guess I've got with manner of death is, the first question is going to be, how'd you come up with manner of death?
If Ms. Bright Matthews asked that.
No, I understand.
I'm not going to ask it.
But I mean, you were going to ask manner of death, I think, right? And then,
That's typically what I close on because it is an opinion that he's entitled to give.
but his opinion would be based on case history, not on everything that he analyzed with the autopsy, right?
And they are experts are allowed to rely on hearsay in forming their expert opinion under the rules of criminal procedure.
Your Honor, we've already gone over this as it relates to the only way that statement would have come in is if the statement from May of 2019 when the decedent was recorded, and we've already had a motion heard that that statement was not coming in because it's hearsay. That's when that recitation that comes from that statement is word for word. And the coroner's file I have here, it specifically says, goes to that particular statement from Georgia Bureau of Investigations, where that's the first time in 5 months that someone talks about a shirt being thrown at the decedent. And in that statement, it also says that her boyfriend threw the shirt at her.
Well, I think
My goodness, my says, I couldn't watch this without my Grizzlies. I agree. And you said Senator gets away with too much and no one speaks up. Shame. Sending bear hugs to Leanne. Yes. Poor Leanne, that's Terry's daughter. She's already been through so much. And wow, just watching this is like, what? This senator is running this courtroom. Like, it looks like everybody's intimidated by her, even the judge, you know? Oh my goodness, she needs a little bit of boundaries there. A little bit of boundaries. Hell Board said she lived 10 months and was eventually taken off intubation I'm just curious if she ever accused him. Yes, she did. So she made statements to the police once she was able to speak, and the police actually took down her statements. I don't know if they audio recorded it or not, or if they're going to play that or not, if they're going to read it, but yes, Terry was able to tell the police what happened to her. She said that she wanted to divorce her husband. She told him, I'm leaving you. And he said, according to her, he allegedly said, if I can't have you, no one else will. And then he attacked her for 2 days and threw fabric at her that was on fire repeatedly while she was trying to get it off her. He stood on her hand. He did all sorts of things, including SA. Like, that was her statement. The police took it down. So maybe at some point they will be reading that report or playing that audio or something. I don't know. Wow. Okay, so let's keep going to see what they decide here.
We agreed that was not going to come in.
So how do you get it in now if it's hearsay the first time?
No, I think case history, y'all perhaps even agree, is not going to come in. The question is manner of death now, right? So if manner, that's what we're, I think, talking about now, because case history is not.
The manner of death should be thermal injury.
Well, that's the cause of death. So the question is manner of death. Is homicide appropriate? The state wants to bring it in because hearsay is appropriate in formulating an opinion. I'm not sure. Go ahead, please.
Let me ask this. Is Ms. Matthews going to ask about manner of death?
Well, that was going to be my question, because if you open the door and say, wow, I guess you didn't come up with a manner of death, or start mentioning manner of death, I would say...
Manner of death to me is going to be she stopped breathing.
Well,
I'm not going to bring that up. I'm not going to say...
Well, it's delayed complications of thermal injury that
That's
cause
it.
a death. I mean, manner of death is, as you said, suicide, homicide, something like that. But if you bring it up, then the door's wide open.
Door's open.
So I think, again, cause of death is fine, case history's out. Manner of death, not appropriate unless the door is open, unless it's discussed. And,
Got it. So there's not going to be any question like, oh, well, shouldn't this be an accident, manner of death be an accident, or anything like that?
y'all give me a list of what manners of death might be. That'd be suicide, homicide, accident, anything
natural
like that.
causes.
I am not, unless I go off the rail somewhere, going to bring anything in that I feel that this expert witness is not qualified to.
Okay, but just so we're clear, getting into manner of death or the various things that could be manner of death would be a door opening situation.
Right. Exactly.
Okay. All right. Does that mean I don't have to read Smith versus Arizona?
Very interesting trial we're watching together here, Grizzlies. Linda says, this courtroom seems so dysfunctional. What exactly is going on here? Just wow, right?
I believe so.
Well, I'm going to hand it all back then. All right. Yeah, we'll keep it. Yeah. All right. Let's take a quick break for us then. We'll be off the record. Thanks.
Oh dear. Okay, we're gonna teleport everybody. Buckle up, get ready, here we go. Oh, that was pretty quick actually. Wait, from here, let's go. Obviously the jury had already been out. So from here.
Is that now aimed at my diaphragm? Let's see. But I sort of sit over here. But
we can hear you, sir. We've got a hot mic again. Shame. I really want to be for Terry's family. This is horrible.
anything before we bring the jury back in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
I'm sorry.
That's all right. Just anything before we bring the jury back in?
Nothing.
Okay. Is the jury ready? Are they still, do you think they're ready to come back in? If not, we can give them a few more minutes.
And ladies and gentlemen, we have a pen clicker. And it's the judge. Oh, no, 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 no. This is not right. Last time with Leilani Simon's trial, we had Mr. Hilly, the defense attorney, clicking. And then people emailed him to complain, please don't do that, sir. And then he clicked some more on purpose. But I'm like, whoa, the judge is a pen clicker here. Oh my goodness. This is quite something. This trial.
Okay, bring them in, please.
Bring the jury. See, Denise said, is there a way to find out the full backstory? I've never heard of this one. Yes, go back to the beginning of the stream. You could stay with us now, but if you watch the beginning of the stream, for almost an hour, we talked about the full backstory. There was a presentation. I read through a detailed article. There's actually a second article that we could read through at some point, but that was a very good overview that we did just so that we're all on the same page of like, what is this case about? And I'm so glad that we do our homework, because sometimes, like with this trial, we'd be lost. We'd be so lost. I don't know how the jury's feeling, just with all the name dropping and all the talking over each other and just everything and how it's going and the pace of it. It's just like, what is happening? It just seems so unclear, you know? So, okay, well, at least I will pause and fill in the blanks where I need to. Jules says, I miss Clark Kent. Prosecutor in Leilani Simon's trial. No judge. No. Objection. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Cobbo says, click your pen 3 times and we're not in Kansas anymore. Oh man. At least trials like this, it makes us appreciate trials like the prosecutor. Oh my word, in Leilani Simon's trial was absolutely brilliant, right? Yeah, so Wagger is just confirming for everyone, because I see people getting confused. So you're saying she's a state senator, not a U.S. senator. She does not have an office in D.C. The state senator is no doubt higher than a state rep, but not at all on the level of a U.S. senator. That would be the defense attorney is a state senator. Okay. Steel guitars like mic tapping. That witness was like... He's doing it too now. I'm not doing it. I'm not even touching my mic. Oh, we've got paper flapping too now. Damn. There's the defendant, Craig Lewis. He's facing first-degree murder and arson charges.
All right. No deliberations, discussions, or research back there, I assume. Is that correct? All right. Fantastic. All right. Back on the record. Please call your next witness.
Thank you. State calls Dr. Thomas Beaver.
Dr. Beaver, please come forward and be sworn.
Kathleen says, is Dr. Lewis next? Maybe.
You may put your papers here if you like. Place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right. Your affirmative testimony give the court and jury in this case should be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, self God.
Yes, I do.
Okay, please have a seat. Please stand, state your name for the record, and swear your life.
My name is Thomas Richard Beaver, B-E-A-V-E-R.
Good afternoon, Dr. Beaver.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for joining us. I know it was a lot with your schedule.
Not a problem.
Where do you work?
I work for the Medical University of South Carolina in Charleston, so I'm at MUSC in Charleston.
All right, and what do you do there?
I carry a bunch of hats there, but the thing that I do most, I would say, is autopsies. I do autopsies for the university, and the university provides forensic pathology services to about 70% of the state.
Okay, and can you just briefly describe your educational background and professional background in forensic pathology?
Sure. So I have an undergraduate degree from the University of California. I have a medical degree, an MD, from St. George's University School of Medicine. I followed that with a 5-year training program in anatomic and clinical pathology at the University of Colorado. And that allowed me to then take the certifying examination given by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic pathology and clinical pathology, and I passed that exam on the first attempt. I then did a fellowship in forensic pathology to subspecialize, and following that fellowship, I took the certifying examination for forensic pathology and passed that on the first attempt as well. I then took a job in private practice in California, and I was there for about 5 years doing autopsies and hospital pathology for a private practice group, and my group provided services to the coroners in the Central Valley of California. I covered about 5 counties in the Central Valley, including Stanislaus County, where the group was based. After that, I left California and went to Florida, and I was an associate at District 14 in Florida, which is Panama City, Florida. Then I wasn't there long before I moved up the ladder to be chief medical examiner in Daytona Beach, Florida, District 7, and I was there almost 9 years. And then after Florida, I wanted to go back into academic medicine, and Texas Tech University in Lubbock, Texas, offered me the directorship of Division of Forensic Pathology within the medical school, and they offered me the directorship of the Institute of Forensic Science at the university. So I accepted that, went there, worked for them for about almost 4 years. Then there was an illness in my family. My wife got sick, and time was short, so we moved back to California, where she was from. And I worked in Bakersfield, California as a contractor, and then eventually as the chief forensic pathologist in Alameda County, California, which is Oakland, California. I was chief in Oakland for about 4 years, and that was a very large office. It's a very large urban area. I had 22 investigators, I had 8 forensic technicians, I had a couple of transcriptionists, and a few more clerical people, and we never turned off the lights, and we never locked the door. So after that, I wanted to get a little bit less headaches, and so I took a job as the district medical examiner for District 16, which is the Florida Keys. So back to Florida, and I was the district medical examiner in the Florida Keys for about a little over 3 years, and then I went to MUSC. I spent a little bit of time in West Virginia, like 6 months in West Virginia, and then to MUSC. I was looking to go back into academic medicine, and that's where I've been since 2018.
Okay, so it sounds like you've been a bit of everywhere.
I am that Johnny Cash song, I've been everywhere.
Right. Okay, so how many times have you testified as an expert in forensic pathology?
It would be hundreds, maybe even 1,000 or more.
Okay. At this time, the state would offer Dr. Beaver as an expert in forensic pathology.
No objections.
All right. Will be considered an expert in the field of forensic pathology. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Did you have an opportunity to conduct an autopsy on Terry Lewis?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what date was that autopsy conducted?
I think it was in 2019, and I think it was around August of 2019. I have to look at my report to be.
You can refer to your report. Do you have it in front of you?
November.
Yes, ma'am. I do.
Okay.
Nope, actually it was November 3rd, 2019.
And what was the date of death in this case?
So her date of death was November 1st. At least that's what I have in my records.
As part of the autopsy, do you take various samples from the patient?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and is one of those samples that you take a blood spot?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to show you what has been marked as states 69.
No objection.
And I would enter this without objection
69 without objection.
and ask if this is the blood spot that was taken during the autopsy of Terry Lewis.
Well, what I see here is the plastic evidence envelope, and I see a brown manila-like envelope that has our label on it, and it has our handwriting from the autopsy. And so I don't see the blood spot per se, but I definitely see the packaging that we use where we would put the blood spot, and it would be inside that envelope.
Great, thank you very much for identifying that. Did you fill out a diagram of the patient in your assessment of your findings?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as States Exhibit 57, I believe there's no objection to this.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And I would enter 57 at this time. Handing you State's Exhibit 57, is this the diagram that you filled out in reference to Terry Lewis's autopsy?
Yes, ma'am. This is, these are notes that I take at the time of autopsy, and I am embarrassed by my lack of penmanship.
Would this assist you in describing your findings to the jury?
Yes, it would.
Okay. If I may publish at this time, Your Honor?
This is the prosecutor, everyone, yes? Her name is Hunter Swanson.
All right, looks like I'm going to have to speed it up and down, but if you want to describe your findings, and then we can refer to the diagram whenever it's helpful.
So she had, first of all, there were no acute traumatic injuries to the skin. So there's no wounds or things that are bleeding or anything like that. So what you're seeing drawn on there, those are not abrasions or lacerations, but those are scars and areas where skin has been harvested to graft onto her. So these are large areas of scar tissue, and I've tried to kind of draw them in so that I get the approximate surface area covered that I saw at the time of autopsy. So there's a large area over her chest and abdomen of scar tissue, and then there are patches on her arms and legs. There are also patches where the skin has been harvested for to provide a skin graft for the burned areas, and that's the more rectangular areas where I've hash marked it. And then sometimes the two things merge together where they've had to graft, but then they've also harvested skin, and it's hard to tell whether it's the graft side or a transplant side, a cover side. So she was burned over about 39% of her body by my calculation. And there's an area of scar tissue that extends over the forehead and down the side of her face to her neck.
And so that's down the right side?
Yes, ma'am. I think if I put on the drawing, it should be there, but it's on the neck too. And she's had revisions of these scars as well. I think some of them look like there had been revisions, but it's basically a large amount of scar tissue, and the skin is all scarred.
Okay.
And remember, this was 10 months later than the actual burning incident. The attack happened on January 17th of 2019. Terry died on November 1st of 2019. So between January 17th and November 1st, she was fighting for her life. She was unconscious she was sedated and intubated for 2 months. And eventually, after being able to talk again, learning to walk again, starting to feed herself again. I mean, she struggled a lot with temperature spikes, she eventually got pneumonia. So they said she died from pneumonia and complications from all of her injuries. But 10 months of suffering, in which she also told her daughter, based on what we read earlier, that she felt that her husband was going to come back and finish the job. And they said they had to actually put a picture of her husband up at the hospital so that they know he's not allowed to just be alone around her, right? So this is very sad. So whatever he's describing here is 10 months after the abuse, the alleged abuse, the attack, and the burning took place. So just remember that. Okay.
When you examined her, what did you find the cause of death to be?
So her cause of death is pneumonia. She was in a debilitated state, and because of that, she's bedridden, and she gets pneumonia. The lungs don't drain properly, and she had an acute necrotizing bronchopneumonia in her lungs.
And how is that pneumonia related to complications of the thermal injuries that she had?
Yes, so pneumonia is not something that we see in people that are mobile, able to stand upright, sit upright, that have no intrinsic disease in their lungs. It can happen sometimes if the lungs are diseased from smoking or some other disease condition, or it can happen if the person is debilitated. Like, let's say they have a stroke and now they're bedridden. When you lay in bed, the fluid from lungs doesn't strain properly, and fluid can build up, become infected, and eventually lead to pneumonia. So pneumonia is a complication of being bedridden. And she was bedridden because of the thermal injuries and all that scar tissue. The scar tissue retracts and doesn't allow the body to move because it's very stiff. It's not like supple like skin, it's stiff and hard in some cases.
Does breathing in fire and soot damage the lungs?
Yes, ma'am, it does. And I looked for that damage, but it's hard to see at this point because she has so much pneumonia going on. I can't tell whether that damage is, the bacteria are causing necrosis in her lungs. They're destroying the tissue in the lungs. So I can't tell whether that tissue is being destroyed from the bacteria or it had been previously damaged or injured. But injuries to the lungs would certainly make it should be more predisposed to have this type of pneumonia.
Okay, and having large areas covered in burns.
Question. We're halfway into, what was the,
Leading.
I don't know what the question is yet.
Right.
I don't even know what the question is yet. Objection leading? Oh, my word.
Tell by the way she started the question.
All right, let her finish and then I'll rule on it. What was
Already testified that the victim was covered in large areas.
Yeah, no, I think it was going to be leading because it was going to result in a yes or no response. But I don't know what the question is.
Right. What sort of conditions would that contribute to?
Okay.
That's fine.
All right, thank you. Please answer.
Okay, I'm not sure what you mean by what sort of conditions would that, you mean the burns?
Right.
So the burns result in scar tissue. The scar tissue has basically immobilized her, and that being immobile and bedridden predisposes to pneumonia by itself without any damage to the lungs from smoke or smoke inhalation. So there may have been smoke damage to the lungs, but the pneumonia is obscuring that from my being able to tell. I can't sort out what damage is happening to the lungs from the pneumonia and the bacteria that are there, or from the smoke and thermal effect to the tissues before they got the pneumonia.
Okay. So ultimately, what did you report out as the cause of death?
So I reported it out as delayed complications of thermal injury.
All right. And for the reasons that you just stated?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you. Please answer any questions that Ms. Wright-Matthews may have for you.
Dr. Beaver, thank you for being here. I know you had to come a long way. Try to be real quick. Dr. Beaver, I saw your diagram that's still up on the projection there. You have Miss Lewis there with breasts. Did she have breasts?
This is a template drawing, and she had a double mastectomy from breast cancer.
Did you have at your disposal whether or not she had prolonged exposure to radiation to treat her breast cancer?
I don't know what treatment she received for the breast cancer.
Isn't it true, doctor, though, that radiation, long exposure to radiation can also cause or contribute to thermal injury to the lungs?
Not thermal injury. Radiation wouldn't do that. Can radiation cause injury to the lungs? It would depend entirely on what type of radiation she got and what the fields that they applied it to. and what they did with it. So I don't know any of those details, so I can't really answer that question.
Can lithium toxicity or lithium poisoning result in thermal injuries to the lungs?
No, ma'am.
Can smoking 1 to 2 packs a day of cigarettes cause thermal injury to the lungs?
Not so much thermal injury, but the smoke from the cigarettes causes lung damage, yes.
Did you know, doctor, in a review of the medical records on Miss Lewis, that in 2017, May of 2017, she was diagnosed with Ohio Valley fungus to her lungs? Can you tell the jury, tell me whether or not you knew that and whether or not that's treatable?
I did not know it from the medical records, but I found the nodule in her lung, and it's actually described in the microscopic description of my report. The nodule was calcified, so I can only describe it as a centrally calcified, basically inert nodule, but it is the type of nodule that would result from that disease once it's burned out.
Okay. I noticed in your report you referred to, and it's not drawn on here, to Miss Lewis having a stage 4 bed sore.
Yes, ma'am, I believe it, yes. I believe it was stage 3, but okay. Yes, I did not draw it on there, no.
And why would you not draw it on there? I mean, because I'm noticing here, because I believe on your report you said that the depth of that stage, whatever, 3 or 4, bed sore was about 3 centimeters deep?
No, the size of it was 3 centimeters.
Okay.
But the reason that drawing, what I make never intending for it to be shown in court. That drawing is notes at the autopsy, and I don't ever think of that being in court. I do take a lot of photos.
Okay.
And if you want to put those up, I'm happy to look at those.
That's good. But you did find a significant bed sore.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
And you also looked at her toxicology, meaning what was in her system.
Yes, ma'am.
Is it fair to say, doctor, that on your report you have reported that she had, I don't know what's high and what's low, but for cardiac blood, she had 53 milliliters of morphine at the time in your analysis in her tox stream?
Right, so I've looked at all of her tox results. They're all within therapeutic levels, and they're all drugs that I would be expecting her to get in her condition.
Okay, and it was, one of them is lorazepam?
Lorazepam. Ativan is the trade name, and it's a benzodiazepine similar to Valium and Xanax, and I think it's to help her be more comfortable.
And what about lamotrigine? I can't pronounce it.
Yeah, lamotrigine. That's another potentiator of pain medication.
Okay, and it says 3.6. Is that a high amount?
No, ma'am. They're all in therapeutic range. From my review.
Gabapentin, what is that for?
Gabapentin is, so the GABA neurotransmitter pathways in the brain are central to the perception of pain, and so that is a drug we use to potentiate the perception of pain.
Thank you.
Sure, now it's giving Jesse Kershevsky trial vibes, hey? Just like full-on victim blaming. Wow, look at that drawing. Did she have breasts? I mean, that is just the most heartless question I think I've ever heard at a trial. You know, given the circumstances and what Terry had survived. I'm glad that we can be here for Terry, because it doesn't really feel like anyone else is. I don't mean her family, I mean in the courtroom. Like, hello, prosecutor. Yeah, you need to step up your game. You're there for the victim and their family. Oh my goodness. Shame. Sure, this is hectic. Okay, so let's keep going.
Anything else from the state?
Nothing further.
All right. May this witness be excused?
I would ask that he be excused.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Drive safely.
Thank you. State calls Lieutenant Kelly Padgett.
see, we could probably remove the exhibit from the L note.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
That's right.
This is so sad. Oh my word.
Ms. Padgett, please come forward and be sworn. You may put your papers here. You may put them there. Left hand on the Bible, raise your right. You're from testimony give the court and jury in this case should be the truth, whole truth, nothing but truth, self you God. Yes, ma'am. Please have a seat on the witness stand. State your name for the record.
Your Honor. Good afternoon. My name is Kelly Padgett, P-A-D-G-E-T-T.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon.
Tell us how long you have worked for Colleton County Sheriff's Office. I know it's been kind of off and on. Tell us about your employment history.
About 17 years now at the Sheriff's Office. Spent a couple of years away. I worked for SLED for a short time in the investigation division in the Low Country, and I also worked as a investigator in the career criminal unit with the 14th Circuit Solicitor's Office.
Okay, and back in January of 2019, were you in investigations with Colleton County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I was.
All right. At some point, were you dispatched to 273 Wade Hampton Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and what time was that?
It was approximately 3:33 p.m.
And who did you arrive along with?
I arrived with Captain Angela Stallings and Detective Ed Macarella, who is now deceased.
And how long ago did he pass?
That was in 2021, I believe.
Been a few years now.
Yes.
And what kind of call were you responding to?
The nurse from the ER had called our dispatch center at the sheriff's office advising that there was a female patient there that had some burns and that her husband had been there previously and then had left the scene. And we went to the address on Wade Hampton to try to locate the husband.
Okay. And what were your initial observations when you got to 273 Wade Hampton?
I remember seeing some black substance that was underneath the carport area, and also I believe there was some water that was puddled under that area as well.
Did you see any, do you recall if the door to the home was open or closed?
At that point when we first arrived, I believe the door was opened.
Were you able to see inside the house?
I personally don't have any recollection of seeing inside the house at that point.
Okay. After you arrived, did you observe law enforcement making contact with Craig Lewis?
Yes, ma'am. I observed it was Lieutenant Long that was talking with Mr. Lewis and asking if he wanted to sign a consent to search form. And Mr. Lewis denied doing that. And in the process, he got into his vehicle and was actually trying to leave the property. And I believe it was Captain Stallings at that point was telling him that he wasn't going to leave at that point, that he was being detained. In that process, he became aggressive, and several detectives had to go hands-on with Mr. Lewis and removed him from his vehicle and detained him.
Okay. Once Mr. Lewis was detained, what did you do?
Myself and Captain Stallings, we left that property and returned to headquarters at the sheriff's office to obtain a search warrant for the residents in the property.
Okay, and did you obtain a search warrant for 273 Wade Hampton?
Yes, ma'am.
You got a magistrate to sign that?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you bring it back to the residence?
Yes.
And did you help execute that search warrant?
Yes, I did.
And did you document what all was marked with placards and what was collected for evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. we're going to go through a number of pictures.
If anyone's only joining now, firstly, welcome. Thank you for being here. I hope you'll expand the description box because I've done a whole write-up there for you, which you should find informative. And then, of course, with this stream, this is day 1 of this trial. I have no idea how long this trial will last. If you know, or you find out, or you see it somewhere, please send it to me, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com. I'd love to know. I mean, they are going through witnesses very fast. I was guessing initially like 2 to 3 weeks. Now, I don't know. It feels like it could go even like quick. I don't know. It feels quite fast, right? And we're not really learning a lot of facts yet, are we, in this trial? Anyway, the point is, you can see the beginning of the stream, and we did an entire trial prep, almost an hour. So there you'll get the background, you know, what happened, when it happened, and all of that. Just in case you're wondering, what is this about? In case you feel lost, I don't blame you, based on you know, how it's going so far with the timeline and things like that. We always say, it's so nice when the prosecution makes it clear, when there's a really clear timeline to follow and evidence and things like that. Unfortunately, they said this is a circumstantial evidence case. And yeah, so far, oh dear. Okay, so I'm just putting some facts on the screen here for you as well. Please like and share so others can also learn about this information. And hopefully they can come over and help us show Terry Lewis's family that we support them. Because I think they could really use a lot of support, a lot of love, a lot of encouragement. They've already been through a lot. It's taken a long time to get to this trial. And it just feels so sad. If there's any friends or family watching and you have any photos of Terry, or any insights that you'd like to share with us, what was her favorite color, any special details, we'd love to know.
No objection.
We'd love to know more about her.
Yes, sir. For the record, these are pictures, exhibits 26 through 45.
All right, so it'll be states 26 through 45 inclusive without objection.
And if I may publish and direct the witness's attention to the screen up here, I'll ask Lieutenant Padgett about each picture.
You may.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you need to refer to your report, you're more than welcome to. I'm sure you will.
Thank you.
Down. All right, Lieutenant, I'm going to show you what has been marked as states 26 and ask what this placard 20 depicts.
Yes, ma'am. So just referring to my investigative report, I have it listed as a sample of black burnt substance on the living room floor next to the coffee table.
Okay. And that was that collected as a result of the search warrant?
Yes, it was.
Publishing states 27. That's placard 20 again?
Yes, ma'am. I have it listed as a sample of hair found in the black burnt substance.
And is that just a reference point for placard 20?
It is.
Okay, but it's still the same debris that was collected?
Yes, ma'am.
summertime said this is so disheartening. Sad. Yes, beach bum. That's him. When they show him again, I'll show you. Or I can show you here quickly. That's him. That's also him, but that's him. Yes.
Okay. In reference to placard 20, was a can of fire debris collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 61. That was later labeled as SLED's Item 1. But is this what was collected in reference to placard 20?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State would move 61 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Without objection.
That's him. This is him.
Motion states 29.
So that's the defendant sitting there. This guy is one of his defense attorneys, Brian T. Murdaugh. This one here is Craig Lewis, the defendant, who's apparently 47 years old. The lady over here is a state senator and his defense attorney, Margie. Why do I always forget her last name? Maybe I don't want to know. Margie Bright Matthews. There you go. Matthews. Margie Bright Matthews. State senator. That's one of his defense attorneys. Oh my goodness. And then you saw the prosecutor on the blonde lady, right? Okay, let's keep going.
What is this admit?
I have it listed as liquid from bucket and recliner next to fireplace.
Was that collected?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh dear, chuckling at the defense table.
Showing you what's been marked as State 63. Was this what that brown liquid was collected in from placard 23?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. State would enter 63 at this time.
Without objection, I presume?
No objection, Your Honor, I'm sorry.
That's all right. 63 without objection.
State's publishing Exhibit 30. Sorry, can you see the number on that?
Yes, ma'am.
What do we see there?
Have that listed as a log inside the fireplace.
Okay. And is there another section to placard 24?
Yes, also sample of ashes inside the fireplace.
I'm sorry, is that number 30?
30.
Thank you.
This is State's Exhibit 64. 64.
Yes, Stefan says reminds me of Chazzy Boy's fireplace.
Handing you, it's been marked as State's Exhibit 64. Is that where the ash from the fireplace was collected?
Yes, ma'am.
State would enter 64 into evidence.
No objection.
64 without objection.
State's Exhibit 31. What do you have that listed as?
Sample of black substance from living room floor between the fireplace and coffee table.
Was that collected?
Yes, it was.
Publishing, State's 32. Is that just another view of the same placard material?
That's right.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 65 and ask if this is the material from that placard, 25.
Yes, it is.
All right. State enters 65 at this time.
No objection.
Thank you, 65. Thank you.
State's Publishing, Exhibit 33. Can you tell us what placard 26 indicates?
Sample of burnt substance from fireplace door.
All right. Was that collected?
Yes, it was.
We've got about 35 minutes left of this court day. This is the final witness, from what I could see, for the day. So hang in there with us on day 1. We'll meet again for day 2. But stay here as we see what evidence unfolds.
Margie, this is State's Exhibit 72. Handing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 72 and ask if this is what was collected from placard 26.
Yes, it is.
State would move 72 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Thank you, 72 without objection.
Publishing State's 34. What is this placard indicate?
Sample of black substance on the floor of the master bedroom.
Was that collected?
Yes, it was.
State's 35. This is just another picture of the same substance.
That's right.
Thank you, Nana Junkin. You said thank you for always covering these trials and never forgetting the victim. Thank you so much. Welcome, Robin. Summertime said the state attorney needs a
Hand you.
lapel mic. Yes.
Sorry. Handing you State's Exhibit 66 and asking you if that was collected from that placard 31 that we just viewed.
Yes, ma'am.
The state would move 66 into evidence,
No objection.
66, no objection.
and I believe I left this one out, state 62, when we were viewing placard 20. I'm going to hand you state 62 and ask what this can contains.
According to my investigative report, this is a sample of the hair found in the black burnt substance.
Okay. Thank you. State would enter 62 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Thank you. 62, no objection.
Now, Lieutenant, were all of these items that we just spoke about, the fire debris, everything in these cans in this bottle, were they all sent to SLED for testing?
Yes, ma'am, as far as I know.
Okay. And in fact, are there SLED numbers on there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, moving along. Who physically took the swabs of suspected blood?
That would have been Detective Tozier at the time, now Mullins.
Okay. I'm just going to ask you about the locations. I'm going to publish State's Exhibit 36. And that's placard 15. What are we looking at here?
I have it listed as a swab of the bloody footprint on the living room floor.
Okay, and that was collected by Tozier.
That's correct.
State's 37. Sorry, can you see that number?
I'm sorry, I can't quite see the number on the placard.
Okay. It's placard 16.
I have it listed as swab of bloody footprint on the living room floor.
Was that collected?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 38. This is placard 17.
The other swab of the bloody footprint on the living room floor.
Placard 28.
This listed as a swab of blood spatter from the top drawer on the right side of the entertainment center.
And that was collected.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, State's 40. Is that just another view of that suspected blood?
That's right.
State's 41.
I have this listed as blue jeans with belt on the chair in front of the washer and dryer.
43, is that another picture of those blue jeans with the belt?
Yes, it is.
I'll hand you what's been marked as states 68. Are these the jeans that, I'll take them out for you. Looking at the back, can you tell what it's labeled?
Yes, jeans with a belt.
Okay. And does it have a number on there?
Number 34.
Does that correspond to the placard?
Yes, ma'am.
Do these appear to be the jeans with the belt?
Yes.
And that states 68 that I would like to enter into evidence.
Counsel?
No objection.
No objection, thank you. 68,
Okay, this is states 44. What are we looking at here?
This listed as blue jeans with black substance on right pants leg on the chair in the dining room at end of table.
Showing you what's been marked as state 67. And does that indicate what it is contained in there?
Yes, ma'am. Placard number 35, jeans from Sharon dining room.
All right. And the photo we just saw depicted what on the bottom of the jeans?
Black substance on the right pants leg.
State would enter 67 into evidence at this time.
No objection.
Thank you, 67, no objection.
All right. Now, the following day, Lieutenant, did you all get another search warrant?
Yes, we did.
And what was that search warrant for?
It was for a separate residence that was located 595 Kansas City Road in Walterboro.
All right. And when did you execute the search warrant on that residence?
It was executed on January the 18th, 2019.
Beg the court's indulgence. I just had some more that I needed more.
Yes, the judge is rocking now.
All right. State is moving to enter exhibits 46 through 56, which are pictures of Kansas City and what was found there, as well as 73 through 75, and defense has already stated no objection.
No objection.
All right, 46 through 56, without objection.
as well as 73 through 75.
Missed that one.
Sorry.
73 through 75 also. Thank you.
12, no objections.
I had to add some. Okay, again, Lieutenant, I'm going to turn your attention to the screen. If you can just describe what we're seeing on here for the jury. State's Exhibit 46. Here we go.
Sorry, this is just a view of the residence at 595 Kansas City Road, taken from the roadway.
And whose residence is that?
My understanding, that was a secondary home to Mr. Lewis.
State's 47.
It's just another view of a different angle of the same residence.
State's 48.
It's going to be the back door of the residence.
State's 49.
It's going to be a burn pile that was located in the yard.
Oh my. I mean, that could be anything, but the state said that they did not find the clothing that Terry was originally wearing anywhere. And we know that he moved the couch as well. Just like left it on the side of the road. So maybe that burn pile, what was he burning there? Again, it could be anything, who knows, but interesting.
State's 50.
It's a burn pile in the yard.
Was that a separate burn pile?
Yes, ma'am, I believe so.
I'm sorry, this is State's 51. What are we looking at?
Have it listed as a burnt lighter fluid can in the burn pile in the front yard.
State's 52. Is that just another picture of that same burn pile?
That's right.
State's 53.
So number 10, I have listed as scattered cotton in the burn pile in the front yard, as well as number 11. Same thing.
State's 54. Just another picture of those items in the burn pile.
Yes.
State's 55.
It's a picture of a utility trailer in the yard.
State's 56.
Just a view of some material in the utility trailer.
State 6. I'm sorry, States 73, placard 6.
Have it listed as black burnt substance on the floor of a utility trailer.
State 74, placard 7.
Piece of black plastic with black burnt substance on the floor of the utility trailer.
State 75, placard 8.
Cotton-like substance scattered in the utility trailer.
Let me ask you this, Lieutenant. Were those items with the placards from Kansas City collected? That you're aware of?
I don't believe so.
Or if they were collected, were they sent off for testing?
Why does he talk so much as well? My word, he's like laughing along, he's talking, no. You guys are making me doubt his age, but it's literally reported as 47 years old. That's what his age is reported as. I'll double check the documents as well just to see, because Fitz News and Court TV and everyone says he's 47 years old. Just so that you know. Terry was 63 years old when she died on November 1st of 2019. And she had been married to him for about 14 years.
I can ask another witness.
Thank you.
Are you aware if anything was sent off for testing from Kansas City?
I don't believe it was. I do not know. I don't believe so.
Thank you. Beg the court's indulgence. That's all I have for you at this time, Lieutenant. If you can please answer any questions that Ms. Bright Matthews may have for you.
Time for a lengthy cross-examination or what?
Good afternoon.
Ooh, we've got Brian T. Murdaugh. I'm going to have to slow down the speed now. We're at 1.1 speed at the moment. Can you believe it? It felt like normal speed, right? 0.75? We were at 1.1. So he speaks incredibly fast, this defense attorney. I'm going to have to slow it down a little bit. We've only got 17 minutes left of this court day. So let me just slow it down and then we'll keep going. Okay, normal speed.
Good afternoon, Detective Padgett.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Padgett, you stated that what was your title back in 2019 working with the Sheriff's Office?
At that point, I was a sergeant.
And you were in charge of, also a part of the Criminal Investigations Unit?
Yes, sir.
At that time in 2019, when you arrived on scene at Wade-Hampton Street, Wade-Hampton Avenue, were you wearing any type of body camera?
No, sir.
When you arrived on scene, you stated you saw some other officers that had already arrived on scene.
That's right.
I wanted to get into a few of the things that you mentioned from your investigation. You returned with Captain Stallings with the search warrant and conducted the search of the property.
That's
correct?
right.
And when you returned to the property the second time, you didn't have the body cam on at that point either?
At that point, members of the investigation division were not issued body cameras, so no, sir.
I wanted to take a look back at placard 20, which I believe is State's Exhibit 26.
It should be.
Beg the court's indulgence, Your Honor. Captain Swanson, you can refer back to your report to placard 20. What did you list placard 20 as in your report?
I have an A and B listed under placard 20.
Yes,
A
ma'am.
sample of a black burnt substance on the living room floor next to the coffee table, and also a sample of hair found in the black burnt substance.
And at the time of your investigation, were you aware of several dogs that lived inside of the home, your investigation, that was the subject of the investigation?
Only that one of our captains had to call animal control to respond because of the canines in the residence.
So you were aware that canines were in the residence?
Yes.
You also mentioned some pants that you retrieved from the scene, jeans, I believe. From according to your report, what number were the jeans marked as?
Placards 34 and 35 were pairs of blue jeans.
And are you aware if those jeans were ever tested by SLED?
I don't know.
Let's go back to you.
I wonder as well, I keep asking about the dogs. Why do they keep asking about the dogs? Terry had 3 dogs that she loved so much. We went over that at the beginning of the stream, so go check it out after this. Is that, I don't know, interesting?
Your arrival on the scene from, unlike several of your colleagues, you have a report. You've got written in here that you arrived with some other officers. Who were the other officers that you arrived with?
Captain Stallings and Detective Macarella.
In your report, did you state that you observed what appeared to be a black substance scattered from the garage carport area? And you also state that you see Lieutenant Long and others exiting the residence. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Did you observe anything else underneath the carport upon your arrival to the scene?
Just as I have listed here, observed a black substance scattered under the garage or carport area, and there was water also puddled under the carport.
So you observed water as well as the black substance underneath the carport area?
Yes, sir.
And was that near the water hose?
I can't recall.
Did the substance and the water on the ground look to be consistent with something that the fire had just been put out?
I think that's fair, yes.
And also want to go back to another photo you took from the house. So states.
That's what I'm wondering. Golden Spudler said, did they analyze the hair? we have to know that first to know if that's what they're implying. Could have been dog hair, but did you test it? Because that would rule that out, right? If it was or wasn't. Or a mix. I don't know if they tested it. Interesting.
It's Exhibit 30, which is what you have marked as placard 24 in your report. If you could please tell the jury what you marked placard 24 as.
Also, I have an A and B for this one. So A is a log inside the fireplace. B, a sample of ashes inside the fireplace.
You want me to approach? I'm going to hand you what's been marked. Placard 24. Is that accurately depict what you saw when you took the photo?
Yes, sir.
And
I didn't take the photo, but yes.
And from this photograph, does there appear to be some ash and some other debris that appear to be blown out of the stove or wood burning stove there?
Sorry, I'll let it answer now. I don't want to miss this. Summertime, that's probably what it is. There was the Leilani Simon trial we watched together. That prosecution was incredible. And then you say, I think I've been spoiled by Andrea Burkhart's exceptional attorney brain, right? She has an exceptional brain in general. But I wonder what her commentary would be on this trial right now. Oh my goodness.
It looks like cigarette butts. I'm not quite sure what else it might be.
I also want to ask you a few questions, Ms. Padgett, about Mr. Lewis's arrest or his detaining and arrest. According to your report, you weren't involved directly in detaining or arresting Mr. Lewis, correct?
That's correct.
So you had no hands-on throughout the entire process?
No, sir.
So is it fair to say that you had a clean view of everything that occurred?
I suppose.
And in your report, you've never listed or mentioned or referred back to any type of fight or tussle. Is that correct?
Let me refer back to it.
Sure.
I have here, it reads in part that detectives assisted in detaining Lewis. In the process of Lewis's detention, some detectives received injuries due to going hands-on with Lewis during his failure to comply.
Nowhere in there is there a fight or a tussle that you mentioned.
No, sir, not in this report.
And as you stated, you believed you had a pretty visible viewpoint, I guess you could say, of Mr. Lewis being taken to the ground.
Yes, sir.
And did anything happen after Mr. Lewis was taken to the ground?
He was detained.
Was there any kind of swing or lunge from Mr. Lewis as to any of the other officers that you observed?
Not that I recall.
Did you observe Lieutenant Long punch or hit Mr. Lewis?
No, sir.
Did you observe Mr. Long kick Mr. Lewis?
No, sir.
No further questions, Your Honor.
I wonder who this lady is, because I do not know who that is. If anyone knows, please let me know. This lady in the purple top that's always there with him. Okay.
Ms. Padgett, may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Is this photo, you recognize this photo?
Yes, sir.
Does it accurately depict the inside of the Hampton Avenue, Wade Hampton Avenue address?
Yes, sir.
Is this the wood burning stove and from their home?
Yes, sir, as far as I know.
Your Honor, offense will move this into exhibit, offense exhibit number 5.
No objections.
Without objection. Thank you.
Back for the court's order, Your Honor. No further questions, Your Honor.
Your redirect.
No redirect, thank you. I would ask that Lieutenant Padgett be excused.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Your Honor.
May counsel approach?
Yes.
Susan says, can you do map time so we can see where the other property was and where they found the couch? I have no idea where they found the couch because it wasn't right there by that other property as far as I understand. It was like on the side of the road. So I don't know where exactly they found that. And from what I heard, they said the other address was 595 Kansas City Road. So that's based on my eardrums. I hope I heard right. I hope that is the street. We could always look at it just to see, but I would hope that it's accurate, you know? Okay, so, oh, the court day is going to end any minute. I could see it here. Let's just see what else happens here. And then we'll quickly look at the map as well. Evie says, yes, please, Grizzly, we need your input. Today, I would describe it a lot of fluff. A lot of fluff. They're not really, not the state or the defense is really making progress yet. I can't imagine how the jury's feeling. They must be like, what? Like, what is this case again? What? Yeah. Let's hope it all comes together. Let's hope it, eventually. There's quite a lot of witnesses they had today as well. This is the defendant, if you're new here. Craig Anthony Lewis, 47 years old. He's been out on a surety bond since February of 2019. Yes, he was already out on bond while his wife was struggling and to survive for 10 months in the hospital. She died in November 1st of 2019. And she was terrified, like, what? He's out? So he could come and finish the job, is what she told her daughter? That's just terrible. Then when he got charged with first-degree murder, they said, oh, well, they're not going to change the bond conditions. So even then, it wasn't like, okay, now we're going to make sure there's no bond. He's being arrested. Nope. Amazing. I mean, if you think of the Suzanne Simpson case, just think of the charges that Brad Simpson's facing, but like how they're able to hold him on no bond, and then the U.S. Marshals can detain him, and. This guy is just being allowed to walk around with his ankle monitor. Okay, well, are they going to say anything else here? The judge is going to say anything? He's going to say something any minute now. And then we're done for the day. And then we'll just quickly look at this map. Go. We don't want to stare at him too long. Go, judge. Yeah, Misty Peterson, that's a way to describe it. You said the court proceedings have been fruitless and repetitive, but I'm sitting through the trial for Terry and Leanne. Exactly. I would like to show Leanne
Members
her
of the
daughter.
jury,
A lot of
we are
support.
going to go ahead and conclude for today. We're going to start at 9:30 in the morning. If that works with everyone. Again, I'm required to tell you, please don't discuss the case with anyone. Don't discuss it amongst yourselves. Don't ask any questions. Do any research. Don't look at any media, be it internet, television, radio, whatever other kinds of news sources there might be. Avoid all that, please. If someone brings it up, please walk away or don't discuss it with them. If someone insists on attempting to try to talk with the case about you, please contact me first thing in the morning and I'll deal with it. Are there any questions? 9:30 work for everyone. All right then, we'll see you at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thank you.
I mean, he's not looking nervous. I know he's innocent till proven guilty. I don't think they're proven much yet, unfortunately. Damn it, Judge. Listen to the judge go. Judge is clicking that pen like crazy. Oh my word. That's the judge. The pen clicker is the judge in this one. Oh dear. Maybe he'll watch this and be like, no, Judge. Click your pen in the mic. I'm not too sure. Anne says, how old is her daughter? I'm not too sure. Somebody mentioned that she's around his age, so in her 40s, but I'm not too sure.
Anything else for this record?
Nothing from the defense.
All right then, see you at 9:30 tomorrow morning. Thanks.
Okay, so that's that. Summertime says so from the testimony, but the thing is, we did read that she did give a statement to the police, so I'm hoping it'll still come up. You know, that Terry, while she was recovering in the hospital, when she could actually speak, she spoke to the police, she gave a full statement of exactly what happened on that day. So she did talk about him throwing a red shirt or some kind of fabric that was on fire at her repeatedly. That she was like rolling it off her, he was standing on her hand, and he was putting it back on her body, back on, all of that. So she did tell the police, according to what we know so far, not from the trial, from our homework before the time. If you missed the homework, it's at the beginning of the stream. Okay, now just give me 1 second here. I just really want to get this other address for us. Okay, it was what? This address of the home is 273 Wade Hampton Avenue. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. Okay, wait. I'm answering my own question. Correct. Okay, so let's just quickly do a little bit of map time here. Okay, so disclaimer, remember that the second address, because they showed that he had 2 properties, and they showed like a burn pile at the one property, right? The second address is just what I heard, and that I scribbled down over here. My notes are not quite like Andrea's, hey. Okay, but I was just scribbling down 595 Kansas City Road in Colleton County, South Carolina. So that would be about a 12-minute drive, 8.4 miles from the house that he lived in with Terry. All right. So their house was at this 273 Wade Hampton Avenue. All right. So let me just quickly make this nice and full screen for us. There we go. Now let's put the little Google man here just so we can take a look. See, are we in the right place? Turn around, Google man. Looks about right. Is it for sale? What's going on? Okay. I mean, those pictures they showed weren't exactly very clear at the trial, but we saw some of these from the Zillow listing. Yeah, that's the right one. That's the right one. Okay, so this is the one property, and this is where the attack allegedly happened. Where the alleged attack happened, I mean, man, Terry had a lot of injuries. She was burnt and everything, so I don't really doubt it. But at this point, it's alleged. You know, the defense is kind of saying she did it to herself. Oh dear. This is the home where she stayed with her husband. Terry was 63 years old, staying here. She'd been married to Craig Lewis for about 14 years, right? And she said to the police the reason that he attacked her is because she told him she doesn't want to be with him anymore. She wants a divorce. And then he attacked her, which we've heard so much in DV cases. The most scary time, the most dangerous time is when the victim wants to leave. We read an article from Fitz News earlier where they said that this Craig Lewis is he's actually had quite a couple of run-ins with the law, and I wonder what that is. I wonder if there's a history of domestic violence, because I haven't seen charges like that yet. I must dig some more, you know. But I wonder what. I also would love to know a little bit more just about him as, you know, the defendant. Like, who the hell is he? Like, what work does he do? He's clearly here in, you know, Colleton County, South Carolina. He's got a state senator as a defense attorney. What does he do? Who's this guy? If you know, if anyone finds out, if you sleuth it out, please email me, Grizzly, truecrime@gmail.com. Okay, so there's the one property, and then they're saying there was a second property, and that's 8.4 miles away, about a 12-minute drive, somewhere out here. Wait, we're still going. Don't get dizzy now. Okay, wait, I'll show you the whole picture again. So northwest. So we go here. Let's go have a look. Okay, little Google man. Can we have a look, please? Oh, thank you. Okay. That also looks about right, based on some of the pictures they showed us, right? Okay. And then here is where they found like burn piles and things. Haven't clarified what that's all about yet. They also found a bit of that, like, it looked like the stuffing from inside the couch. So I don't know if he took the couch there first on a trailer and burnt evidence away a little bit and then chucked the couch off on the side of the road. All very strange. Kelly Barger said, do you know if any docs are public? There are some, but you know what I'm really struggling to find, and Grizzly Cat is also trying to help me? Is the probable cause affidavit or the arrest affidavit. Like, where the hell is that document? There are some documents, like this one. It just like lists the charges, right? Okay, this is the calendar that MB Inc. had sent me as well. Craig Anthony Lewis, it says November 4th through November 8th, Colleton County General Sessions. But I don't know. I must actually look what happens the following week, you know? How long is this trial? How long is this trial scheduled to last? I haven't got a reply yet from the Colleton County clerk or anyone there. I've emailed quite a few of them. And I'm struggling to find the PCA or the arrest affidavit. That would be interesting, although Fitz News, I mean, they quoted a lot. We've read a lot of details from the articles. But yeah, you could see here, this one is what? This is for the murder charge. Craig Anthony Lewis, assault attempted murder. Date received, criminal clerk, there's the case number and all of that. So we've got that one. And we've got this as well. It's just a summary. So unfortunately, not. But working on it. I'll let you know if I do get it. Obviously, then I'll show it to you. Anyway, that was an interesting first day of the trial. Okay, thank you so much to all of you who were here throughout the day. I really appreciate it. I couldn't be watching all these trials. I really like watching it with you. Wouldn't be the same watching it alone, you know? So I really appreciate it. Let me just quickly close all of these. All right, and then I will see you again for day 2 tomorrow. They said they're starting at 9:30, and so we're going to start about an hour and a half to 2 hours after they start, because we want to skip over lunch, and I could see already today they ran a little bit late. So like an hour 45 to 2 hours. We'll start after that. Right? So we can just skip over lunch and coffee breaks and any unforeseen delays. And let's see if they maybe bring in some more evidence tomorrow that makes more sense. I hope it'll make sense to the jury eventually, because obviously we are here for Terry and her daughter. Before you go, I want to show you one more thing quickly. Oh my goodness, just hold on. It's from this Facebook group, Justice for Terry Lewis. And I want to show you here. Okay, wait. My goodness, move me. Okay. So we've got the statement here. I hope you can see it. Let me just make it a little bit bigger. Which was from January this year. Today, January 17th. This is now Terry's daughter, Leanne. I think she wrote this. Right? Today, January 17th, 5 years ago, I received the worst phone call I could ever get. He said I needed to come home because Mom had gotten burnt. I was confused, and he said they were at the ER, and it was bad. I still didn't know what I was walking into. He called back on my ride from North Charleston to Walterboro ER to tell me they were flying her to Atlanta. This part floored me. That wasn't good. I debated turning around and driving to the airport to meet her in Atlanta, but decided to go on to Walterboro. I walk in, and he is sitting in a chair in the corner of her room. She's lying on a bed, sedated, tubes everywhere, machine breathing for her. She was so swollen and burnt that she was barely recognizable. 5 years later, still no court date, still no sign of a court date, nothing. Oh, did I mention during this time, I was advised that it was Judge Mullen who set the trial docket. Coincidence? I think it's someone else now with her recent publicity, but it was her for 4 of these years. This is officially the oldest murder in the 14th district, a district that has been busy with high-profile cases, but what about this case? Hold on. Obviously, my voice is going to pack up now, isn't it? Even though I haven't talked all that much. Haven't talked a lot. What about this case? He still walks the streets. He has been seen at Walmart. Yes, there's the Walmart. Oh dear, he's been seen at Walmart, but yet he's on house arrest. He can travel wherever, as long as for work. Our lives completely shattered, and he still walks. Margie Bright Matthews, that's the state senator, represents our state, and an alleged murderer with a previous record. What's that record? I want to know. Okay, I'll have a look if I can find anything. Couldn't find anything today yet. If you guys find something, please send it to me. I really appreciate your help as well. Judge Carmen Mullen, who set an unthinkable nothing bond and never bothered to add this case to a docket. No bond added when the upgrade to murder charges. Special administrator for probate quit mysteriously, and a close legal acquaintance of Craig's attorney is appointed, although probate ruled had to be an unbiased third party that didn't have a relationship with anyone involved. Her house is sold, and it works its way through the line, so Craig's attorney receives the profit from the sale of the house to defend. Whoa. Because that state senator, defense attorney for Craig Lewis, helped him with a property sale. Her house is sold, so they say he still walks, no trial in sight, no justice. That is so sad. Oh my goodness, but here we are now. But this was posted in January. Here we are, November 5th, finally at a trial. And I mean, we've only just found out about this case. How sad is that? So I really want to be as a community for Leanne. She has been through so much. She's seen absolutely horrifying behavior, just charged with arson, murder. Okay, don't worry about a bond. You already posted bond. You can already, you on your ankle monitor, right? House arrest? Cool. That's horrible. Where is the justice for Terry? You know? So let's hope we see it. Either way, I want to show Leanne, her daughter, that we are supporting her in this fight. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here. I will see you again tomorrow. Hope that you'll go and check out Andrea Burkhart's stream if you want to follow the Delphi trial. I'm sure she'll have some updates for us. I'm looking. It's not set yet, but normally it would start about an hour from now. So I will maybe see you all there in chat if I'm still awake. Otherwise, I normally watch the replay in the morning. And I'll see you again for day 2 tomorrow. Thank you, mods. Really appreciate it. Bye, everyone.